Out this morning. I'm sure you guys noticed it as you got your Monday morning started.
I think I saw my breath outside. And I said, what in the world?
What is this?
Yeah.
North Carolina?
Yep, North Carolina giving us just another juke before we head further into the spring months. A beautiful sunrise underway, but clear skies gives us the frigid and cold temperatures that have taken hold around parts of the Carolinas. We're in the low 40s from our tower camera showing the Queen City in the distance. Winds are calm. That plays into those temperatures falling rather quickly. We're looking at a difference of 20 to 25 degrees, even 31 degrees colder than where we were this time yesterday. So you'll feel the chill, that in the form of the upper 30s, Gastonia into Rock Hill, Monroe, mid 40s for Charlotte. We're in the upper 30s, low 40s through the I-40 corridor. Same goes for our mountain counties with a chilly start to your morning, playing into what will be those well below normal temperatures heading into your morning and afternoon. We'll ramp up upper 50s by 10 a.m., 60s on tap by lunchtime, so we'll heat up effectively today. Layers would be the name of the game as highs land in the low 70s, peak heating hours, mix of sun and clouds, west-northwest winds settled anywhere from 5 to 10 or to 15 miles per hour, gusting up to 20 miles per hour at times. Tonight bottoms out in the low 40s. We'll rebound into the 70s for your Tuesday. So another warm day on the way. Just another chilly night. I'll break down more of what our rain chances look like, or the lack thereof, coming up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Annie.
All right, Ted, thank you. Breaking overnight, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 on Bainbridge Road. That's just near the corner of Rama Road and Monroe Road. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. Of course, we'll keep you updated both here on air and online at QCnews.com. Also breaking right now, a live look from near the eastern coast of Japan as a tsunami warning is in effect. It comes about an hour after a powerful 7.5 magnitude earthquake hit off the country's coast. Japanese media outlets report waves could reach up to 10 feet in some areas. Tens of thousands of people are also being warned to seek higher ground and avoid danger. We'll keep an eye on this and bring you the latest throughout the morning.
Well, 8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage happened Sunday in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off of a roof to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase that ended with officers firing on and killing him. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We've learned Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated, with a court appearance set for today. It's still unclear if that was a motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are investigating.
This is video of a Mecklenburg County courthouse brawl that got viral national attention. We first showed you this video back in February. The father of a teen killed in a shooting attacked the man accused of pulling the trigger. Now, prosecutors are dropping charges against the suspect, saying that he was defending himself in the 2025 shooting after cutting ties with a gang. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber has the latest shakeup in the case.
This clip went viral after this man, Shaheem Snipe, attacked Marion McKnight, who up until yesterday was facing murder charges in the death of Snipe's son, Jamarie Dixon.
Still to this day, I cry every morning. Ain't a day don't go past I don't think about my son.
But after a detailed review of surveillance footage as well as witness statements, prosecutors say they are dropping their charges against that murder suspect, Marion McKnight, saying they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't acting in self-defense. In documents filed Thursday, prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office says while walking home from a rec center basketball game on May 23rd of last year, McKnight was followed home by 4 known gang members, which included Jamarie Dixon. The filing says McKnight had recently cut ties with the gang. Images from surveillance video show that after 3 people surrounded and blocked McKnight's path, he pulled out a gun and shot at the group, injuring 2 of them and killing Jamarie Dixon. Dixon's mother, Lynette Dixon, rejects the DA's narrative.
He was not followed based on the minimal evidence that y'all provided me. I can only get information by email. Nobody will speak to me.
A spokesperson for DA Spencer Merriweather declined to comment on the case, but in their filing, prosecutors say based off available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at trial in proving each and every element of McKnight's murder charges. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
North Carolina lawmakers are back in Raleigh this week with all eyes on the state budget, or lack thereof. North Carolina is the only state that has not finalized its spending plans. Although the General Assembly session is scheduled, no votes have been confirmed. The House and Senate have their own proposals, but Republican leaders in each chamber have yet to reach an agreement. House Speaker Dustin Hall says his chamber's budget has bipartisan support and is the better option. Governor Josh Stein just wants to see something done.
We're here in session, and they failed to do what they knew they needed to do, which is to fund Medicaid so that people can access health care no matter where they live, particularly dire and rural communities.
Republicans may also launch another attempt to override some of Governor Stein's vetoes, including for Senate Bill 50. It's a measure that would allow people as young as 18 to carry concealed weapons without permits.
The North Carolina Zoo says it's unable to open its highly anticipated Asia exhibit because the North Carolina General Assembly has not passed that budget. As we mentioned, North Carolina remains the only state in the entire country without a finalized budget. The zoo's interim director says construction of the Asia continent, which will add the zoo's existing North American and African exhibits, is complete and most animals are settled in. However, the zoo doesn't have an opening date set because they need to hire around 70 full-time positions, an expense a state budget is expected to cover. The state has invested more than $75 million in the 12.5-acre Asia continent. In a statement, the zoo's interim director said, once funding challenges are resolved, our team will work to open Asia as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we look forward to welcoming visitors to the many other attractions at the North Carolina Zoo and Botanical Gardens.
We have all heard about the long lines and wait times at DMV locations all across North Carolina. Good morning. Thank you. Now reports show that things are starting to improve. Reporter Tiana Maxwell talked with officials about the changes made within the department.
Lines of people flowing from the parking lot were a common sight across DMV offices last year.
The population increase was the most significant driver, along with the Real ID implementation that occurred last May.
Now, across the 9 offices in the Piedmont Triad, DMV officials say those lines are getting shorter and shorter. Last September, they recorded an average wait time of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. In the last 28 days, that number dropped to around 50 minutes. A spokesperson for the state DMV says a mini budget that passed last August added 60 employees to offices statewide. An extra 33 more employees will become available on July 1st. It's an action combined from passing Senate Bill 245 that allows more license renewals and teen driver transactions to be done online. That's
taking about 8,500 customers a week out of line at the DMV. And that'll be more than 400,000 for a year.
The goal is to bring wait times down to 15 minutes. For Larry Jones, who brought his mother-in-law to get an ID at the High Point driver's license office, that goal was met.
When I walked in, all them people sitting there, I figured it'd be 30, 40 minutes.
But not for some others. The wait was longer.
I've been sitting out here going on 2 hours. When we got here at 11, it was people that been here since 9 o'clock that's still sitting with him. So them people been out here over 3 hours.
Homeland suggests completing services online and coming to offices with the necessary documents to help cut these lines down even more.
Make use of the online wait time tool. Check to see what the wait time is if you don't have an appointment. So we recently made some tweaks to the appointment scheduling process. We now schedule only 7 days out. And so you can get an appointment next week as opposed to 3 months out.
North Carolina health officials are getting a community feedback on a proposed emergency department in NODA. They held a community hearing in NODA Friday morning. Atrium health officials want to build a standalone facility costing more than $37 million. It would open in August of 2028 if state health regulators give their approval. Atrium representatives say the facility would ease a burden on Queen City hospitals.
The development of Atrium Health NODA will help alleviate this capacity pressure while creating the first accessible freestanding point of emergency care in Central Charlotte.
The facility would have 8 treatment rooms, a CT scanner, X-ray and ultrasound equipment, a pharmacy, and a lab testing space. All right, getting over to meteorologist Ted Phaeton here. Ted, sitting at 42 degrees. Pretty chilly outside.
Yeah, a little chilly outside as we continue to stay dry. Our deficit from last year into this year, 5 to 10 inches below what we typically would have seen rain-wise. Over 25-inch deficit for Monroe into Wadesboro. We're anywhere from 20 to 25 inches below what we typically would have gotten rain-wise for the last year over Hickory and into Salisbury. That plays into your drought, which is giving severe drought and extreme drought in the red and the orange shading. That's level 3 and 4 out of 5. As we head into your work week, we continue to stay dry. I'm not seeing anything on radar that will impact your morning commute. Still looking at a dry radar and a mostly clear start to your day. Windy conditions pick up through the afternoon. That's going to play into an increased fire danger this afternoon. Burn ban still in effect for North and South Carolina heading out the door on this Monday. We'll continue to have the dry conditions with water vapor satellite imagery showing the brown to our south, indicating the lack of moisture. All the green over Florida and well off of the Atlantic coast as high pressure continues to drive your forecast. I'll break down what everything looks like here heading into your work week with another check coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's step outside a little after 6 this morning and get an early look at your Pinpoint traffic. Right now, we're looking at a live shot from NCDOT, looking right at the I-77 and 85 interchange. That's 77 right in the middle, and traffic merging off of 85 onto 77, making their way right into the heart of Uptown, which you can see in the top left corner. A little bit of a sunrise you can see starting to wake up there. Overall traffic is very quiet this morning. It's moving, which it should be, but no issues out there, so it's still early. Rush hour won't be till about 7. This is outside our studios in West Charlotte, 85, headed southbound towards South Carolina. This is right at the Sam Wilson interchange. We've got up near Cabarrus County, this is near Concord Mills Mall, 85 north and south, all 10 lanes there. Looking good. Here's near Carowinds at the state line, 8 lanes across, both directions, looking good this morning. Let's go a little more north, 77 north at Clanton. Look at that. That looks nice. That sunrise just right at the top of the screen. On the east side of the city, inbound Independence looking good. Some school buses out and about early on Sharon Amity Road there crossing over. And if you're headed to the airport, this is the best hour to get out and about, whether you're going yourself or dropping off folks, picking them up. All in the green, whether you're in Uptown, coming up from Rock Hill or down from Lake Norman. We will give you another Pinpoint traffic update around 6:30. Annie?
Protecting TSA paychecks while keeping airports safe. The ongoing debate in Washington as TSA workers' pay gets questioned. You're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte. Securing American air travel may become a private practice across the country. The president's new budget asks Congress to privatize TSA.
Yeah, the push is gaining momentum after TSA wait times hit record highs because of the ongoing shutdown at the Department of Homeland Security.
But not everyone is sold. Washington correspondent Raquel Martin has the story.
Recent record wait times at airports across the country are reigniting calls from Washington to privatize TSA.
To help protect our screening workforce from lapses in congressional appropriations.
The acting head of TSA made the case before Congress, arguing workers and travelers deserve reliability.
Until recently, TSA employees had missed nearly $1 billion in paychecks this fiscal year. In contrast, SPP screeners have not yet missed a paycheck.
SPP screeners are private contractors, now used at nearly 24 airports since 2004. San Francisco's International Airport and Greater Rochester International Airport are examples. The president's budget request asked lawmakers to expand the program, mandating roughly 250 small airports enroll. The transition, according to the White House, would save taxpayers more than $50 million. That's a 0.4% reduction in TSA's overall more than $11 billion budget. Some lawmakers appear open to the idea.
I would love to sit down.
Illinois Congresswoman Nikki Bedinsky cautions the push would raise consumer costs at the expense of taxpayers.
I think privatization is a scam.
The American Federation of Government Employees, the union representing most TSA workers, argues privatization would undermine security, pointing to failures before 9/11. AFGE says that's when workers were paid as low as $6 an hour and employee turnover exceeded over 100% a year at most large airports. By law, SPP screeners must comply with all TSA security screening procedures and are under TSA oversight. Raquel Martin, News Nation, Washington.
American Airlines is shutting down the idea of uniting with a key competitor. The airline said it's not interested in merging with United Airlines, claiming it would, quote, be negative for competition and consumers. Company leaders also said it would be, quote, inconsistent with administration policy and antitrust law. The Wall Street Journal had reported United CEO Scott Kirby had proposed the idea to President Donald Trump. Kirby reportedly believes U.S. airlines need to get bigger in order to compete for international customers against state-backed global carriers.
Major loss in a court for Live Nation and Ticketmaster means that changes could be on the way for concert goers, but that doesn't mean that they will see refunds anytime soon. The lawsuit, initially led by the U.S. government under former President Biden, accused Live Nation and Ticketmaster of operating a monopoly. They claimed the company was blocking venues from using other ticket sellers. While the Trump administration looked to settle the suit, more than 30 states pressed ahead and filed their own claims, and that includes in North Carolina. Now, a federal jury in New York found that Ticketmaster had overcharged customers $1.72 per ticket in 22 states, which a judge could order the company to pay back. Now, that could cost Live Nation hundreds of millions of dollars if a judge orders the company to pay that back, though experts say it'll go back to states participating in the lawsuit. While state attorneys general say this is a positive step to opening the market for more competition, change won't happen overnight. Live Nation and Ticketmaster will likely continue to work as they have over the past few years for the rest of 2026 as the company files for appeals.
It may have a marginal effect on ticket prices in the long run for many reasons, one of which is the one that the CEO of Live Nation alluded to. People are willing to pay a lot of money for these tickets. People want to go and they're willing to pay more. But the question is, where does that money go to? Right now, the problem is it may be going to the monopolists.
Live Nation denies acting as a monopoly and in a statement said in part, quote, the jury's verdict is not the last word on this matter.
This morning, several roads are impassable and dozens of homes are damaged in the Midwest after a string of weekend tornadoes. This happened across several states, including Illinois, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. Thankfully, no one was killed, but the storms damaged lots of homes, leaving people trapped in their basements. One outbreak of suspected tornadoes damaged more than 30 homes. The National Weather Service is looking into that system. Listen, we will take a cooler snap any day over severe weather like that, Ted. Wow,
Yeah.
look at that sunrise.
Yeah, beautiful sunrise on the way over here. Now, that's what a cold front does. We had significant cold air push in to the Carolinas, some of which that we're feeling right now, and continuing to see those clear skies, which will allow the big swing in temperatures from daytime highs and overnight lows. Winter calm temperatures in the low 40s, dew points in the upper 30s. We are looking at a cold and chilly start to your day. 30s for Rock Hill, Lancaster, Monroe. Low 40s for Charlotte, upper 30s, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. We'll ramp up into the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day, upper 60s to near 70 degrees, Hickory into Statesville and Salisbury with mid 50s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm expecting us to look at what will be more in the way of those warm temperatures all through our central plains, eastern Texas into Tampa, getting in the mid 80s with our warm conditions back towards Salt Lake City and Denver. High pressure giving us a little bit of a breeze here out of the west. I'm looking at those mostly sunny skies expected through the peak heating hours of the day. As I put the clock into motion, we really see well depicted some of the partly cloudy skies that rolls through, giving us a nice clear end to the to your Monday for the start of the work week. Tuesday rebounds into the low 70s with high pressure continues to drive that forecast before we warm up enough here heading into your Wednesday back into the 80s. So that cold front won't do much to bring those temperatures down heading into the second half of the work week. Average last freeze for the Carolinas. This light blue shading shows early April is typically where we get the last freeze for uptown. Our mountain counties in that darker blue gets closer to that April 11th to April 21st, where again, heading into your overnight hours, we drop down into what will be the low to mid 30s in our mountain counties. Some areas in the higher elevations could even dip below freezing, so not too far off from where our last freeze typically lands for the mountain counties with a freeze warning in place heading into your Tuesday AM. Frost advisory through the I-40 corridor, 7-day forecast shows those conditions going from the 70s to the 80s. Tuesday into Wednesday, we'll hold on to more in the way of those warm temperatures as we approach the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back as we take a live look out over the
That's right, Ted. Ooh, a gorgeous sunrise underway there. I love these shots this time of day. We'll have a check of those Wall Street futures just around the corner. We'll check in with business correspondent Jane King in about 3 minutes. Welcome back. Oil and gas prices surge after the U.S. seizes an Iranian ship, and the U.S. has more data centers than any other country. Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good morning.
Hi, Annie. Good morning to you. So coming back to work with more uncertainty in the Middle East, and that is sending stocks lower this morning. Dow's down 280 or so. Oil is up about 5%. Now on Friday, stocks rallied on news that the Strait of Hormuz was open, something that's now in question. But we did have pretty big gains on Friday with the Dow at more than 800. Well, globally, the U.S. holds a clear lead when it comes to AI infrastructure, with 5,427 data centers compared to China's 449. Now, by the end of last year, overall AI data center power consumption hit 29.6 gigawatts. So that's enough for all of New York State. Now, in terms of AI performance, though, the U.S. and China are neck and neck. And as AI technologies aim to streamline healthcare administrative tasks, they may be inadvertently increasing costs and transaction volumes. Recent findings by the Peterson Health Technology Institute suggest while AI can expedite and reduce costs associated with prior authorizations, its use is not translating into lower costs overall per claim, since the price of the AI solution is factored in. Annie?
Oh boy, there's always a downside, right? You think, hey, this is fast, this is new, we're only paying X amount for it, but there's always another side to the coin, Jane.
There is, and there was a lot of hope that AI would be able to lower healthcare costs, maybe insurance costs, but at least so far, not really working out exactly as they thought, at least according to this study.
Not yet, Jane, but I'm sure someone will get us there soon.
Could happen.
All right, thank you so much. We'll see you in our 8 o'clock hour. Taking a break, you're watching Queen City News, the most local news in Charlotte.
Looking at a colder start to your morning, a difference of 22 to even 27 and 35 degrees compared to your Sunday morning. How long the chill sticks around coming up.
A lack of rain leading to a lot of pain for cities across North Carolina, and how the drought creates water usage limitations from the Queen City to the state capitol.
New threats from the Trump administration for Iran as another round of negotiations are set to begin. The latest from the Middle East as tensions in the Strait of Hormuz rattle world markets. Good morning, coming up on 6:30 on your Monday. Thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Manny Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian Shador, feeling a little under the weather. We love you, brother. He'll be back tomorrow. We do have meteorologist Ted Payton in here, and if you haven't been outside or you weren't around yesterday, a big change when you do step outside. The little bit of rain that came yesterday was like Mother Nature sneezed. I mean, it was just a little. That's all it was.
Yeah. Didn't wash out the pollen, so that's still going to be flaring up your allergies.
Didn't water my yard.
No.
Did not do that as well. So we are looking at the necessity for rain, but unfortunately getting the cooler temperatures provided by that cold front that has crossed through Saturday into Sunday, giving us a nice clear start here on this Monday morning. We see the Queen City in the distance, sun coming up over the horizon here. It's going to get to work warming us up into what will be the 70s through the afternoon. Right now, a clear start over parts of Lake Norman, where a lot of folks maybe took the boat out on Saturday. Can't even think about doing that right now, as we sit anywhere from 22 to 27 to even 35 degrees colder than your previous morning. That lands us into the upper 30s around the Queen City, low 40s for Charlotte, mid to low 30s from Salisbury into Statesville, 33 degrees Morganton, upper 30s, low 40s up through Boone and Jefferson. So we hold on to some cold and chilly conditions early this morning. We'll warm up into what will be the upper 50s 10 a.m., upper 60s through lunchtime. Highs land in the low 70s with a mix of sun and clouds, a little bit on the breezy side this afternoon. Winds coming out of the west-northwest, anywhere between 3 to 8 miles per hour. Overall, our lows will settle into the low 40s and even upper 30s. Yet again, mountain counties even colder, holding on to a freeze warning ushered into your early Tuesday morning. I'm expecting us to warm up throughout the week, going from the low 70s to what will be the 80s and into the upper 80s come Thursday and Friday as we approach the weekend. Average highs this time of year typically land in the mid 70s. Pollen forecast will be high for the remainder of the work week. Medium pollen count by Thursday. Oak, birch, juniper, that's where you want to watch out for those impacts here with that wet weather. Rain chances will be ramping up as we approach the weekend, Saturday into Sunday. Otherwise, mostly dry for that, for the work week. I'll break down more of your overall setup here with another check of your forecast coming up in the next 5 minutes. Jason.
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Rush hour won't start for about another half hour. So right now, what we're looking at is normal for this time of day. This is I-77 and 85 interchange just north of Uptown, courtesy of NCDOT cameras. You can see 85 traffic trying to merge on to the already 60-mile-an-hour 77 traffic. It's looking good. I mean, this is typical. So we actually like what we see here, so we'll keep an eye on that throughout the morning. There's only one issue. If you're right near the South Carolina state line, Westinghouse and 77, that's what you're looking at. Interstate's on top, Westinghouse down below. I don't know if you can tell, but on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see blinking yellow lights. That traffic light is out. That's a major intersection, by the way, right there near Carowinds, people hopping on the interstate. So just, you know how to do, use a traffic light intersection when the lights are out, like a four-way stop. Just treat it that way. As I say, people not doing that. They're just going right through it. Just be aware. Traffic's looking good all around the Crown this morning. No worries. From 85 out west where we are, west of Charlotte, near the Gaston County line, up near Concord Mills, all 10 lanes there, looking really good this morning. Down near Carowinds, like I mentioned, a little further up 77. All 8 lanes there looking good. Up near Clanton Road, the sunrise coming up over traffic north and south, just north of Charlotte, eastbound of the city. Independence Boulevard looking good. Quickly, here's your drive times. All the stretches looking pretty good. About half an hour on 85 North coming out of Gastonia. That is typical for this time of day. And from the other side, you're looking great. Even coming up from Union County in Monroe. We'll give you another update at the top of the 7 o'clock hour.
Breaking overnight, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 this morning on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama Road and Monroe Road. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll look into this and keep you updated both here on air and online at QCnews.com. 8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off a roof to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase. He was then shot and killed by police. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We've learned Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated, with a court appearance set for today. It's unclear, though, if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are investigating the shooting.
President Donald Trump says U.S. negotiators will go to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran. A fragile ceasefire is set to expire this Wednesday. News Nation Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat explains the latest.
Iranian state media says negotiators will not be participating in those talks in Pakistan, but Trump administration officials say they are optimistic there will be a deal between the United States and Iran soon. In Islamabad, Pakistan, authorities prepare for another round of talks between the United States and Iran, but both countries are still escalating in the Strait of Hormuz.
Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
U.S. Central Command released video of service members warning, then seizing an Iranian-flagged ship. Trump administration officials say it was trying to avoid the U.S. blockade. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil travels through the strait. Iran blocked most traffic when the war began in February, sending oil prices climbing. But on Friday,
Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business.
Over the weekend, President Donald Trump said Iran threatened ships and closed the strait again. He says the U.S. is offering Iran a fair and reasonable deal. If they don't take it, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy, he says. Though Energy Secretary Chris Wright says he's optimistic of a deal soon.
It's not too far away.
In the next couple of weeks.
The starting of the blockade of Iranian oil puts additional pressure on them.
The president says the U.S. blockade of Iran will continue, trying to cut off some of the revenue to the Iranian regime. Meantime, the U.S. and Iran are in the middle of a ceasefire that's due to expire on Wednesday. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat. Back to you.
The U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright says that gas prices may not drop below $3 until next year. He says prices will return to pre-Iran war figures either later this year or potentially next year. But he did say the prices have most likely peaked. There's some good news. Gas prices have spiked since the U.S. and Israel launched a war on Iran. Regular unleaded gas was on average $2.90 a gallon all across the country back on February 1st. Remember that? Yeah, that's according to Gas Buddy. Taking a look now at current U.S. gas prices. AAA reports the national average for a gallon of regular is $4.05 here in North Carolina, down a little bit, $3.78 a gallon. Even better if you're in South Carolina. The average there for a gallon of regular gas, right around $3.69.
Today, business owners who paid tariffs on certain goods can start claiming refunds. An online portal opens at 8 this morning. The Supreme Court ruled President Trump imposed tariffs without the constitutional authority to do so. If Customs and Border Protection approve the claim, it will take 60 to 90 days for a refund to be issued. The government expects to process refunds in phases. Ukrainian police say they killed a gunman after he opened fire on civilians in Kyiv, killing 6 people before holding others hostage. Authorities say the gunman barricaded himself in a supermarket and police shot him after he resisted arrest. Ukraine's prosecutor general says the shooter was a 58-year-old native of Moscow. The shooting is being investigated as an act of terrorism. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's looking to European allies for additional defense resources as the war between Ukraine and Russia continues.
We are also working with Sweden to find solutions to strengthen our air defense. The top priority is protection against missiles and ballistic threats.
The request for more resources comes as concerns grow within Ukraine that the recent U.S.-Israel war with Iran is reducing the collection of American-made Patriot air defense systems, which can block Russia's missiles. Due to the drought across our state, Raleigh and other towns in the Triangle will launch the first phase of water restrictions starting today. We've already seen restrictions here in the Charlotte area. Sunila Kabir has the latest from the state capitol.
Pretty low right now.
We need a lot of rain to bring the water levels back up, obviously.
The water restrictions come as North Carolina is experiencing a months-long drought and now record heat in April. Daryl Hamilton says it's going to be hard because his kids love playing in sprinklers.
They actually have a field day coming up this Wednesday at school, and a lot of times with field day, most of the things that they do are all water events. So that's going to be a little bit difficult probably for the school as well as the kids to try to navigate and figure out.
Ed Buchan with City of Raleigh Water is reminding us because we haven't seen a drought at this level in almost 2 decades, and many of us weren't here during the last drought.
There are rescission triggers, which means that's when you come out of water restrictions, and they change month to month. Our drought trigger system is based on a seasonal system, and so right now, like for April, it would need to be completely full.
He says these restrictions are about educating the community about these current conditions. Restrictions include only allowing sprinklers between midnight and 10 a.m. Odd-numbered addresses may water on Tuesdays and even numbers on Wednesdays.
The first issue will be a warning and just educational information, and then if there's repeated noncompliance issues, then we will issue civil penalties.
The city says this restriction is just for precaution to ensure there's still plenty of water for the remainder of the year. Buchan says they will have updates later this week on how long this restriction needs to stay in place.
As Shanila Kabir reporting, Charlotte water officials are implementing voluntary water restrictions in response to current drought conditions. They're asking people to limit outdoor watering to no more than 2 days per week.
It is 6:41, still to come. The Hornets' hopes of getting to the playoffs for the first time in over a decade were dashed on Friday night, but there is a lot to look forward to for Buzz City. Our morning sports takes a look at the positive takeaways and what comes next for the young team. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday. We thank you for that. We'll be back right after this. It was a gut-wrenching loss for the Hornets Friday night in Orlando, but the tough ending to the season doesn't mean the entire season was a loss.
That's right. Carolina Sports Live's Mike Lissette is looking at the good, the bad, and the very ugly.
The Hornets' weekend plans changed pretty quickly. Instead of packing their bags for Detroit, they're packing up their stuff at the Spectrum Center. But while summer vacation came early, they should feel darn proud of all they accomplished this year. It ended very similar to how it started. But to say this past Hornet season was a disappointment would be anything from the truth.
Progress was made. The standards and the commitment level to trying to compete and trying to be together rose significantly.
The Charlotte Hornets of 2026 finished light years ahead of where they were the year before. However, initially, things did not look promising. Stumbling out of the gates to just 4 wins in their first 18 games, it seemed like another high draft pick was in the cards.
A tough pill to swallow.
Con Knippel, however, had other plans.
At the end of the game, we got to be better. Starts with us starters, finishing that game strong.
Surpassing everyone's expectations, the 4th overall pick from the 2025 draft quickly established himself not only as a top candidate for Rookie of the Year, but also as one of the game's best shooters. He was a featured player at All-Star Weekend, taking part in 3 different events. By that time back home, others had picked up their games as well. Brandon Miller and LaMelo Ball always had the talent, but now for the first time since they became teammates, they each had their health as well.
Money for the Hornets!
Before long, Charlotte had become a force. Reeling off 9 straight wins, the Hornets were back in the postseason picture.
Oh, the ball movement's joyous!
Now the league, as well as the Pistons, were on notice. They could no longer push them around.
As bad as it is, it's great to know that my team have my back.
By April, Charlotte had wrapped up the regular season with 44 wins, most in team history in 10 years. But they were not finished. Against Miami in the first play-in game, the Hornets rose to the occasion.
White turnaround! Oh, yeah!
As Miles Bridges rose up for one of the biggest plays in franchise history. And then it really was over. Perhaps the moment was too much for them as they fell in the final play-in game to the Magic, 121-90. Disappointing?
That's when you can learn a lot.
So now the team is hungrier than ever to get back on track and complete the unfinished business.
I'm really, really proud of the growth and the progress that we made individually.
Next season can't get here soon enough. Certainly can. We will be hearing from Jeff Peterson later today on the state of the team. You can catch highlights from his press conference tonight on Carolina Sports Live.
Charlotte FC is coming off their first road win of the 2026 season. They beat New York City FC 2-1, getting revenge on the same team that knocked them out of the playoffs last year. Idan Toklamati scored the first goal in the 54th minute, and then Kerwin Vargas found the back of the net in the 90th. After the game, Pep Biel said that he was proud of the way his team kept fighting.
We knew when we came here that will be a difficult game. It was a difficult game. For us, it's a very important win because we know that away games sometimes is more difficult for us, but we show that we are there. We start a bit slow, but then we keep our momentum and yeah, good win.
Now the Crown now in the 3rd spot in the Eastern Conference with a total of 14 points. Charlotte FC staying on the road. Wednesday, the team will head to the Sunshine State to take on Orlando. 3 days later, they are right back to it against Nashville on the road. And from the pitch over to the ice now, the Carolina Hurricanes began their chase for the Stanley Cup Saturday, shutting out the Senators in a 2-0 victory. That was game 1. The Canes will be back on the ice tonight. Puck drop is 7:30. They're trying to take a commanding 2-0 lead in the series. Game 3 is this Thursday at 7:30.
It is almost 6:49 on this Monday morning. Refreshing, Ted. I mean, yeah, it's cooler outside, but it just is refreshing compared to where we were last week.
Yeah, this is a refreshing start. Even compared to where we were this time yesterday, you feel the drastic difference. Winds are calm, sunshine dominating, traffic moving at a speed limit pace right now over Independence Boulevard near Sharon Amity Road. Those 30s taking hold from Salisbury into Statesville. Low 40s for Charlotte. I'm expecting us to hold on upper 30s, low 40s through our mountain counties as highs aim for what will be the low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Upper 60s 60s on tap through the I-40 corridor, mid-50s Boone and Jefferson. Zooming out, that warmth stretches out further west, but still below what we saw last week, with 90s returning towards Las Vegas and Phoenix, low 70s Los Angeles, 80 degrees Denver, Colorado. We're in the 70s here for the Carolinas. High pressure still driving that forecast, giving us a nice clear start to the work week. Mostly sunny skies dominating from today into what will be your midweek. Partly cloudy skies roll through. That pushes further south. We'll peak in the low 70s before another cold evening settles in overnight. We'll have a gradual warming trend Tuesday into your Wednesday, calling for those 70s turning into the 80s. Cold front won't do much to cool us down, but we will feel the blast of cold again tonight, as our last freeze typically is April 1st for Charlotte and surrounding areas. Our mountain counties usually in the mid to late April month, so we're looking at your overnight lows not too far off from what our last freeze typically looks like. Low 30s to mid 30s, Boone and Jefferson. Low 40s, Charlotte, with the freeze warning in place for our mountain counties through 9 a.m. on Tuesday. Frost advisory for Iredell County, north towards the I-40 corridor, heading into Tuesday morning. So bring in any potted plants, protect sensitive vegetation. We'll have 70s turn into 80s for your Wednesday into the second half of the work week. Even further, rain chances roll back in heading into Saturday and Sunday. Annie?
Our award-winning hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Wednesday morning in our 9 a.m. hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. And don't forget, if you missed any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte. Welcome back. Apparently, podcast listeners are feeling left out. The Wall Street Journal reports audio-only shows are becoming the exception rather than the norm as the podcasting industry embraces video, and hosts sometimes fail to explain visual references, keeping listeners out of the loop. YouTube is now the nation's largest podcasting platform. Spotify and Apple Podcasts have enabled videos in their feeds. Some say video is boosting podcasts' appeal, making shows easier to discover on social media. Is video killing the podcast industry?
I don't think so. I mean, it's just, it's how everything changes. You know, the CD goes, the tape, cassette tape goes away, the CD, the music keeps going. It just changes how we listen to it. And so, I mean, you're right. If you're a responsible podcast host and you are shooting video, then you do have to remember that there's a portion of your audience that's not watching. And so if you're going, oh my God, look at this, that's not going to help anyone driving or listening or whatever. So.
I think it kind of depends on what kind of podcast you're listening to. If you're just kind of talking maybe, cold cases, there's not really much video that can be lent to that sometimes. But I think when you have stars, like the Kelseys, right? Like that's part of the appeal is to see their faces and just like their reactions. Yeah, you see their faces, their reactions. A lot of them are made for the audio version of it, but when there is video, if you have an interview or whatnot, like to your point, sometimes describe it for the listeners, having the awareness of some of you might be watching, some of you just might be listening. When the person says, look at this, tell them what it is that you're looking at. I think it's as simple as that, right? You just have to, if you're hosting, you have to remember your whole audience, not just people watching, because people love to listen to podcasts in their car. Yeah, I think a lot of people like to see how the sausage is made. They just like to be in the room and watch people talking, right? Yep. All right, listen, you're welcome to watch us anytime you want. We're on until 10 o'clock every day. Gorgeous sunrise on tap. We will be back right after this. We talk a lot about the process for first-time homebuyers, but not so much about first-time sellers. According to a survey by American Home Shield, 41% of homeowners believe selling a home is more difficult than buying. 56% called selling an overwhelming experience. 1 in 6 say they didn't understand the selling process before they sold their homes, and 1 in 3 wished they had understood hidden costs around selling and closing. Nearly 70% of respondents said they had to make improvements to sell their home, averaging about $5,500. It is almost 7 o'clock on this Monday morning. Sun shining over the Queen City. Don't go anywhere as we kick off our new hour.
Cold temperatures kicking off this Monday. Another blast of cold air heading into your Tuesday morning, matching what our typical late season freeze looks like. I'll detail when we warm back up coming up.
A possible home invasion turns deadly. What neighbors say about the alleged relationship between the two people involved.
Voluntary water restrictions are in place amidst the ongoing drought in the Carolinas. The impacts boaters are starting to see on Lake Wylie.
Queen City News starts now.
It is 7 o'clock on this Monday. Welcome into Queen City News, everyone. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Annie Satowski. Julian Sador feeling a little under the weather, so we kicked him off the desk, out of the nest.
Go get better.
Get out.
Yeah, I'm meteorologist Seth Bain with your Pinpoint weather forecast. Hey, that drastic change in temperatures might have taken your immune system for a shock, going from the 90s to what was the 70s on Sunday. We'll have more of the cool air today.
Okay, and yesterday morning, looking outside, the wind whipping around, it was cold. I didn't really know what to make of it.
Yeah, it's certainly a breezy transition from those 90s into the 70s. This morning, not as windy. We will have a bit of a gusty afternoon, but looking around the crowd, plenty of sunshine now. Relatively calm conditions, and those cooler temperatures have settled in, kicking off a chilly start to this Monday morning. So as we head into the work week, we'll gradually warm back up compared to where we were yesterday. We are cooler to start. We hit 72 degrees yesterday, starting off in the upper 40s. Your overnight lows typically start off near 50 degrees. We're well below that here heading out the door this morning. Southeast winds anywhere from 3 to 8 miles per hour. Those winds will pick up as we get into the afternoon. Your Lake Norman area is nice and quiet after some folks took the boat out for the start of the weekend. So we're looking at a colder start from 22 to 25 degrees compared to where we were this time yesterday. A 33-degree difference for Wadesboro. That lands us in the low 40s, Charlotte, upper 30s to low 40s, I-40 corridor. Low 30s, Morganton, colder than our mountain counties this morning. But sunshine helps to dominate and get us back into the low 60s towards your late morning hours. Mid-60s lunchtime, 70s take hold second half of the day. I'm looking at a high in the low 70s with west-northwest winds becoming breezy at times. Mix of sun and clouds today before we cool back down. Another cold evening, low 40s, upper 30s, even colder for our mountain counties. We'll detail more of our overall setup and our lack of rain chances coming up with another check of your forecast in just about 10 minutes. Annie?
All right, Ted, thank you. Breaking overnight, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll keep you updated with what we learn here on air and online at QCNews.com. Suspects in last year's mass shooting at a pool party are due in Catawba County Court today.
That incident happened this past June, and it left one man dead and at least 11 other people injured.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at the Catawba County Courthouse with the very latest on this case. Savannah?
Yeah, good morning, Annie and Jason. Know that according to court documents, 7 suspects indicted in connection with last summer's mass shooting at a Catawba County pool party are due to face a judge later this morning. Each of the accused shooters is facing 63 counts of attempted first-degree murder, in line with the 63 people that officials say were in the line of fire. Now, those 6 suspects include Garen Killian, Keandre Mack, Toland Huff Jr., Zachary Bates, Isaiah Mitchell, and Charles Kincaid. The other suspect, Zoe Broswell, is charged with accessory after the fact for her alleged part in helping the accused get away from the scene. Officials say in the early hours of June 1st, a group began shooting into a crowded backyard party, with some guests either running for cover or returning fire, and they say evidence suggests at least 80 rounds were fired in the melee. Investigators believe the group coordinated the attack ahead of time through social media and Snapchat messages. The investigation has combined the efforts of more than 150 local, state, and federal law enforcement officers. Officials say cell phone data is a crucial part of this case.
What happened was not only unthinkable, it was deliberate, it was coordinated, and it was intended to cause mass harm.
Court documents show that the case is supposed to be in court just before 10 o'clock here this morning. We'll bring you the latest later today on Queen City News. Reporting live in Catawba County, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you. Neighbors in Statesville are reacting to a deadly shooting. Saying both the shooter and the victim used to be friends.
And this happened Saturday morning in what police are calling a possible home invasion. Queen City News reporter David Schumann explains.
And I heard pow, 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 pow. So I run to the door and make sure my son okay, because he literally just stepped out the door.
Danielle Turner says there was some kind of ruckus before the gunfire next door to her home in Statesville Saturday.
I ain't never seen nobody die before, and I watched him take his last breath.
Police say Trevor Roman was the man shot and killed during what was a report of a possible home invasion.
Dude kept kicking on the door, kept kicking in the door, kicking the door.
Vaughn Connor, who also lives next door, says the girlfriend of the shooter got the whole incident on video, which they later showed him. Connor says his neighbor and Roman used to be best friends, but had a falling out. Connor says the video shows Roman pulled a gun first, then the girlfriend who was recording tried to get by Roman into the house.
So as soon as she walked past him right there, he goes and punched her in the back of the head. And that's when Isaiah flipped out. You know what I'm saying? He just started shooting him.
The man didn't want to say anything about what happened, but the neighbors tell me he's met with his pastor to pray on the situation, and he also apologized to their kids who heard the gunshots.
I would have reacted the same way he reacted. I mean, he had no choice because, like, dude really could have killed him and his girl, and he had to do what he had to do to save his life.
In a situation like the one the neighbors described, Queen City News chief legal analyst says North Carolina's self-defense laws would appear to come into play.
If you believe that you're in imminent fear of bodily harm, you can stand there and you can defend yourself, and if it's deadly force that's being used, you can use deadly force.
My condolences goes out to his family. I hate that that had to happen, but, you know, you can't just be kicking people's doors in.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A 24-year-old is dead after a weekend shooting in Northwest Charlotte. It happened Saturday night on Dundee Street. Police say Zaquez Blakely and another person had shot at each other. Blakely was shot and later died at a hospital. It's unclear if the other person involved has been arrested or charged. Police say gunfire hit another home, but there were no other injuries. The CMPD homicide unit is now investigating.
8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage happened Sunday in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say that Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say that he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off a roof to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase that ended with officers firing on and killing him. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend.
Over 30% of our crimes and 30% of our murders in the city of Shreveport are domestic in relation. Now that number has gone up. We've more than doubled our homicides in the city of Shreveport because of one act of domestic violence. We as a community, black, white, Republican, Democrat, need to stand together and fight for what is right. This is nothing but pure evil.
And we have learned that Elkins and his wife were in the process of being separated with a court appearance set for today. It's still unclear if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are now investigating the shooting.
President Trump says U.S. negotiators will head to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran. The goal is to extend a ceasefire set to expire Wednesday. The White House says Vice President J.D. Vance will lead the U.S. delegation. Iran hasn't confirmed whether it will attend, though. President Trump says a very fair and reasonable deal is being offered. He warned if Iran does not accept, the U.S. will knock out every power plant and bridge in the country. Meanwhile, President Trump says the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first interception since a naval blockade began last week.
Well, because of current drought conditions, Charlotte officials are implementing voluntary water restrictions. Starting today, they're asking people who use the Catawba River to limit watering and irrigation to Tuesdays and Saturdays and to only do it at night. This, Ted, is how serious things have gotten in both the Carolinas. Any rain on the 7-day outlook?
Yeah, no rain to speak of at the very least until this weekend. Our deficit sits at 5 to 10 inches, even 25 plus inches. Monroe and Wadesboro, 20 to 25 inches below what we've had we would expect to have for the past year here up through the I-40 corridor. That plays into our drought level 3 and 4 out of 5. Severe drought in the orange, extreme drought in the red, and that again limits our ability to find any of that moisture, which increases the fire danger around the Carolinas. Radar is clear this morning, not showing any activity on your map, with the breezy conditions playing into the increased fire danger yet again with a little bit of that yellowish hint. So just keep in mind, dry, windy, and hot conditions still playing into the increased fire danger for the Carolinas. We'll have that water vapor satellite imagery showing the lack of moisture in the atmosphere, not seeing too much in the way of cloud cover, at least for that matter. So mostly clear, mostly sunny as high pressure stays in control, and again, keeps us dry all the way into the weekend. Your next chance of rain doesn't really come into play until Saturday and Sunday, where those 80s take hold for the weekend. Overnight lows settled into the 60s. So dry conditions continue. We'll get an update on Thursday into how the drought has matured from last week into this week. The lack of rain chances continues at the very least until Friday. Jason.
All right, thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Let's step outside. Rush hour officially kicked off about 10 minutes ago, and it's not awful. How about that, right? Let's just do like an A- so far. We've certainly seen worse. This is a live look from NCDOT cameras at the I-77-85 interchange. Traffic in all directions moving well. That's 77 there on top, going over 85. Merging, doing a good job there. Overall, let's take a look at the map. I mean, when's the last time it was in our 7 o'clock hour and not an icon on the board? Now, I probably jinxed it right there, but just keep being respectful to your neighbor out there on the roads. Here's a live look outside our studios in West Charlotte. That is 85 northbound traffic on the left-hand side, those 4 lanes coming up across the river into Mecklenburg County, up near Cabarrus County. This is Concord Mills and I-85. Traffic on the right-hand side headed south into the Charlotte, Charlotte area. This is right at the state line near Carowin, 77 northbound. A little slow on the right-hand side as folks are merging there. This is north of Clanton Road on 77 north and south. All traffic in both directions looking really good. On the east side, now that the sun is up, it is lighting up inbound Independence. Sheridan Amity Road going across there, looking good. Quickly, here's drive times. Gastonia to 485, 30 minutes. That's typical coming down from Lake Norman, up from Rock Hill. You guys are looking good. Same can be said from Albemarle, coming up from Monroe, down from Concord. You guys are all in great shape. If you're headed to the airport, go on, get. It's a good time to go to the airport right now. Those stretches are all looking good. Just be respectful. Don't be distracted by your phone. We will give you another update at 7:30. Annie?
A popular tourist spot will reopen today, more than 500 days after Hurricane Helene hit North Carolina. The town of Lake Lure is set to hold a soft reopening. The lake has been closed since September 2024, so crews could clean up debris left behind from the storm. Lake levels are currently approaching full pond, and this initial reopening phase will allow the town to safely reintroduce public access while also continuing to do other work.
More people are pulling from their retirement funds in order to pay for everyday life. Why experts say it's not a good idea to take money from your future self. You're watching Queen City News. Man, the future is looking bright for this Monday, 43 degrees. We'll be right back. Americans are seeing record credit card debt and medical debt. More are also tapping into their retirement savings just to get by.
Kristen Joyce is looking at the long-term costs of these problems.
When it comes to retirement savings, most people hope to watch their accounts grow over time. But for a growing number of Americans, that money can't wait. New data from Vanguard Group showing a record number of workers pulling money from their 401ks to cover immediate financial hardships, marking the 6th straight year that number has climbed. Experts say it reflects the reality many families are facing right now.
There's always going to be instability. There's always going to be uncertainty. And I think it's absolutely critical when somebody's building their overall financial wealth plan that they have balance, that they address their needs, both short-term and long-term, to just absorb whatever the world throws at them.
Financial management advisor Jason Oceans of Westpac in Las Vegas says most people aren't dipping into retirement savings lightly. The most common reasons include avoiding eviction or foreclosure, covering major medical bills. Still, even relatively small withdrawals averaging about $1,900 can have a big impact over time, especially when that money no longer has years to grow in the market. And for money, the need to withdraw points to a bigger issue.
I think there's this financial literacy gap. They're not learning this in school. Very few people are learning this at home.
Financial experts say younger workers and lower income households are especially vulnerable, often juggling rising costs, debt, and limited savings. While recent legislation has made it easier to access retirement funds in emergencies, that flexibility can come with trade-offs. Early withdrawals may trigger taxes, penalties, and ultimately shrink what's available later in life.
They're basically mortgaging their future for their current situation, and then they're taking withdrawals, which then puts them in that much more of an unfavorable position.
That was Kristen Joyce reporting. Experts say if you are considering tapping into your 401k, it's very important to understand the taxes and penalties and to explore other options first, if possible.
Cuba's capital is getting darker under an energy crisis, impacting its once bustling nightlife. The oil embargo imposed on Cuba under President Trump in January is causing almost all activities at night to disappear. Bartenders, waiters, cooks, and musicians are struggling massively because there's not enough gas for tourists and locals to go out. Only a handful of tourists are there, mainly due to state-organized trips. Some natives say this situation is worse than the special period crisis Cuba experienced back in the 1990s when the fall of the Soviet Union took away Cuba's main communist ally.
All right, 7:18. Let's get over to meteorologist Ted Payton. And Ted, we are starting off beautifully today. A little bit chillier out there, so hopefully no one put away their light jackets after that 90-degree day over the weekend.
Yeah, that you might be digging it out this morning before heading out and about. I know it looks sunny, it looks clear, but we are still chilly and cold for some folks sitting in the 30s this morning. Low 40s for the Queen City southeast winds. 3 miles per hour will become breezy as we head into the afternoon. Upper 30s, Boone and Jefferson, low 40s to mid to upper 30s through the I-40 corridor. Morganton, Lincolnton at 33 degrees to start. We're in the mid 30s, Albemarle, Wadesboro, low 40s for Charlotte. So cold and chilly heading out the door this morning. You'll want to bundle up before we warm up, getting into the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day. One of those days where layers is the name of the game. Upper 60s near 70 degrees through the I-40 corridor. Mid 50s, Boone and Jefferson. That warmth extends further west. We have a cool start over the Midwest with upper 40s near 50 degrees Detroit into Pittsburgh. High pressure builds. That's going to play into those clear skies. That settles in for the start of the work week. Not seeing any major impacts when it comes to cloud cover or any wet weather impacting West Virginia. We stay dry with high pressure, giving us a little bit of a breeze even heading into your Tuesday and Wednesday. So we'll have another cold evening, rebounding into the low 70s Tuesday afternoon. High pressure continues to influence their forecast. We'll warm up gradually as we approach Wednesday. I'm looking at limited rain chances to our north towards Virginia, but not seeing any of that really impact the Queen City despite a cold front approaching. Won't really bring down those temperatures either. I'm looking at those cold conditions tonight heading into your Tuesday morning, where our last freeze averages around April 21st for the mountain counties, usually early April for Charlotte. I'm thinking we see the potential for that one last freeze here in our higher elevations. Overnight lows in the low 30s, mid 30s, Boone and Jefferson. Jefferson, low 40s for Charlotte, upper 30s Gastonia. Our freeze warning stays in effect overnight into your Tuesday. That's going to be in that purple shading, Ash, Avery, Watauga County, I-40 corridor, holding on to the frost advisory that lingers into your Tuesday morning as well. Our highs go from the 70s to the 80s midweek into the upper 80s near 90 degrees on Friday. Cooler temperatures settle in, but still well above normal with rain chances arriving Saturday into Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
It is 7:24. Man, we have a beautiful sunrise in Charlotte. Look at this one over the Big Apple this morning. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. We will take that any time of the day. All right, let's take a look at futures. We're still a couple of hours from markets opening. They're all in the red. They don't look as good as that shot. The Dow, S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. Markets ended on a major high note on Friday. Look at this, all opposite, all in the green. The Dow is up almost 900 points. NASDAQ almost 400, S&P up about 85. So, yeah, we'll have to see how we kick off a new trading week. We'll catch up with Jane King, our business correspondent, a little bit later on. She's live at the New York Stock Exchange. We'll join her around 8:25. With farmers facing some difficult times, one dairy farm in Minnesota is getting creative, shall we say, to bring in a little extra money.
That's right. It's with cow cuddling sessions. It's exactly what it sounds like. People can come hang out with, pet, and play with the calves who are about 3 to 6 months old. Some people even take naps with them.
What?
Yes. The third generation farmers say as suburban communities started inching closer and closer to their farm, they wanted to invite people to come out and learn more about what they do.
Thought this would be a great way to be able to open up our doors so people can meet us, they can meet the cows, they can ask whatever questions they want about what's going on.
All people have to do is book a spot online. Sessions start at $25 for a 30-minute session of one-on-one time with the calf. And if you want to do a group outing, that costs a little bit more, but I love it.
Okay, listen. My dad grew up raising cattle and pigs and other farm animals. They are so cute to look at, and cuddling a baby calf sounds so sweet and precious. But I'm just trying to get to the realistic part of, man, laying down in that hay is already making me itchy, and the smell of where you would lay with a cow. I'm just like, I don't know that I could relax, but I love the idea. And if that brings you joy and comfort for $25, go for it.
There you go. I've heard it's very calming, but also just for people to learn about where things come from, right? Whether you're growing corn or you have crops or you are raising livestock, learn about where our food comes from.
The balance is good, like you mentioned. Probably hard for the adult to relax, but kids just get it right.
See, they don't care.
Right?
You're exactly
Big old
right.
hugs for the calf.
Something to do for the kids, and it's probably good for the calf too. Get some nice TLC, some tender for the kids.
It's a win-win. Listen, we could not do any of what we do without our farmers, so we're grateful. Not only for the Midwest, but all of our farmers in the Carolinas. So there you have it. All right, coming up on 7:30, we're going to take a break. Beautiful start to this Monday morning. We'll be back.
A ruling from a judge following a now viral courthouse brawl. Why the outcome may not be exactly what one family was expecting.
North Carolina lawmakers return to Raleigh this week. What they could be prioritizing if they do hold a full session.
And drivers are seeing lower wait times at DMVs across North Carolina. The changes that are leading to faster service. Coming up on 7:30, happy Monday, and thank you so much for joining us this morning. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Nice to have you with us. Julian is off the rest of this morning. Ted is here. If you haven't stepped outside, maybe you were inside all day yesterday for whatever reason. First of all, good for you. Second of all, it's beautiful, and you're going to notice a drastic difference from the upper 80s that we had on Saturday, Ted.
Yeah, you'll feel the difference once you head out the door. We are looking at a cooler and chillier start. Afternoons will feel pleasant, getting into the low 70s, just having to get through the chilly and cold mornings as we have plenty of sunshine right now over our Arlington camera, bearing down on the Queen City. Low 40s, heading out the door, you'll want to bundle up because it is a little on the cold side. When I say bundle up, just a light jacket should be enough, as we want to dress up in those layers because we warm up heading into the afternoon. Southeast winds 3 miles per hour, with Lake Norman starting to get brighter here this morning. We're looking at 22 to 27 degrees colder than where we were this time yesterday. 32 degrees colder Albemarle and Wadesboro, not too far off for our mountain counties. Upper 30s, low 40s, Jefferson into Boone. We're in the low 30s for Morganton, mid to upper 30s for the rest of that I-40 corridor. 34 degrees Lincolnton, low 40s still taking hold for the Queen City. Now we'll warm up with 60s on tap for your late morning hours. I'm expecting highs to land in the low 70s heading into your afternoon and the peak heating hours of the day. Mix of sun and clouds with winds becoming breezy at times. Wind gusts as fast as 20 miles per hour heading into your afternoon. Overnight lows settle into the low 40s, rebounding into what will be even the upper 30s early morning hours as we approach your Tuesday. Warming up throughout the work week with low 80s to mid to upper 80s settled in for the second half of the week, as our average highs typically sit in the mid 70s this time of year. Pollen forecast will continue to combat that high pollen count all the way through midweek. Thursday giving us a little bit of relief. It's the oak, birch, and juniper tree pollen that's the culprit behind those flaring allergies. Rain chances return Saturday and Sunday. Will be dry between now and then. Getting an update on our drought conditions on Thursday. I'll break down more of our overall setup for the work week here coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, Ted, appreciate that. Let's step back outside and get a look at our 7:30 half-hour update for Pinpoint traffic. Sun is shining all across our viewing area. Here's a live look from NCDOT cameras down on the I-77-85 interchange. That is 85 traffic trying to merge around the bend onto 77, but it's all looking good right now, at least in that stretch just north of the city. Overall, things are looking good. We are grateful for that. I mean, this is so rare. I can't believe it on a Monday morning. We will take it. Here's a couple different shots around the crown outside our studios in West Charlotte. That's 85 north and south traffic. All 8 lanes in both directions, looking good. So far this morning, this is up near Concord Mills Mall, 85 southbound, coming out of Cabarrus County into Mecklenburg County. That stretch also looking good. Near Carowinds, we're a little slow as you're working your way up across the state line. There's an accident further up 77 near Nations Ford Road, so it's got you slowed down maybe 10, 15 minutes at the most. Coming down from Cornelius, this stretch is now moving again. The toll lanes were zipping along, and now we're seeing all, I guess that would be 8 lanes, looking good coming down. Independence Boulevard also looking good this morning. Quickly, as you look from the west side, that's the slowest stretch between Gaston County and coming down from Iredell County. Other than that, if you're coming down from Concord, Albemarle, Monroe, you guys working your way in, you're looking good. Don't be distracted this morning. We'll give you another update coming up at the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Breaking news this morning, medic says one person is seriously hurt after an industrial accident right near the airport. Medical officials responded to a call just before 6 this morning at the 4200 block of Yorkmont Road in West Charlotte. That address, that's the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of the call still unclear right now. As soon as we get more information, we'll bring that to you on air and online at qcnews.com.
Breaking overnight, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 this morning on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll keep you updated here throughout the morning and on our website, qcnews.com.
8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage happened Sunday in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say that Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say that he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off of a roof to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint, leading officers on a chase that ended with officers firing and killing him. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We've since learned that Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated with a court appearance set for today. It's still unclear if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are now investigating the shooting.
This is video of a Mecklenburg County courthouse brawl that got viral attention. We first showed it to you back in February. The father of a teen killed in a shooting attacked the man accused of pulling the trigger. Well, now prosecutors are dropping charges against the suspect, saying he was just defending himself in the 2025 shooting after cutting ties with the gang. Queen City News reporter Andy Weber has the latest shakeup in the case.
This clip went viral after this man, Shaheem Snipe, attacked Marion McKnight, who up until yesterday was facing murder charges in the death of Snipe's son, Jamarie Dixon.
Still to this day, I cry every morning. Ain't a day don't go past I don't think about my son.
But after a detailed review of surveillance footage as well as witness statements, prosecutors say they are dropping their charges against that murder suspect, Marion McKnight, saying they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't acting in self-defense. In documents filed Thursday, prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office says while walking home from a rec center basketball game on May 23rd of last year, McKnight was followed home by 4 known gang members, which included Jamarie Dixon. The filing says McKnight had recently cut ties with the gang. Images from surveillance video show that after 3 people surrounded and blocked McKnight's path, he pulled out a gun and shot at the group, injuring 2 of them and killing Jamarie Dixon. Dixon's mother, Lynette Dixon, rejects the DA's narrative.
He was not followed based on the minimal evidence that y'all provided me. I can only get information by email. Nobody will speak to me.
A spokesperson for DA Spencer Merriweather declined to comment on the case, but in their filing, prosecutors say based off available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at trial in proving each and every element of McKnight's murder charges. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
North Carolina lawmakers are back in Raleigh this week with all eyes on the state budget, or lack thereof. North Carolina is the only state that has not finalized its spending plan. Although the General Assembly session is scheduled, no votes have been confirmed. The House and Senate have their own proposals, but Republican leaders in each chamber have yet to reach an agreement. House Speaker Dustin Hall says his chamber's budget has bipartisan support and is the better option. Governor Josh Stein, though, just wants to see something done.
We're here in session, and they failed to do what they knew they needed to do, which is to fund Medicaid so that people can access health care no matter where they live, particularly dire and rural communities.
The Republicans may also launch another attempt to override some of the governor's vetoes, including for Senate Bill 50. It's a measure that would allow people as young as 18 to carry concealed weapons without a permit.
The North Carolina Zoo says it's unable to open its highly anticipated Asia exhibit because the North Carolina General Assembly still has not passed a budget. As we mentioned, North Carolina remains the only state in the entire country without a finalized budget. The zoo's interim director says construction of the Asia continent, which will add to the zoo's existing North American and African exhibits, is complete, and most animals are settled in. However, the zoo doesn't have an opening date set because they need to hire around 70 full-time positions, an expense a state budget is expected to cover. The state has invested more than $75 million in the 12.5-acre Asia continent. In a statement, the zoo's interim director said, once funding challenges are resolved, our team will work to open Asia as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we look forward to welcoming visitors to the many other attractions at the North Carolina Zoo and Botanical Gardens. We have all heard about the long lines and painful wait times at DMV locations across the state. Now, reports are showing that things are starting to improve. Reporter Tiana Maxwell talked with officials about the changes made within the department.
Lines of people flowing from the parking lot were a common sight across DMV offices last year.
Low population increase was the most significant driver, along with the Real ID implementation that occurred last May.
Now, across the 9 offices in the Piedmont Triad, DMV officials say those lines are getting shorter and shorter. Last September, they recorded an average wait time of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. In the last 28 days, that number dropped to around 50 minutes. A spokesperson for the state DMV says a mini budget that passed last August added 60 employees to offices statewide. An extra 33 more employees will become available on July 1st. It's an action combined from passing Senate Bill 245 that allows more license renewals and teen driver transactions to be done online.
That's taking about 8,500 customers a week out of line at the DMV. And that'll be more than 400,000 for a year.
The goal is to bring wait times down to 15 minutes. For Larry Jones, who brought his mother-in-law to get an ID at the High Point driver's license office, that goal was met.
When I walked in, all them people sitting there, I figured it'd be 30, 40 minutes.
But not for some others. The wait was longer.
I've been sitting out here going on 2 hours. When we got here at 11, it was people that been here since 9 o'clock that's still sitting with him. So them people been out here over 3 hours.
Homeland suggests completing services online and coming to offices with the necessary documents to help cut these lines down even more.
Make use of the online wait time tool. Check to see what the wait time is if you don't have an appointment. So we recently made some tweaks to the appointment scheduling process. We now schedule only 7 days out. And so you can get an appointment next week as opposed to 3 months out.
North Carolina health officials are getting community feedback on a proposed emergency department in NODA. They held a community hearing in NODA Friday morning. Atrium health officials want to build a standalone facility costing more than $37 million. It would open in August 2028 if state health regulators give their approval. Atrium representatives say the facility would ease the burden on Queen City hospitals.
The development of Atrium Health NODA will help alleviate this capacity pressure while creating the first accessible freestanding point of emergency care in Central Charlotte.
The facility would have 8 treatment rooms, a CT scanner, X-ray and ultrasound equipment, a pharmacy, and lab testing space.
This is not the Petty camp. It's in memory of Adam, but this camp belongs to the kids. It's their camp.
It's done wonders. Far more wonders than what for kids than what you can count. How the vision Adam Petty and his family had more than 25 years ago, and it's still paying off today. You're watching Queen City News. Happy Monday morning. Grab a coat before you head out. Turning an unimaginable pain into something good. The Petty family was put in a terrible situation when their son Adam died in a crash in Loudon, New Hampshire.
They said they had to do something good to keep his memory alive, and they came up with an idea that has changed the lives of tens of thousands of kids.
Bob Buckley is looking at the creation of Victory Junction Camp.
So this is kind of the heart of it?
This is it. This is Victory Circle. So
you wouldn't blame the folks at the Victory Junction camp.
This is where most of the action's happening.
If they took a victory lap.
We provide around 11,000 to 13,000 camp experiences, both on-site and off-site.
It began in 2004 when actor Paul Newman came to welcome Victory Junction into his group of camps for kids with serious illnesses.
They're isolated. Okay, their mother and their daddy and the doctors and stuff says you can't do this, you can't do that. They just learn to live in that world, okay? So their world is real small. So it really opens up their whole life.
It empowers these kids.
Yeah,
it empowers them to think beyond where they're at today and what they can do.
It's the magic of being normal.
Yes, that's it.
That's it.
And that's exactly right.
Well, it's the magic of being treated like everyone else.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's not even so much about that word normal, right? That can be a tricky word.
Yep.
But it's the magic that, hey, when I'm at Victory Junction, I'm a kid. And I get to be me.
The inspiration for the camp was Kyle's son Adam, the fourth-generation petty race car driver who died in a crash in New Hampshire in 2000 and had that beaming grin that Kyle says he still sees on campers' faces.
When they have that Adam Petty smile on their face, I know Adam's still here. And that's very healing. That's very comforting. So this is a place that I can come still as his father and feel really close to him because it is part of that process.
Big racing names help start the camp, but they're not the fuel that sustains it.
You see their face, but what you don't see is their fan base and their fans. Because if Kevin Harvick did it, I got all the Kevin Harvick fans were going to be here, and they were going to donate $29 because that's his car number. You know what I mean? And that's where those people that believed in what Kevin Harvick said, believed in what Jeff Gordon said, believed in what Richard Petty said, they still are a part of it. And monthly, they'll send in a $45 check in memory of Adam. And it just keeps it going.
Kids from every state and 4 foreign countries have oohed and ahed about their experience here.
All these buildings are so cool and important, but when they leave here, what they're oohing and awing about is the friends they've made, the counselors they've met, the people who've made an impact on them. It's the people.
So what's really been really neat is there's been a lot of kids that's come through here over the years that overcome their problems. And they come back and they're counselors.
I think it was over 35% of our summer staff last year were former campers.
That's just the first 22 laps around the sun. Over the next 22, the Petties have bigger dreams.
I don't know if you've ever been to LL Bean in Maine. There's not a lock on the door. The door never locks. It stays open all the time. Is that what camp can be? Eventually, it could be something like that, but you've got to build to that.
In the meantime, the Victory Junction camp will continue to change the lives of thousands of kids each year and soften the heartache of a father who lost something that nothing can bring back.
You don't realize how many people in this world have lost a child, but you realize there's a hole that's never filled. Nothing. Camp doesn't fill it, nothing fills it. And no matter how long you live, it's always going to be there. And it's always going to be a hole in your soul somewhere. But camp helps soften that, helps not make it look as dark and as deep and as black as what that hole is.
And that was Bob Buckley reporting. One of the big innovations Victory Junction has created over the last several years is what they call their REACH program. They put their camp in a box, as they describe it, and they take this experience to hospitals in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia.
Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing throughout the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Wednesday morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. And don't forget, if you missed any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. All right, Ted, how are we shaping up on this Monday?
Not shaping up too bad. Just a little bit on the chilly side as you head out and about, maybe needing the light jackets as low 40s sit around the Carolinas. Southeast winds coming in at about 3 miles per hour, but could be breezy later on today heading into the afternoon. Upper 30s, low 40s, Boone and Jefferson. We're in the mid to upper 30s I-40 corridor. Mid 40s for Charlotte, upper 30s surrounding areas from Rock Hill into Monroe. And now that sunshine gets to work as we approach the 8 o'clock hour here, looking at highs ramp up into what will be the low 70s. 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid-70s Lancaster, mid-50s for Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at a relatively warm start to your work week as those 70s, near 80 degrees, takes hold through most of the country. We're even back in the 90s for the desert, Phoenix into Las Vegas. High pressure in control, really driving your forecast this morning. That's going to give us a little bit of a breeze out of the west-northwest, still looking at sunshine dominating through the peak heating hours of the day as we usher in just some partly cloudy skies through your Monday afternoon. Could see some thin cloud cover, still sunshine winds out the whole battle. Overnight lows get cold again, pushing into your Tuesday morning. We'll rebound into the low 70s after a cold start to your Tuesday. High pressure drives things through midweek before this cold front dissipates. Won't do much to bring temperatures down for your Wednesday into Thursday. As a matter of fact, I expect us to only get warmer as the week continues. I'm looking at your average last freeze here in the Carolinas. Typically it's early April, and our mountain counties could see our last freeze as late as April 21st, which heading into your April 21st, we do see another cold evening with the potential freeze for some of our higher elevations, low to mid 30s mountain counties, low 40s for the Queen City, upper 30s surrounding areas. Freeze warning in effect for Ashe, Avery, Watauga counties for our extremely higher elevations. Frost advisory, I-40 corridor and through the foothills. Our 7-day forecast shows the warm up with those 70s turning into the low 80s heading into Wednesday, Thursday, mid 80s. We'll be looking at those cooler conditions from Friday into Saturday with rain chances moving in just in time for the weekend. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Queen City News brings you 6 hours of news each and every weekday morning. And we still have 2 hours left to go. So here's a preview of what's ahead in our 8 and 9 o'clock hours. Pakistan is preparing for another round of talks between the U.S. and Iran, hoping to find a deal to end the war. But tensions are rising ahead of that meeting after the United States seized an Iranian cargo ship over the weekend. Coming up at 8:05, we'll have a live report from Washington, D.C., talking about what's at stake as the end of a ceasefire looms. Plus, it's like a yo-yo, and this morning oil prices are rising once again. We'll go live to New York City to take a closer look at how the markets are reacting to the recent developments in the Middle East and what it means for our still sky-high gas prices. And a very disappointing end to the Hornets season following their loss to the Orlando Magic Friday. But bigger picture, the Hornets are on the rise and optimism is surging for next season. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, we'll have a live report with sports anchor Mike Lissette taking a closer look at what the Hornets accomplished this year and what we can expect to see from the young team moving forward. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Queen City News starts now.
Happy Monday morning, everyone. It is almost 8 o'clock here in just a couple of seconds. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Andy Satowski. Julian Sador is off for the rest of the morning.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your Pinpoint weather forecast. And Mother Nature's going to get to work here, having a big lift ahead of her, going from the 30s and 40s to what will be the low 70s later on this afternoon.
Okay, man. But we're going to warm up nice and slow, like.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Pretty rapidly for the first half of the day.
Okay.
We're going to be in the 60s by 11 a.m. So.
Oh, wow.
All right.
The cold that you feel right now, whew,
yeah.
Won't stick around too
It's
long.
comfortable, though. I mean, compared to the almost 90s we had on Saturday, right? A little breezy yesterday, but it's kind of refreshing. Throw a jacket on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you prefer the chilly start we have now or the hot finish we had on Saturday?
I'm going to go with now because I like where we're going.
Yeah, you could dress for the cold.
Right.
Yeah, there was only so much you could do Saturday afternoon to avoid the heat, but we are looking around the crowd. Sunshine dominating as folks get their morning started from Monroe, bottom right-hand corner, top right Arlington camera. Bit of a slowdown with traffic, bottom left-hand corner on Independence Boulevard. Good morning to you folks out in the Queen City as our tower camera in the top left-hand corner shows uptown nice and vibrant. 46 degrees, starting to warm up now. Southwest winds are coming in at 3 miles per hour. Our Lake Norman area still looking nice and dark, but we'll be getting brighter here as the morning continues, holding on to what will be those low 20s in terms of the difference from yesterday into this morning, but still a double-degree difference. We've closed the gap a little bit. We were 30 degrees colder towards Wadesboro. Now I expect that gap to get closer as we warm back up into the low 70s this afternoon. So we have those mid 40s for Charlotte, upper 30s I-40 corridor, in the low 40s and upper 30s Boone and Jefferson, getting out of the low 30s for our overnight lows heading into our mountain counties. Our sunshine gets us into the 60s by lunchtime. Low 70s on tap, heading into the peak heating hours of the day with that breeze sticking around out of the west-northwest. I'll break down another look at your forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Jason?
All right, Ted, thank you very much. Here in our 8 o'clock hour, volume continuing to increase all around the Queen City. We're not necessarily seeing it from this shot. This is courtesy of NCDOT camera. This is I-85 and 77 merging together. That's 85 down below, merging onto 77. We're hearing there might be a new accident right in the heart of Uptown on the John Belk Freeway, I-277, right near 3rd or 4th Street. So we'll keep an eye on that here over the next half hour or so. But all in all, it's not showing up on our map. So things are looking pretty good. I mean, volume is picking up, which is to be expected, but we're not seeing any major accidents causing delays around the Queen City. You're going to need the sunglasses, I can tell you that. As we look at the Queen City skyline, it's going to be bright, especially if you're coming in from the west side of the city this morning, working your way east. If you're coming down 85 from Cabarrus County near Concord Mills Mall, you're looking good. That's the right-hand side of the interstate there of that shot. All 10 lanes there, looking good. Not necessarily the same coming up from South Carolina. This is the state line near Carowinds. There was an earlier accident. 77 northbound near Nations Ford Road, kind of slowing things down across the state line. Same can be said, look at this, 77 southbound from Cornelius. This is when it pays to have the toll lane. NC Quick Pass, look how quick they're zooming along, kind of waving at everyone going, ha ha, you're in the right side over there. But that is to be expected this time of morning. Inbound Independence, no accidents on Independence Boulevard, just really slow right at Sharon Amity Road. We'll see what's going on the closer you get to Uptown. Around half an hour coming in from Gaston County, down from Lake Norman, around 21 minutes. Rock Hill starting that slow up, as we mentioned, and you're looking good from the other side. That slowdown on Independence Boulevard has got the folks coming in from Monroe and Indian Trail backed up to almost an hour. We'll give you another update around 8:30. Breaking news this morning, medic says one person is seriously hurt following an industrial accident right near the airport. Medical officials responded to a call just before 6 at the 4200 block of Yorkmont Road in West Charlotte. That address is the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of the call is still unclear. We'll bring you more details as soon as we learn more.
New this morning, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 this morning on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll keep you updated with what we learn throughout the morning and on our website, qcnews.com.
An arraignment hearing in Catawba County is set for today for 7 suspects accused of opening fire on a crowded pool party last summer.
The mass shooting suspects each face 63 counts of attempted murder.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell's live at the Catawba County Courthouse with a closer look at the case and the fallout. Savannah, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jason and Annie. This morning around 10, a judge here in Catawba County is set to review the charges against 6 alleged gunmen and 1 getaway driver tied to that June 1st mass shooting. Now, they'll be in court, like I said, a little around 10. This is the case where 1 man died, 11 other people were hurt. Now, court documents show that those due in court today are Gary Killian, Keandre Mack, Toland Huff Jr., Zachary Bates, Isaiah Mitchell, and Charles Kincaid. Investigators believe the shooting was related to some kind of gang activity. A few of the suspects were also wanted in connection with other shootings. Catawba County Sheriff called the investigation one of the most comprehensive efforts he had ever been a part of, with FBI agents spending more than 4 days at the scene and state agents clocking more than 700 hours of work. Now, earlier this year, the FBI Charlotte office announced a joint task force with state and local partners. The, quote, Catawba Valley Violent Crime Task Force will focus on identifying what law enforcement says is a small number of people responsible for a disproportionate amount of serious crime.
One of the FBI's core priorities is to crush violent crime. That involves a focus on destroying gang activity and dismantling criminal enterprises. The way to accomplish this goal is for law enforcement agencies to work together.
Investigators believe that the man who died in the attack, Sean Hood, was not shot by one of the shooters, but was instead hit by one of the people who was returning fire in self-defense, and there will be no charges related to that shooting. We'll let you know of any updates that come from court today. Reporting live in Newton, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you very much. President Trump says U.S. negotiators will go to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran.
A fragile ceasefire is set to expire by Wednesday.
News Nation's Washington correspondent Vinay Simlot joins us this morning live to explain the latest. Vinay, good morning.
Jason, Annie, good morning to both of you. And over the weekend, the U.S. seized an Iranian vessel that had the Iranian flag on it and was heading to an Iranian port, according to U.S. Central Command. That could complicate these peace talks. Already, Iranian state media says Iran will not be sending any negotiators, but some Trump administration officials say they are optimistic there could be a deal soon. In Islamabad, Pakistan, authorities prepare for another round of talks between the United States and Iran, but both countries are still escalating in the Strait of Hormuz.
Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
U.S. Central Command released video of service members warning, then seizing an Iranian-flagged ship. Trump administration officials say it was trying to avoid the U.S. blockade. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil travels through the strait. Iran blocked most traffic when the war began in February, sending oil prices climbing. But on Friday,
Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business.
Over the weekend, President Donald Trump said Iran threatened ships and closed the strait again. He says the U.S. is offering Iran a fair and reasonable deal. If they don't take it, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy, he says. Though Energy Secretary Chris Wright says he's optimistic of a deal soon.
It's not too far away.
In the next couple weeks.
The starting of the blockade of Iranian oil puts additional pressure on them.
And President Trump says the blockade of Iran will continue. He says the U.S. is trying to cut off some of the revenue that's going to the Iranian regime. Meantime, both Iran and the United States have accused the other party of violating the ceasefire. Again, that expires on Wednesday night. Jason, Annie?
Well, Vinay, lawmakers are also still considering limiting the president's authority in Iran. What's the latest with that?
Yeah, it's mostly divided along party lines, but there are some Republicans in the Senate, including Senator Tom Tillis of North Carolina, who say they will not vote to extend the president's war power beyond the 60 days that are in the War Powers Act. And those 60 days are up next week.
All right, Vinay Simlot reporting live for us from Washington, D.C. Thank you so much.
The time is now 8:09. The U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright says that gas prices may not drop below $3 until sometime next year. He does say prices will return to pre-Iran war figures either later this year or potentially next year. But he did say those prices most likely have peaked. Gas prices have spiked since the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran. Regular unleaded gas was on average $2.90 a gallon across the country back on February 1st. That's according to Gas Buddy. Taking a look at current U.S. gas prices, AAA reports the national average for a gallon of regular sits at $4.05 in North Carolina. It's down a little bit, about a quarter, $3.78 a gallon. Even better if you live in South Carolina or at least travel there. The average for a gallon of regular gas there is at $3.69.
We're following some more breaking news this morning. The Coast Guard says 6 crew members of the U.S. registered ship, the Mariana, are missing after the vessel was found overturned near the American territory of Saipan. The ship lost communication after suffering an engine failure as a massive typhoon bore down on the island. The U.S. Coast Guard says that they are still searching for those missing crew members this morning. Business owners who paid tariffs on certain goods can now start claiming refunds. The online tariff refund portal is officially open. The Supreme Court ruled President Trump imposed tariffs without the constitutional authority to do so. If Customs and Border Protection does approve the claim, it'll take 60 to 90 days for a refund to be issued. The government expects to process refunds in phases. 8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off a roof to escape. Elkins then left the 2nd home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase. He was then shot and killed by police. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We've learned Elkins and his wife were in the process of being separated, with a court appearance set for today. It's unclear, though, if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are investigating that shooting.
We're keeping an eye on warming temperatures throughout the work week this morning. Starting off chilly, highs landing in the low 70s. We'll get to the mid and upper 80s by midweek, and I'll talk about your next chance of rain coming up with a check of your forecast. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Securing American air travel may become a private practice across the country. The president's new budget asks Congress to privatize TSA.
The push is gaining momentum after TSA wait times hit record highs because of the ongoing shutdown at the Department of Homeland Security.
But not everyone is sold. Washington correspondent Raquel Martin has that story.
Recent record wait times at airports across the country are reigniting calls from Washington to privatize TSA.
To help protect our screening workforce from lapses in congressional appropriations.
The acting head of TSA made the case before Congress, arguing workers and travelers deserve reliability.
Until recently, TSA employees had missed nearly $1 billion in paychecks this fiscal year. In contrast, SPP screeners have not yet missed a paycheck.
SPP screeners are private contractors, now used at nearly 24 airports since 2004. San Francisco's International Airport and Greater Rochester International Airport are examples. The president's budget request asked lawmakers to expand the program, mandating roughly 250 small airports enroll. The transition, according to the White House, would save taxpayers more than $50 million. That's a 0.4% reduction in TSA's overall more than $11 billion budget. Some lawmakers appear open to the idea.
I would love to sit down.
Illinois Congresswoman Nikki Bedinsky cautions the push would raise consumer costs at the expense of taxpayers.
I think privatization is a scam.
The American Federation of Government Employees, the union representing most TSA workers, argues privatization would undermine security, pointing to failures before 9/11. AFGE says that's when workers were paid as low as $6 an hour and employee turnover exceeded over 100% a year at most large airports. By law, SPP screeners must comply with all TSA security screening procedures and are under TSA oversight. Raquel Martin, News Nation, Washington.
8:16 right now. New this morning, we now know the names of 4 people killed in a Union County, South Carolina plane crash over the weekend. This happened Friday at a wooded area near the runway at the Union County Airport. A coroner says 60-year-old James Moffitt, 61-year-old Lisa Moffitt, 30-year-old Andrew Moffitt, and 28-year-old William Moffitt were all killed. All 4 victims were members of the same family. All 4 were residents of Huntsville, Alabama. The victims were traveling from the Raleigh-Durham area to Alabama. The aircraft made a stop in Union County, South Carolina to refuel prior to the incident.
The major loss in court for Live Nation and Ticketmaster means changes could be on the way for concert goers, but that doesn't mean they'll see refunds anytime soon. The lawsuit, initially led by the U.S. government under former President Biden, accused Live Nation and Ticketmaster of operating a monopoly. They claimed the company was blocking venues from using other ticket sellers. While the Trump administration looked to settle the suit, more than 30 states pressed ahead and filed their own claims, including in North Carolina. Now a federal jury in New York found that Ticketmaster had overcharged customers $1.72 per ticket in 22 states, which a judge could order the company to pay back. That could cost Live Nation hundreds of millions of dollars. If a judge orders the company to pay it back, though experts say it'll go back to the states participating in the lawsuit. While state attorneys general say this is a positive step to opening the market for more competition, change will not happen overnight. Live Nation and Ticketmaster will likely continue to work as they have been for the past few years for the rest of the year as the company files for appeals.
It may have a marginal effect on ticket prices in the long run for many reasons, one of which is the one that the CEO of Live Nation alluded to. People are willing to pay a lot of money for these tickets. People want to go and they're willing to pay more. But the question is, where does that money go to? Right now, the problem is it may be going to the monopolists.
Live Nation denies acting as a monopoly and in a statement said in part, quote, "The jury's verdict is not the last word on this matter."
Coming up on 8:19, a chilly start to this work week, but a fantastic finish, Ted.
Yeah, fantastic finish as we get to the peak heating hours of the day, and especially by Friday, we're going to be well above what we normally see this time of year. So we warm up from today all the way into the end of the work week. Southwest winds coming in at 3 miles per hour. Temperatures in the mid-40s, a little chilly as traffic slows down a little bit on Independence Boulevard right near Sharon Amity Road. Low 40s to mid-40s around the Queen City, warming up effectively and quickly. We're looking at upper 30s, Jefferson, Boone in the low 40s. Our low 70s 60s around the Queen City, Monroe into Charlotte, mid-50s, Boone and Jefferson. I'm looking at what will be mostly quiet through most of the country as we get into the upper 70s near 80 degrees from Little Rock, Arkansas, Denver, Colorado at 80 degrees, 90s return for Nevada into parts of Phoenix, Arizona. High pressure driving your forecast today, giving us a little bit of a breeze through the afternoon. For the peak heating hours of the day, we will be seeing those partly cloudy skies rolling in, and then overnight lows settle into the 30s as we head into your early morning hours, and again rebounding into the low 70s Tuesday afternoon and evening. I'm going to watch as the clouds return second half of the work week. Low-end rain chances up through Virginia, but not too much impacting the Queen City as we head into the second half of the week. More dry than wet, at the very least, until the weekend. So average last freeze in that blue shadings, typically early April. I'm looking at your darker blue shading for the mountain counties, calling for April 21st for your typical last freeze. That coincides with how overnight lows drop down in the low to mid 30s this evening into your early morning hours. Freeze warning in effect for our mountain counties. Frost advisory I-40 corridor. So we are going to be holding on to what will be some of those frigid temperatures heading into your early morning hours on Tuesday. Low 70s return, second day of the work week, 80s Wednesday into your Thursday, upper 80s by Friday afternoon before we cool back down, relatively speaking, Saturday into Sunday with those rain chances ramping up again, scattered in nature late Saturday into your Sunday. Jason.
Thank you very much, Ted. Appreciate that. Look at this gorgeous start to the day up in New York City. What doesn't look good are the futures. The Dow's down 230 points, S&P, NASDAQ in the red. We're about an hour away from markets opening. We will join Jane King live at the New York Stock Exchange next. It is 8:24. Welcome back, everyone. The annoyance economy is costing Americans $165 billion every year, and the Justice Department is said to be near filing an antitrust case against egg producers. Jane King's live in the New York Stock Exchange with those stories and more. Jane, good Monday morning.
Happy Monday to you too, Jason. And yes, futures pointing to a lower start here today as now there's questions about the Strait of Hormuz, and it's closed or partially closed. Is there going to be peace talks this week? So just showing how tenuous the situation still is there, and that's sending stocks lower and oil higher this morning. Well, the Justice Department is reportedly preparing to file an antitrust lawsuit against some of the country's biggest egg producers. The Wall Street Journal says there are allegations that they coordinated pricing of eggs. So this civil lawsuit would target major producers like Cal-Maine and Versova, which significantly hiked egg prices in 2024 and 25 due to a supply shortage attributed to the bird flu. And fielding robocalls, avoiding hidden fees, sparring with chatbots. It's a $165 billion waste of time and money. That's dubbed the annoyance economy. That's according to a report by Stanford and Groundwork Collaborative. And they found that companies actually have an incentive to complicate customer interactions. For instance, obstacles to cancellation can increase revenue as much as 200%. Jason?
Interesting, Jane. All right, thank you very much. Markets open around 9:30, a little over an hour. We'll join you right after that bell. Appreciate that. Thank you, Jane. You're watching Queen City News on a beautiful start to this Monday morning. Traffic a little slow on Independence Boulevard. We will take a look at that, plus get your cooler forecast right after this.
All right, coming up on 8:30, happy Monday, and thank you so much for starting your day here with us. I'm Andy Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Happy Monday, everyone. Joey Sador is off the rest of today. Ted is here with a much cooler forecast than this time on Friday.
Yeah.
We're talking upper 80s, almost 90s on Friday.
Yeah, we hit 90 degrees Saturday, so hottest day of the year so far. And now we are sitting on a much cooler note for the start of the work week. But we'll ramp back up as the week continues. So grab the jackets, you're going to need it, getting your Monday morning started, holding on to what will be those mid 40s around the Queen City. Our tower camera showing the silhouette of Uptown in the distance. So not a bad start to your morning. Peak heating hours of the day gets into the low 70s. 46 degrees southwest winds, 3 miles per hour with dew points in the low 30s. I'm looking at a difference of 20 degrees on the cooler side, even 24 degrees cooler. Wadesboro and Rockingham only 6 and 7 degrees off in our mountain counties. Low to mid 40s, Boone and Jefferson. Upper 30s, Hickory and Statesville. Low 40s for Charlotte. Holding on to a nice cold start to your day before ramping up into what will be the mid 60s come lunchtime. Highs land in the low 70s through that with the partly cloudy skies and a mix of sun and clouds, west-northwest winds coming in anywhere from 5 to 10 miles per hour. Now we will hold on to the sunshine, mixing in with a few limited clouds as our overnight lows get cold again tonight, dropping down to the low 40s, upper 30s. 7-day forecast in terms of temperatures goes from the low 70s into what will be the 80s midweek, warming up in the mid to upper 80s Thursday and Friday, well above our average high of 75 degrees we typically see this time of year. Pollen forecast will be high for the most part before we usher in more of the medium pollen count Thursday. Oak, birch, juniper, that tree pollen, the main culprit behind your flaring allergies with your next chance of rain moving in Saturday into Sunday. I'll break down more of our overall forecast here coming up with another check in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, appreciate that. Don't have to worry about the windshield wipers today unless you just got to get that annoying pollen off of your windshield. Right now we're looking down at I-77. That's I-85 traffic trying to merge onto I-77 right there. This is courtesy of our NCDOT camera. So that is a slow section just north of the heart of Uptown this morning. Another slow area that we've also got this morning is on the east side of town. This is inbound Independence. Once you get north of Sharon Amity Road right there, you can see all 3 lanes really come to a halt right there around that curve. No accidents on Indy, so we were just looking at that. It's just slow volume. So hop off on Central Avenue or Monroe Road if you need to. That way you can keep on zipping into Uptown. Around the Crown, though, at least from this map, not too many issues. We're hearing there's still a problem on 277, the John Belk Freeway, right near 3rd or 4th Street. So that's clogging a little bit right in the heart of Uptown. Other than that, things aren't too bad as we pull out around the Crown. Up near Concord Mills Mall, down from Cabarrus County, you're looking good on 85 southbound. Down near Carowinds, it's improving a little bit from an earlier accident on 77 northbound near Nations Ford Road. So that stretch is now moving up to 40, 50 miles an hour. Coming down from Lake Norman, it's a little bit better. Again, unless you're in the toll lanes, you're really zooming along, but that's how things look coming out of Iredell County. And then Gaston County, down from Mooresville, up from Rock Hill, those are your drive times. And now things are a little bit improved. Well, no, they're not. I take that back. 5 minutes ago, we were at 50 minutes coming up from Monroe. Now we're back closer to an hour because of what we just showed you on inbound Independence. So just be respectful of your neighbors. Don't be distracted with your phone. We'll wrap up your traffic this morning at 9.
And we have some breaking news this morning out of Alexander County. The sheriff's office says that they found several improvised explosive devices in a vehicle when they pulled over the driver, 58-year-old Christopher Scott Thompson. They also say there was meth inside that vehicle. Thompson is charged with 10 counts of possession of a weapon of mass destruction. He's also charged with possession of methamphetamine and possession of a firearm by a felon. Deputies say they pulled the car over because Thompson was driving erratically.
More breaking news this morning. Medic says one person is seriously hurt following an industrial accident right near the airport. Medical officials responded to a call just before 6 to the 4200 block of Yorkmont Road in West Charlotte. That address, that's the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of that call is still unclear this morning. We'll bring you more information as soon as we learn more.
Also new this morning, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 this morning on Bainbridge Road near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll keep you updated if they give us any more information here on air throughout the morning. Neighbors in Statesville are reacting to a deadly shooting, saying both the shooter and the victim used to be best friends.
And this happened Saturday morning in what police are calling a possible home invasion. Queen City News reporter David Schumann explains.
And I heard pow, 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 pow. So I run to the door and make sure my son okay, because he literally just stepped out the door.
Danielle Turner says there was some kind of ruckus before the gunfire next door to her home in Statesville Saturday.
I ain't never seen nobody die before, and I watched him take his last breath.
Police say Trevor Roman was the man shot and killed during what was a report of a possible home invasion.
Dude kept kicking on the door, kept kicking in the door, kicking the door.
Vaughn Connor, who also lives next door, says the girlfriend of the shooter got the whole incident on video, which they later showed him. Connor says his neighbor and Roman used to be best friends, but had a falling out. Connor says the video shows Roman pulled a gun first, then the girlfriend who was recording tried to get by Roman into the house.
So as soon as she walked past him right there, he goes and punched her in the back of the head. And that's when Isaiah flipped out. You know what I'm saying? He just started shooting him.
The man didn't want to say anything about what happened, but the neighbors tell me he's met with his pastor to pray on the situation, and he also apologized to their kids who heard the gunshots.
I would have reacted the same way he reacted. I mean, he had no choice because, like, dude really could have killed him and his girl, and he had to do what he had to do to save his life.
In a situation like the one the neighbors described, Queen City News chief legal analyst says North Carolina's self-defense laws would appear to come into play.
If you believe that you're in imminent fear of bodily harm, you can stand there and you can defend yourself, and if it's deadly force that's being used, you can use deadly force.
My condolences goes out to his family. I hate that had to happen, but, you know, you can't just be kicking people's doors in.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
A 24-year-old is dead after a weekend shooting in northwest Charlotte. It happened Saturday night on Dundee Street. Police say Zoquez Blakely and another person had shot at each other. Blakely was shot and later died at a hospital. It's unclear if the other person involved has been arrested or charged. Police say gunfire did hit another home, but there were no other injuries. The CMPD homicide unit is now investigating.
8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage happened Sunday in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say that Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off of a roof, just trying to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase, which ended with the officers firing and killing him. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women were shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend.
Over 30% of our crimes and 30% of our murders in the city of Shreveport are domestic in relation. Now that number has gone up. We've more than doubled our homicides in the city of Shreveport because of one act of domestic violence. We as a community, black, white, Republican, Democrat, need to stand together and fight for what is right. This is nothing but pure evil.
We've learned that Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated, with a court appearance set for today. We still don't know if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are now investigating that shooting.
President Trump says U.S. negotiators will head to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran. The goal is to extend a ceasefire set to expire by Wednesday. The White House says Vice President J.D. Vance will lead the U.S. delegation. Iran has not confirmed whether it will attend. President Trump says a very fair and reasonable deal is being offered. He warned if Iran does not accept, the U.S. will knock out every power plant and bridge in Iran. Meanwhile, President Trump says the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged cargo ship near the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first interception since a naval blockade began last week.
Charlotte water officials are implementing voluntary water restrictions, all in response to current drought conditions. They're asking people to limit outdoor watering to no more than twice a week. Experts say this could be the worst drought to hit our region in more than a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks talked to a few boaters who are feeling the effects of the drought on Lake Wiley.
Lake Wiley boaters say it's been a while since they've seen water levels this low, and it's affecting how they get their boats in and out of the water. Drought management advisors say water levels could get even lower with no rain in the near forecast. It was easy finding boaters looking to get in the water Saturday afternoon as temperatures hit 89 degrees. Carson Stewart says it was the first time in months he didn't need a wetsuit while riding his paddleboard. And while the water felt great, it was different.
Today it's a lot lower than a couple of days ago, and it just looks like it's keep going. And there's a lot of extra debris that you can see that you don't usually see in the water, like logs sticking up and rocks.
Water levels are significantly lower than normal, with more than half the region now under severe or extreme drought conditions. Experts say this is the most widespread severe drought in North Carolina since February 19, 2008. For South Carolina, it's the worst since August 27, 2002.
Actually saw a boat stuck on the shoal over there. It was a big boat stuck on the water.
So yeah, Big Allison Creek right now, they've got 2 lanes shut down, one guy stuck in another one, so they're down to 1 dock, and it's like 4 foot of water over there. So they're probably going to shut it down is what the guy said.
Drought management officials are urging volunteer water restrictions in Charlotte beginning Monday, April 20th. Surrounding counties asked their residents to conserve water throughout the week.
But when you think about all the things we use water for every day, it adds up to a lot of water. And so if every single person, there's 2 million users, could just do, things at home, like, thinking about when they wash their car, turning the water off while you, brush your teeth. If you can run loads of laundry when they're full, all those small things add up. And so even though it doesn't seem like just your one household may have an impact, it really does.
The drought management team didn't say we were nearing stage 2 of a drought, but they'll continue to monitor data twice a month, and neighbors should continue to conserve as much water as they can. For now, reporting on Lake Wiley, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
A popular tourist spot will be reopening today, more than 500 days after Hurricane Helene hit western North Carolina. The town of Lake Lure is set to hold a soft reopening. The lake has been closed since September 2024, so crews could clean up all the debris left behind from the storm. Lake levels are currently approaching full pond, and this initial reopening phase will allow the town to safely reintroduce public access while continuing to do other work.
Guess what week it is? It is Do Good Week, people, and guess who that is? She is an all-star, rock star volunteer right here in the Queen City. We're going to introduce you to Eunice, the passion, the why behind why she volunteers, and how you can get involved coming up right after this. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday morning. We appreciate that each and every day. We'll be back. Today kicks off Do Good Week, which highlights ways that you can help give back to our community. It's also National Volunteer Week. I am joined by some folks in our community that really keep our community going. It's the volunteers and the nonprofits behind Charlotte that make it so amazing. We've got a rock star volunteer right here. We have got Eunice is with us, along with the executive director, Rich Armenia, with Feeding Charlotte. Guys, it is nice to have you. Happy Monday.
Grateful to be here.
How you doing, Eunice?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Listen, Eunice, I was just telling her, she's got this $1 million smile. She is an amazing volunteer. I want to share part of your story here in just a second. But Rich, I want to start with you. With Feeding Charlotte, we got this great logo here behind us. Help people understand. There's 700 plus nonprofits in Charlotte. Tell us the problem that you have seen over the years with Charlotte, around Charlotte, and how Feeding Charlotte stepped in to help solve that.
Sure. Yeah. So in the United States, we have one of the dumbest problems we could possibly have. We have 40% of all the food supply ending up in a landfill. And in Charlotte and Mecklenburg County alone, we have 120,000 people that are food insecure. So it takes kind of somebody in between to be the logistics between food waste and need.
Okay, so give me an example. A restaurant closes 9, 10 o'clock at night. You got a whole lot of prepared meal that's already there. We already know about non-perishables, canned food, stuff like that. But you got a nice restaurant. You got steaks, you got baked potatoes, salads, all these things, they just get thrown away. So how do you step in? How do you fill that gap?
Exactly. So Feeding Charlotte builds a relationship with that professional kitchen, restaurant, catering company. And we have volunteers, 580, including Eunice, that go out and pick that food up and deliver it to feeding programs doing good work in the community.
You're looking at video right there of Captain Eunice driving the big box truck, which, by the way, I might add, Eunice, this was your first time behind the wheel. You normally drive your own vehicle, but we're watching you deliver. I got to be with you this day. I had the best time going with you to help rescue and deliver food. I got to just start with why. Why do you do this?
When it comes to volunteering, I realized helping people actually makes me happy. And Feeding Charlotte actually does what most people don't seem to realize. We take the food that would normally be thrown away at night to these nonprofit organizations that feed the homeless and other people in need. And I actually enjoy doing it.
Why? Why does it bring you joy?
Well, it's something my mom used to do. My mom has always raised other people in the family. I mean, you would come home from school and find a family member just there, and the person stays forever because my mom decided to take care of the person. And it actually makes me feel good knowing that, hey, we are helping somebody who would otherwise not get the help needed.
Well, I know that you are not a licensed doctor at all, Eunice, but it actually is good for your physical health to give back and to help other people. And being raised in Ghana, and these stories from your mom have clearly passed down to you and wanting to help neighbors and strangers. And Rich, how great does the need continue to be? Because you guys, Eunice is just one of hundreds of volunteers, and you guys have this spider web of a network all over our viewing area where all during the day, during the night, on weekends that Eunice does, you're filling this gap, right?
That's exactly right. Yeah, 7 days a week, all day and night long. We have volunteers picking up food, delivering it to organizations. We've seen an increase in the need, but we've also seen an increase in the desire to make sure that their food doesn't go to waste. So even venues like Bank of America Stadium heard about Feeding Charlotte, and they said maybe this is something that we can implement at the stadium. So all the food from the stadium after every single event that fits inside of our food safety window gets aggregated, and we pick it up the next day.
Okay, I want you to wrap your head around this for a second, because some restaurants may only have 20 pizzas at the end of the night left over, which, again, and I'm not discounting that. That's still a big deal, and that can feed a lot of people, 20 pizzas. Bank of America Stadium, we're talking hundreds and thousands of pounds of food, which would be just sent to a landfill, and you're able to recover that. You have been on the giving and the receiving end of doing this over the years. Do you have a story or a moment where either you showed up to rescue food or you showed up to deliver, where the people were almost just emotional about the givingness of what was going on?
Most of the time when I pick up groceries from Sam's Club on Saturdays and Sundays, I remember one time picking I think it's about 50 gallons of milk.
Whoa.
Yes, that's what Sam's Club had. And it's either you take them or the next organization takes them. So I took about 25 to begin with. And by the time I went back for the second round, almost 25 of those gallons were already gone. That's the amount basically that's the need. Like people really do need these groceries.
Oh, I love it. Again, that day that I was able to ride with you in the van around town and the faces of people receiving it, just the gratefulness on their end. They already know the families that they're going to give it to and connect it to. And so I want to mention quickly, you guys have Feeding Charlotte Feeds coming up on May 8th at Myers Park United Methodist Church. You can buy tickets to that. Be a part of just being good in our community. Feeding Charlotte is one of 700 plus nonprofits in our area. Look at this right here. Share Charlotte is providing you with hundreds of ways that you can join, whether it's this week or the other 51 weeks of the year. Do something, even if it's with your neighbor that you see every day. Walk across, give them extra vegetables that you're growing from your garden. It starts with us. It starts with you. And it starts with Eunice. Eunice, thank you for sharing your passion to be a volunteer. We can all learn from you. Rich, thank you for what you and your group is doing at Feeding Charlotte. And find a way to get connected. That's the end of the story today. So on this Do Good Week, thank you guys so much. Ted, listen, perfect weather, right? Throw on a little jacket and get out there and do some good this week.
Yeah, go out there, do some good. Temperatures feeling nice and cool. A little chilly for some. Mid-40s, southwest winds 3 miles per hour, but we continue to climb into what will be low 70s. Peak heating hours of the day. Plenty of sunshine to go around as those winds will start to pick up here heading into the afternoon. Now, we are starting to stay cool with low 50s Charlotte, mid to upper 40s I-40 corridor, low to mid-40s Jefferson into Boone, upper 40s for Rockingham, and we ramp up into what will be the low 70s heading into the peak heating hours of the day. Mid-70s Lancaster, 50s for Boone and Jefferson, upper 60s through the I-40 corridor. That warmth extends further west. I'm talking 70s, Wichita, Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Arkansas, 80s and even near 90 degrees, Las Vegas into Phoenix. So we have that warmth with high pressure in control, dominating for the most part heading into the Carolinas. That's going to keep us nice and sunny for your Monday and even into Tuesday. Just some thin clouds rolling through with a mix of sun and clouds expected for your Monday afternoon. Overnight gets cold and chilly, rebounding into what will be the low 70s second day of the work week, warming up even further as we approach your Wednesday. This cold front to our north really won't do much to bring these temperatures down for midweek as we only get warmer from here on out as we approach your Thursday and Friday. Now, when it comes to your average last freeze, April 1st for Charlotte, closer to the April 21st mark, up towards the mountain counties where you see the darker blue shading. That's overnight lows tonight settle into what will be the low to mid-30s. Boone and Jefferson, more in the way of the mid-30s, I-40 corridor, low 40s for Charlotte heading into your early morning hours. So we hold on to that freeze warning in our mountain counties, Boone, Jefferson, Ashe, Avery, Watauga County, frost advisory in effect for that I-40 corridor. So Iredell County west and east and into Lincoln County seeing what could be some of the frosty conditions. So bring in the potted plants, protect the sensitive vegetation. Overnight lows drop down into what will be the 40s, 80s Wednesday into your Thursday and Friday, looking at the mid-80s Saturday into Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Our award-winning hometown series is back and continuing through the spring, and we have plenty more stories to tell. Wednesday morning in our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City, and if you missed any of our hometown stories, don't you worry. They are on our website, qcnews.com. All right, let's talk a little sports, shall we? The Carolina Hurricanes beginning their chase for the Stanley Cup Saturday, shutting out the Senators in a 2-0 victory. That's game one. We got a couple more to go. The Canes will be back on the ice tonight with a 7:30 puck drop. They're trying to take a commanding 2-0 lead in that series. Game 3 set for Thursday, also at 7:30. 8:55, taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
We talk a lot about the process for first-time home buyers, but not so much about first-time sellers. According to a survey by American Home Shield, 41% of homeowners believe selling a home is way more difficult than buying. 56% called selling an overwhelming experience. 1 in 6 say they didn't understand the selling process before they sold their homes. 1 in 3 wish that they had understood hidden costs around selling and closing. Nearly 70% of respondents said they had to make improvements to sell their home, which averaged at about $5,500. And now that tax day has come and gone, Americans are reminded about just how much of their income goes to taxes. Well, this will make you feel good today. Which states, though, have the highest tax burden, which is how taxes compare to personal income, according to data from Wallet Hub. People living in Hawaii and New York share the top 2 spots for highest burden. Alaska comes in last place. I can kind of see why. North and South Carolina rank in the middle, 35th and 38th, respectively. Guess what? Our last hour? Free. We're going to give it to you for free. Don't go anywhere as we kick it off right now.
City News starts now.
We are just seconds away from 9 o'clock on the nose. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Monday. Welcome into Queen City News. I'm Jason Harper.
I'm Amy Satowski.
I'm meteorologist Ted Payton with your Pinpoint weather forecast, and we are starting off a little chilly, a little cold. Ramping up into the low 70s, though. We'll do it again tomorrow before the real warm-up settles back in.
Oh, that'll feel nice. I mean, my neck kind of hurts from all this whiplash.
Yeah, like Mother Nature,
a lot.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
One way to another way. Usually our last freeze for the Carolinas is early April for Charlotte. Up in our mountain counties, that's usually closer to more in the way of the mid to late April. April 21st is your average last freeze, and here we are approaching that with another cold evening on tap. Taking a look at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Carolina blue skies to get your day underway. We hold on to a light breeze this morning out of the west-southwest, picking up in winds though, south coming in at about 7 miles per hour. Temperatures 50. I'm looking at anywhere from 5 to 16, even 17 to 20 degrees below where we were yesterday. Low 50s to start. I'll break down more of your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
All right, Ted, thank you. We've got breaking news this morning. Medic says one person is seriously hurt following an industrial accident out near the airport. Medical officials responded to a call earlier this morning, right before 6. to the 4200 block of Yorkmont Road in West Charlotte. Now, that address is the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of that call is still unclear. As soon as we get more information, we will bring that to you.
New this morning, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 this morning on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital with a medical complaint. You can look for updates throughout the day on air here and at QCnews.com. A hearing is set this morning for 7 people connected to a shooting at a crowded pool party in Catawba County last summer.
Officials believe gang activity led to the incident that killed one person and injured 11 others.
Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is live at the courthouse with where the case goes from here. Savannah?
Yeah, court documents show that in just about an hour from now, a judge is scheduled to hear from the attorneys of those who stand accused of shooting into a crowded backyard, more than 100 people at least in attendance at the party. Each of these suspected gunmen face 63 counts of attempted murder, as officials estimate about 63 people were in the possible line of fire. Those who are accused include Garen Killian, Toland Huff Jr., Keandre Mack, Zachary Bates, Isaiah Mitchell, and Charles Kincaid. The other suspect, Zoe Braswell, is charged with accessory after the fact for her alleged part in helping the accused get away from the scene. Officials say in the early hours of June 1st, a group began shooting into a crowded backyard party, with some guests either running for cover or returning fire. They say evidence suggests at least 80 rounds were fired in the melee, hitting houses, trees, and nearby cars. Investigators believe the violence was related to gang activity, but do not think the man who died was a direct target. The investigation combined the efforts of more than 150 local, state, and federal law enforcement officers.
What happened was not only unthinkable, it was deliberate, it was coordinated, and it was intended to cause mass harm. What happened?
Now, the shooting prompted federal and state officials to create a bigger presence here in the region. Earlier this year, they announced the formation of the Catawba Valley Violent Crime Task Force. And they say their focus is to stop individuals, they say, that are a small portion of the population that are causing a disproportionate amount of violent crime in the area. We'll keep you updated with what updates come from court later today. Reporting live in Newton, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Savannah, thank you so much. 8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage that happened Sunday in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say that Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say that he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off a roof to escape. Elkins then left the second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase that ended with officers firing on and killing him. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We have learned that Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated with a court appearance set for today. It's still unclear if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are now investigating the shooting.
North Carolina lawmakers are back in Raleigh this week with all eyes on the state budget or lack thereof. North Carolina is the only state that has not finalized its spending plan. Although the General Assembly session is scheduled, no votes have been confirmed. The House and Senate have their own proposals, but Republican leaders in each chamber have yet to reach an agreement. House Speaker Dustin Hall says his chamber's budget has bipartisan support and is the better option. Governor Josh Stein says he just wants something done.
We're here in session, and they failed to do what they knew they needed to do, which is to fund Medicaid so that people can access health care no matter where they live, particularly dire in rural communities.
Republicans may also launch another attempt to override some of Governor Stein's vetoes, including for Senate Bill 50. It's a measure that would allow people as young as 18 to carry concealed weapons without permits.
The North Carolina Zoo says it is unable to open its highly anticipated Asia exhibit because the North Carolina General Assembly still has not passed a budget. As we've mentioned before, North Carolina remains the only state in the entire country without a finalized budget. The zoo's interim director says construction of the Asia continent, which will add to the zoo's existing North American and African exhibits, is complete and most of the animals are settled in. However, the zoo doesn't have an opening date set because they need to hire around 70 full-time positions, an expense a state budget is expected to cover. The state has invested more than $75 million into the 12.5-acre Asia continent. In a statement, the zoo's interim director said, quote, "Once funding challenges are resolved, our team will work to open Asia as quickly as possible. In the meantime, we look forward to welcoming visitors to the many other attractions at the North Carolina Zoo and Botanical Gardens."
We've all heard about the long lines and wait times at DMV locations across North Carolina, but now reports show things are starting to improve. Reporter Tiana Maxwell talked with officials about the changes made within the department.
Lines of people flowing from the parking lot were a common sight across DMV offices last year.
The population increase was the most significant driver, along with the Real ID implementation that occurred last May.
Now, across the 9 offices in the Piedmont Triad, DMV officials say those lines are getting shorter and shorter. Last September, they recorded an average wait time of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. In the last 28 days, that number dropped to around 50 minutes. A spokesperson for the state DMV says a mini budget that passed last August added 60 employees to offices statewide. An extra 33 more employees will become available on July 1st. It's an action combined from passing Senate Bill 245 that allows more license renewals and teen driver transactions to be done online.
That's taking about 8,500 customers a week out of line at the DMV. And that'll be more than 400,000 for a year.
The goal is to bring wait times down to 15 minutes. For Larry Jones, who brought his mother-in-law to get an ID at the High Point driver's license office, that goal was met.
When I walked in, all them people sitting there, I figured it'd be 30, 40 minutes.
But not for some others. The wait was longer.
I've been sitting out here going on 2 hours. When we got here at 11, it was people that been here since 9 o'clock that's still sitting with him. So them people been out here over 3 hours.
Holman suggests completing services online and coming to offices with the necessary documents to help cut these lines down even more.
Make use of the online wait time tool. Check to see what the wait time is if you don't have an appointment. So we recently made some tweaks to the appointment scheduling process. We now schedule only 7 days out. And so you can get an appointment next week as opposed to 3 months out.
That right now, 9 as we keep an eye on your forecast. The deficit in terms of rainfall from last year into this year, we're 5 to 10 inches behind what we should have had. Over 25-inch deficit for Monroe, Wadesboro, and that's playing into the drought conditions that continue. Severe drought in the orange, red drought showing the extreme drought, and that's where we have level 3 and 4 out of 5 with not much rain on your radar to speak of, so not seeing any major impacts for your morning commute heading out the door. Now, as we look at your wind Winds relatively light but becoming breezy this afternoon. That plays into an increased fire danger for Monday. Burn ban still in effect North and South Carolina. Mostly sunny skies before we continue to usher in the dry air heading into midweek. I'll detail the big swing in temperatures between daytime highs and overnight lows with another look at your forecast coming up in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Jason.
All right, thank you, Ted. We've definitely had the highs and lows when it comes to traffic this morning. I'm glad we are wrapping it up right now in our 9 o'clock hour. Still seeing some struggling inbound traffic on Independence Boulevard. Look right at the top of your screen off to the right there. Right around the bend, everything comes to a halt. There's no accidents the closer you get on Independence Boulevard, but we just got a lot of traffic. So if you need to get on Central Ave or Monroe Road, that might help you in. Overall, when we look around the crown, things are looking good. 485, 85, 77 traffic coming down from Concord Mills Mall up near Cabarrus County. You guys are looking great this morning. Look at this shot right just north of the city. A little bit slow on 77 South, but overall, even including down at the state line near Carowinds, things are looking good. As we wrap up, here's your drive times to get to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. Put the phone down. Do not be distracted on this Monday morning. Annie?
More people are pulling from their retirement funds in order to pay for everyday life. My experts say it's not a good idea to take money from your future self. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and local news in Charlotte.
Americans are seeing record credit card debt and medical debt. More are also tapping into their retirement savings just to get by.
Kirsten Joyce is looking at the long-term cost of those problems.
When it comes to retirement savings, most people hope to watch their accounts grow over time. But for a growing number of Americans, that money can't wait. New data from Vanguard Group showing a record number of workers pulling money from their 401ks to cover immediate financial hardships, marking the 6th straight year that number has climbed. Experts say it reflects the reality many families are facing right now.
There's always going to be instability. There's always going to be uncertainty. And I think it's absolutely critical when somebody's building their overall financial wealth plan that they have balance, that they address their needs, both short-term and long-term, to just absorb whatever the world throws at them.
Financial management advisor Jason Oceans of Westpac in Las Vegas says most people aren't dipping into retirement savings lightly. The most common reasons include avoiding eviction or foreclosure, covering major medical bills. Still, even relatively small withdrawals averaging about $1,900 can have a big impact over time, especially when that money no longer has years to grow in the market. And for money, the need to withdraw points to a bigger issue.
I think there's this financial literacy gap. They're not learning this in school. Very few people are learning this at home.
Financial experts say younger workers and lower income households are especially vulnerable, often juggling rising costs, debt, and limited savings. While recent legislation has made it easier to access retirement funds in emergencies, that flexibility can come with trade-offs. Early withdrawals may trigger taxes, penalties, and ultimately shrink what's available later in life.
They're basically mortgaging their future for their current situation, and then they're taking withdrawals, which then puts them in that much more of an unfavorable position.
That's Kirsten Joyce reporting. Experts say if you are considering tapping into your 401k, it's very important to understand the taxes and penalties and to explore other options first, if possible.
Credit cards can be a useful tool for building an economic history, getting cheaper loans, and can even provide access to some pretty fun perks. However, with Americans now in more debt than ever before, it's important to know how to navigate them efficiently. According to a report by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Americans now carry nearly $1.3 trillion in credit card debt. Experts recommend only making purchases that you can afford to pay off in 1 to 3 months.
The typical U.S. family is carrying somewhere between $7,000 and $10,000 a month on their accounts. When credit card balances are held month after month and only minimum payments are made, then it gets to be a problem.
If you are struggling with credit card debt, many banks offer cards with low or even 0% starting rates and free transfers. That can actually help you pay off your balance.
The Pentagon is reportedly asking some of America's industrial leaders to start helping in the war effort. The Wall Street Journal says the Trump administration has approached Ford, GM, and several other manufacturers to help speed up weapons production. Now, that doesn't mean that they are building missiles. The early reporting points to a World War II style industrial backstop where companies with spare capacity help make parts. That includes things like castings, wiring, propulsion components, electronics, or vehicle systems under defense specs. The Pentagon has been talking with companies including GM Ford, GE Aerospace, and Oshkosh as it looks for ways to expand the defense industrial base beyond the usual contractors. The nation's leaders say they're looking to make sure missile manufacturing does not fall behind. Recent reporting says at least 2 missile inventories are not bottomless, and a longer conflict could mean it would take years to fully rebuild. The reports do not suggest all supplies are running out at once, but replenishment plans are vital. The big defense companies are still the core suppliers. Now, despite a push for more weapons production, the president has said everything is going to plan.
But we do very well. You notice that we're doing very well. And I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon. It was perfect. I mean, it's perfect. It was the power we have, our military. We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world. I built it 4 years, my first 4 years. And we're still building it.
Experts believe the administration is pushing to keep the big defense companies building and bring in more commercial manufacturers to allow a more seamless method for weapons production.
Cuba's capital is getting darker under an energy crisis, impacting its once bustling nightlife. The oil embargo imposed on Cuba under President Trump back in January is causing almost all activities at night to disappear. Bartenders, waiters, cooks, and musicians are struggling because there's not enough gas for tourists and locals to go out. Only a handful of tourists are there, mainly due to state-organized trips. Some natives say the situation is worse than the special period crisis Cuba experienced back in the 90s when the fall of the Soviet Union took away Cuba's main communist ally. It is 9:19 on a beautiful start to this Monday. Chilly, but boy, where we're going is going to be well worth it.
I like it. It looks nice, right, Ted?
Yeah, it certainly does look nice. It's not how we start the race, it's how we finish. So those 50s might feel a little chilly, a little cool for some, but we set our sights for what will be the 70s, peak heating hours of the day under some good sunshine. West-southwest winds coming in at 7 miles per hour, dew points in the mid-30s. We will be continuing to ramp up into the low 50s for your late morning hours, even into the by your late morning hours with mid to upper 40s, Boone and Jefferson. So holding on to what will be a relatively warm afternoon, peaking in the low 70s, peak heating hours of the day. 50s, Boone and Jefferson. So we hold on to a nice warm day, still below normal for this time of year as those 70s stretch as far west as Oklahoma City into parts of eastern Texas, New Orleans, 75 degrees. 90s return back towards Phoenix and Las Vegas. I'm looking at high pressure driving your forecast and dominating for the most part, giving us a little bit of a breeze out of the west-southwest. Or west-northwest, rather, with a mix of partly cloudy skies coming into play through the second half of the day. So your afternoon, we'll see a few clouds roll through, but still on the relatively sunny side. Overnight lows drop down into the 30s and the low 40s. As we head into Tuesday, we'll rebound in the low 70s with high pressure still driving your forecast. The warmer conditions settle in through the mid parts of the work week, Wednesday into Thursday. Average last freeze usually is early April as far as April 21st for some of our mountain counties and higher elevations. So we still hold on to another cold evening, low to mid 30s in our higher elevations with our mid 30s expected through the I-40 corridor, low 40s for Charlotte. Freeze warning in effect until Tuesday morning. That's going to be for Ashe, Avery, Watauga County. We'll have an overnight frost advisory through the I-40 corridor heading into Tuesday. So 80s turn to upper 80s near 90 degrees as we approach the weekend. Rain chances return just in time for Saturday and Sunday. You're watching Queen City News Now, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. We'll be right back.
Oh, I got to take a deep breath for this. Seasonal food inspires recipes all the time, right? But this creation is not for everyone. Red Circle Ice Cream in Texas is offering crawfish flavored ice cream with a boiled crawfish on top. The comment section is going crazy on this. I mean, can you imagine? One person wrote, "I am calling the police."
I agree.
Someone else said, "Pretty sure Louisiana does not approve of this." And a lot of people liked the comment. Immediately, no.
No.
All right, Julian's not here, and Julian's always said, "I'll try anything at least once." So we already know where he would be on this.
That's
Guys?
a no. That's a no for me, dog. I
Not
don't
even a
really
taste.
I don't even really like seafood to begin with that much. Like I've branched out, and I'll never make it for myself. But like, I'll try it
this
at a
could ruin
restaurant.
ice cream for you.
This could, and I love ice cream. Like
Yeah,
top
but-
3 favorite foods. So fish in my ice cream, like no.
I think I'd try it.
Yeah, I would try
I think I would
it.
try
I'm not
it.
a huge fan of crawfish either. I love seafood, but I don't know why I don't like crawfish.
I would try it and then immediately like look for something to wash it down with.
I hear that. I kind of think of like the seafood, like I like a buttery salmon,
Right.
Or like like the lobster with the butter or whatnot. So there's like a cream.
I don't
aspect
even want
to it.
buttery, like lobster ice cream. I don't want that either. I don't want any seafood flavor in an ice cream. It's supposed to be sweet and stand
Right.
out. Like that's why you crave it, is because you just ate a salty meal and then you're like, man, I want something
But
sweet.
you don't like the sweet and savory together?
I don't want to taste.
I do, but not like
salmon.
that. Like fish is like its own category.
Like
I don't know.
ice cream with like some nuts on it. There's a little bit of savoriness and like the saltiness. No.
All I think in my
like
mind
that,
is like crunchy, like their shells. They're crustaceans.
Oh gosh,
like,
if those
you know
were
what
in the
I mean?
ice cream, no, I'm done.
Nope.
Whoever
Count
the
us out.
maker is, listen, you're welcome to send a gallon here. We'll take
I don't know if we need a gallon.
We'll take it apart. You know what? Just four
That's
spoons.
fine.
4
Send
spoons.
us a little
We're good.
pint. Four
Pint.
spoons.
Yeah, it's not. We're not going to get a gallon down. I promise you that. All right, think about that. I'm going to wash it down. I need some coffee now. Oh man. All right, listen. Coming up, we're going up to New York City. Jane King is up there. Futures have been down all morning long. We'll join her as we kick off a new trading week after this.
Welcome back. It is almost 9:30 here on your Monday morning. Thank you so much for being here with us. I'm Annie Satowski.
I'm Jason Harper. Julian Sador off the rest of the day. Ted Peyton sliding in just like in your DMs. 30 minutes left. 30 minutes left in the show.
I don't do that no more.
Not anymore.
Well, that's true. I didn't mean it like in that kind of manner, but you know what I'm saying. Okay, listen, it is...
my mother's watch.
Listen, it just got hot up in here.
His wife?
He just slid into our shot about 0.2 seconds before we came on camera. It was smooth, I must say.
Yeah.
All right, so as far as today, the transitions, is it going to be smooth between 40s and 50s that we're seeing this morning?
The 40s and 50s will be smooth. The 50s to the 60s and into the 70s will be a little more aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
A little quick as we head into the peak heating hours of the day. Mostly clear skies, Carolina blue skies kicking off your morning as of right now. We have the breeze is starting to pick up as well as those winds will be something to watch out for through the afternoon. Carolina blue skies, a nice quiet start. Temperatures sitting in the 50s now heading out the door. West-southwest winds 7 miles per hour. And I'm looking at a cooler start, but notice we've already caught up in our mountain counties and through the I-40 corridor. I'm looking at 12 to 18 degrees cooler south and east of Uptown. Low to mid 50s around Charlotte, Monroe into Concord, 40s Boone and Jefferson. Day planner will ramp up. We'll be in the low 70s peak heating hours of the day. And again, I'm looking at the sunshine dominating with the mix of sun and clouds. West northwest winds 7 miles per hour. Overnight lows drop into the 40s, even 30s for our mountain counties, making for a cold start to your Tuesday. Warming up Wednesday, Thursday returns into the 80s, mid to upper 80s. Thursday and Friday will cool back down to the low to mid 80s with rain chances coming back in time for the weekend. Pollen count stays high through midweek. I'm expecting that tree pollen to be the main culprit behind your flaring allergies. Medium pollen count come Thursday. I'll break down more of your overall forecast here coming up in the next 10 minutes. Guys.
All right, Ted, thank you. Disney is hiking prices on some of its tickets to its Florida theme park.
And oil and gas prices surge after the U.S. seizes an Iranian ship.
Jane King is live at the New York Stock Exchange for us with those stories and today's opening numbers. Jane, first, oil and gas prices surging after the U.S. seizes an Iranian ship.
So, Jason, Annie, not as much as we were seeing overnight, which is interesting kind of market reaction. So oil is up 3.5%, and stocks are not reacting as much as they were overnight either. In fact, the Dow just turned positive, up by 10 points. So kind of a surprise there, but no doubt about it. We're watching this situation. The market's very headline driven. There's just a lot of confusion about exactly what's happening with Iran.
And Jane, Blue Origin's New Glenn rocket faltered on its first mission?
Yeah, they say space is hard, so the rocket lifted off smoothly, but the satellite was deployed at too low an orbit and won't be able to function properly. So this is a setback for Jeff Bezos's rocket company, Blue Origin, as it looks to compete with SpaceX for commercial launch business.
Yeah, Jane, a lot of eyes on space, but Disney World prices, they're set to maybe go out of this world too next year.
So the resort opened bookings for the first 10 months of 2027 and did reveal that the entry-level tickets held steady. But the top-tier single-day Magic Kingdom tickets will hit $219 on select dates. So it's about a 10% jump from 2025. That reflects Disney's demand-based pricing strategy, which pushes the ticket prices higher when attendance is strongest.
Woo, that doesn't factor in food or those fast passes that most people get.
A family of 4, 5? I mean, it's...
Wow.
I'd be taking my kids.
$1,000
I would say you can snack
in.
on these ice cubes for the next 4 days. That's all I can afford.
Keeps you hydrated.
That's exactly right. All right, Jane,
Yeah.
listen, thank you so much. Have a great Monday. We'll catch up with you early tomorrow.
Okay.
All right, we have some breaking news this morning out of Alexander County. The sheriff's office says they found several improvised explosive devices inside a vehicle when they pulled over the driver, 58-year-old Christopher Scott Thompson. They also say that there was meth in the car. Thompson now charged with 10 counts of possession of a weapon of mass destruction and possession of methamphetamine and possession of a firearm by a felon. Deputies say they pulled that car over because Thompson was driving erratically.
Also breaking this morning, medic says one person is seriously hurt following an industrial accident near the airport. Medical officials responded to a call just before 6 to the 4200 block of Yorkmont Road in West Charlotte. That address is the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of that call is still unclear. We'll bring you more details as soon as we learn more. Also new this morning, we now know the names of 4 people killed in a Union County plane crash over the weekend. It happened Friday at a wooded area near the runway at the Union County Airport in South Carolina. A coroner says 60-year-old James Moffitt, 61-year-old Lisa Moffitt, 30-year-old Andrew Moffitt, and 28-year-old William Moffitt were all killed. All 4 victims, members of the same family. They all 4 were residents of Huntsville, Alabama. They were traveling from the Raleigh-Durham area to Alabama. The aircraft made a stop in Union County, South Carolina to refuel prior to the incident.
New this morning, the Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is working to determine the cause of the house fire in southeast Charlotte. It happened just after 2 on Bainbridge Road. That's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Road. Medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. We'll, of course, keep you updated throughout the day and on our website, qcnews.com.
President Trump says that U.S. negotiators will be going to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran. A fragile ceasefire is set to expire by this Wednesday. News Nation's Washington correspondent Vinay Simlat explains the latest.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. will send negotiators to Pakistan for peace talks with Iran, but Iranian state media says Iran will not. Over the weekend, the U.S. seized an Iranian-flagged vessel, but Trump administration officials say they are optimistic there could be a deal soon. In Islamabad, Pakistan, authorities prepare for another round of talks between the United States and Iran, but both countries are still escalating in the Strait of Hormuz.
Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
U.S. Central Command released video of service members warning, then seizing an Iranian-flagged ship. Trump administration officials say it was trying to avoid the U.S. blockade. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil travels through the strait. Iran blocked most traffic when the war began in February, sending oil prices climbing. But on Friday,
Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business.
Over the weekend, President Donald Trump said Iran threatened ships and closed the strait again. He says the U.S. is offering Iran a fair and reasonable deal. If they don't take it, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy, he says. Though Energy Secretary Chris Wright says he's optimistic of a deal soon.
It's not too far away.
In the next couple weeks.
The starting of the blockade of Iranian oil puts additional pressure on them.
The president says the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports will continue. He's trying to cut off some of the revenue that flows to the Iranian regime. Both the U.S. and Iran have accused the other side of violating the ceasefire. Again, that's due to expire on Wednesday night. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlat. Back to you.
8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting rampage in Shreveport, Louisiana. Police say Shamar Elkins shot 2 women at 2 different homes. They say he also shot 8 children. A 9th child was taken to the hospital after jumping off a roof to escape. Elkins then left that second home before stealing a car at gunpoint and leading officers on a chase. He was then shot and killed by police. The children killed were between the ages of 3 and 11. Police say the women shot were Elkins' wife and girlfriend. We've learned that Elkins and his wife were in the process of getting separated, with a court appearance set for today. It's unclear, though, if that was the motive behind the violent attack. Louisiana State Police are investigating.
Charlotte water officials are implementing voluntary water restrictions in response to current drought conditions. They're asking people to limit outdoor watering to no more than twice a week. Experts say this could be the worst drought to hit our region in more than a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks talked to a few boaters who are feeling the effects of the drought on Lake Wiley.
Lake Wiley boaters say it's been a while since they've seen water levels this low, and it's affecting how they get their boats in and out of the water. Drought management advisors say water levels could get even lower with no rain in the near forecast. It was easy finding boaters looking to get in the water Saturday afternoon as temperatures hit 89 degrees. Carson Stewart says it was the first time in months he didn't need a wetsuit while riding his paddleboard. And while the water felt great, it was different.
Today it's a lot lower than a couple of days ago, and it just looks like it's keep going. And there's a lot of extra debris that you can see that you don't usually see in the water, like logs sticking up and rocks.
Water levels are significantly lower than normal, with more than half the region now under severe or extreme drought conditions. Experts say this is the most widespread severe drought in North Carolina since February 19, 2008. For South Carolina, it's the worst since August 27, 2002.
I actually saw a boat stuck on the shoal over there. There was, it was a big boat stuck on the water.
So yeah, Big Allison Creek right now, they've got 2 lanes shut down. One guy's stuck in another one, so they're down to 1 dock, and it's like 4 foot of water over there. So they're probably going to shut it down, is what the guy said.
Drought management officials are urging volunteer water restrictions in Charlotte beginning Monday, April 20th. Surrounding counties asked their residents to conserve water throughout the week.
When you think about all the things we use water for every day, it adds up to a lot of water. And so if every single person, there's 2 million users, could just do, things at home, like, thinking about when they wash their car, turning the water off while you, brush your teeth. If you can run loads of the laundry when they're full, all those small things add up. And so even though it doesn't seem like just your one household may have an impact, it really does.
The drought management team didn't say we were nearing stage 2 of a drought, but they'll continue to monitor data twice a month, and neighbors should continue to conserve as much water as they can. For now, reporting on Lake Wiley, Shakir Speaks, Queen City News.
Well, the end of the Hornets season also dried up, and their hopes of getting to the playoffs for the first time in over a decade dashed Friday night. But it doesn't mean it's all bad news. Mike Lissette is joining us after the break to explain what we can expect for the future. You're watching Queen City News this Monday morning. Look at those Carolina blue skies. Beautiful. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back. A disappointing end to a successful season. While the Hornets did not move on to the playoffs after their loss against the Magic Friday night, it doesn't mean that there isn't anything positive to look back on.
That's right. Carolina Sports Live's Mike Lissette joining us. Now, Mike, before we get to the positives, everyone knows kind of what happened on Friday, but did we expect, largely, I think that the expectation was, hey, we have the Magic, and that was the better of the two options to head into the playoffs. But then the announcers said it best. The team looked confused.
You know, I mean, there are just some times where maybe you just get a little overwhelmed by the moment. And let's face it, the team was riding a ton of momentum following the win over Miami. Everything was right there in front of them. People were talking about how great things were. And I'm sure at some point, you know, you just kind of crack a little bit. I mean, the pressure probably was just a little bit too much for that team in that situation. And everything just kind of happened and fell apart at exactly the wrong moment. I mean, there's really no other way to say it. I mean, the Hornets that played on Friday, that's not the Hornets we had seen over the past. No doubt about that. We're all entitled to off days. Unfortunately, it just so happened to happen at the worst possible time.
Not everyone's bad days are on national TV, you know, for the world to pick apart. And you know what's tough is everyone was behind them all year, but the closer we got to the end of the season, more and more bandwagon fans are jumping on board. And even after we beat the Heat leading up to Orlando, a lot of sports shows were saying, do you think Charlotte's ready? Do you think they're ready for this prime time? I wanted us to win even just by one, just so that we could answer that question and go, yeah,
yes.
Charlotte's ready. It's been 10 years. And so it hurts. It stings. We wanted a different outcome. But we still have to look at the year and go, wow, what a great year, you know?
It was a year that took us totally by surprise. I remember going on a podcast earlier this season where we talked about goals and expectations. And I remember thinking, if this team can get to like 35, 36 wins after a 19-win season the year before, that's a win. That's a victory. And they got to 44. They got to the playing game. They went from a 4-win team in 18 games to where they were. This was a tremendous season. There's so much to look back on and feel good about. The Hive came alive. Going to Hornets games was a thing. I used to go to games with my daughter where we would buy $6 tickets and just sit in the upper deck, and we would have the entire section to ourselves, and my daughter could run around and she could eat popcorn and I could be watching her and watching the game. And honestly, not really caring too much about the game as they're down 25. No more. Those same tickets were $44, and suddenly she didn't have room to run around. It became a thing. It became a happening. And that's fun. That's great. That's what you want.
That is. We love the buzz, and we need to continue that momentum. All right, Mikey, so where do we go from here? What do we build upon, and what do we kind of need to change around for next season?
Well, these are serious questions that Jeff Peterson and Charles Lee and Rick Schnall and Gabe Plotkin are going to have to sit down and think about. Because on the one hand, you say to yourself, well, we've got the nucleus. Do we really want to break that up? I mean, because we're going in the right direction. But on the other hand, you say to yourself, is this nucleus going to take the next steps naturally by themselves, or do they need to be kickstarted? Now, if you go for the latter option, then you risk breaking up the nucleus and any sort of cohesiveness that the team has. There is no doubt in my mind that this team needs a big man for so many reasons. They need a big man that can defend other big men. They need a big man that can be a dependable scorer down low. I love Moussa Diabate. I love the guy. But at 6'10", he's a liability, and he can only do so much. He's not when he's on the floor, guys back up by him by about 6 feet because they know he's not going to shoot. So he's not an offensive threat. Moussa would be a great guy to come off the bench and really be an energizer type of person. They need a big guy, and the question is, what do you do to get that big guy? Do you trade someone like Miles? There's a lot of possibilities, and these are questions that Charles Lee and like I said, Jeff Peterson, they're going to have to answer very soon.
Mike, part of the excitement this year was rookie Con Knipple. Watching him come out of the gate, man, like a thoroughbred, just hot as could be that first half, and then you know, he settled down. Unfortunately, numbers weren't where we wanted them towards the end of the season. And I heard some commentators say, you know, he was used to college games at about 40, 45 games a season. Now he's looking at 80-something games, right? That's a lot to take under your belt as a teenager still. So, like, what do we expect for him in the offseason? Just getting stronger and better and just more reps, more time on the court? What do you think?
Well, I want to point out that most rookies usually hit a wall by January. That's usually the time where you start to see that sort of inconsistent behavior from their play, and they sort of get tired, and the spirit is willing, but the body is weak. Con took us all the way to April. I mean, he gave us everything he had and then some. And then it became mentally and physically taxing on him. There's no doubt about that. The jump shot wasn't falling. He did not look quite as sharp out there. I'm sure this was a learning experience for him. And if I know anything about Khan, he's a guy that will use it to his advantage. He'll come back this summer. He'll work harder in the weight room. He'll try to get himself mentally and physically prepared for a much longer season. Again, all rookies go through this. It's just unfortunate that it happened right when Charlotte needed him most.
Yeah, but you know what? I see a bright future for Khan, so we have not seen the last of him at all. Mike, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Wish we were talking playoff basketball, but you know, it's still a fantastic season. We can't wait to build on that.
Pleasure to hang out with you guys.
Thanks, Mike. See you, buddy. All right, coming up on 9:50 this Monday morning. Ted, I'm hearing you sneeze across the studio. Bless you, my friend. I think probably more than half our viewing audience is waking up with allergies.
It's the birch, it's the juniper, it's the oak, the tree pollen, out of control here. And we don't have any rain chances to help wash any of that pollen out. 53 degrees, west-southwest winds coming in at 7 miles per hour. Dew points in the mid-30s. We hold on to what will be a relatively cool, chilly start to the day, but warming up nicely as we head into the afternoon. So 50s from Charlotte into Concord, Monroe, upper 50s Lancaster. We're in the mid to upper 40s Boone and Jefferson, holding on to low 70s around the Queen City, mid 50s for Boone and Jefferson for your afternoon highs. The 70s stretch as far west as Nashville into parts of Little Rock, Arkansas, eastern Texas. We have the 90s return for the desert back towards Las Vegas and Phoenix, Arizona. 40s on tap through the Midwest as high pressures in control, giving us a little bit of a breeze out of the west-southwest here heading into the peak heating hours of the day. So a little breezy, nice and warm as we head into the afternoon with a mix of sun and clouds this Monday. Overnight gets cold, rebounding into the 70s again for Tuesday before we warm up even further. High pressure leaks off the Atlantic coast, increasing some of that warmth that we'll see, shifting winds out of the south. But again, not doing much in terms of that cold front coming south. We only warm up from here into the end of the work week, mid to upper 80s by your Thursday and Friday. Our average last freeze usually is early April in our mountain counties, April 21st. So tonight into your early morning hours, the low 30s lines up appropriately, low 40s for Charlotte as we hold on to a freeze warning for our mountain counties, frost advisory, I-40 corridor. We'll watch for our overnight lows to rebound into the low 70s Tuesday. We'll have those 80s on tap for the remainder of the week before rain chances come back heading into Sunday. Jason.
All right, Ted, thank you. Our award-winning Hometown Series is continuing through the spring, and we've got plenty more stories to tell. With this Wednesday morning at our 9 o'clock hour, every Wednesday we keep exploring things around our state. This time, What's in a Name will be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website, qcnews.com. You're watching Queen City News on this Monday. There's our crew behind the scenes doing the real work of Queen City News. We'll be back.
Welcome back. Taking one last look at that Pinpoint weather forecast. So we're going to warm up through the week, just having to put up with some chilly and cold mornings. Low 70s on tap for this Monday afternoon. Overnight lows in the low 40s. We'll get back into what will be low 70s Tuesday. 80s roll in for your Wednesday before we really turn up the heat yet again. We're talking mid to upper 80s Thursday into Friday, and our next chance of rain does not come in until, at the very least, Saturday and Sunday of this weekend. So we'll wait for it, even though we need the rain.
Yes, we do. It always comes on the weekend.
Of course.
That's fine. At this point, I'll take it whenever. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. Listen, a very special meteorologist's birthday was over the weekend. When we didn't have a show, and so Emily,
This is one of our directors,
thank
Emily.
you for bringing this in here. Now we got to explain.
We have to explain what this is.
Birthday, Teddy.
Thank you.
Your birthday was on Saturday, Ted. Happy birthday. So
Appreciate it.
this is a cake made out of protein powder. There's nothing else in it except for protein powder. And why did we do this?
There we go.
Because Ted, you do some intermittent fasting and you don't eat.
If we were to have a cake, if we were to have a cake, he wouldn't eat it.
He wouldn't
eat it. He would politely give it to someone else. And so
we got him a protein cake and a glass of water.
And a glass of water with a floating candle. We
Oh,
knew you
you
could
guys.
enjoy those two things. You won't gain any weight. Here's some great pictures of
Come
our
on
boy
now.
Teddy through the years. Happy
love it.
birthday, man! I know you had a great weekend with the daughter, and
was
some other great
fantastic.
pictures of you just around town and hanging out with some of our some of our best people. But I hope you enjoyed your birthday, and we love you. We're all family.
We wish there was music with this.
Oh, man. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. And thanks for putting up with me and my...
Happy 21st birthday, Ted.
It does. It's expired protein powder, so don't eat it. And we're not allowed to light candles in here. So just imagine, if you will, it's this huge thing. And there we go. There you have it. So we love you, brother.
A lot of positivity going around.
There is a lot of positivity going on. We don't even have time, ladies, to talk to you, but
It doesn't matter.
stay tuned for Positively Charlotte. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
You don't want to miss what we have coming up next on Positively Charlotte, a new play where an old classic gets a sexy new twist. We sit down with the key members of Oedipus El Rey.
Plus, the weekend stories that we are still obsessed with. Find out what we're talking about on Positively Charlotte today.
And there's never a bad time for some fun. Come play I See You with us. Hello, y'all. Happy Monday. Welcome to Positively Charlotte. We so appreciate you starting your week with us. I'm Alicia Quarles.
I'm Liz Mahachek. It's so great to have you here joining us on your Monday. Yes. And hopefully you had a good weekend, because I know we did.
We did. We were out in the streets. Okay, so I'll start. My friend Valerie, who Liza met, she was on the show Friday, was in town from New York. She got some energy, so I had to show her the best of Charlotte. So there we are with my sister. We went to Restoration Hardware for lunch.
Love.
If you haven't gone there, just go, you guys. It's just so beautiful in the South Park neighborhood. I love it. And then my friend Tamara McGill McFarland, who actually met through this show. She's a stylist among many things here. She had her 50th birthday. Oh my gosh, she was at the Grand Bohemian Hotel, and it was fabulous. So that's when you walk.
Fabulous.
Yes, when you walk in, there's a champagne lady just handing out champagne. There were so many tributes to her. Tamara's so cool that she had gifts for all of us.
What?
We got to take a bag and go shopping, literally.
Are you serious?
Yes, it was so neat. So I think we've got a picture of all of us. She had this grand entrance with this green gown on, and it was just a lot of fun.
My gosh, yes, girl.
She's such a giving, loving person, and it was so cool to hear from everybody talking about her. So if our director pulls up that next picture, you can see her. There she is in the green.
Oh, she looks fabulous.
Fabulous with our friend Latoya and then Valerie. So such a good time celebrating her. And then obviously it was so nice Saturday, Liza, that we sat by the pool all day.
Heck yeah.
And and you know what? Somebody else is taking care of my kids. I just
right.
had to make sure water safety was on point.
Yeah.
But my best friend was hanging out with them. My sister was there, so we just had a good time. Ended up at Barcelona and South End for dinner, and yesterday had brunch. It was great. You took a road trip, right?
I did take a road trip, but before that, so on Friday night, went to Groover's.
Oh, yeah.
So Groover's in South End, it's the new kind of 70s vibe. They've got, it's a disco bar.
Yeah.
Super cute. You know, a lot of people have said, when people are on that dance floor, they want more people to be dancing.
Yes.
Which, I mean, I agree. I'm
it's called
the group
Groovers.
that I went, exactly. If you're gonna go to Groovers, you gotta groove. So the group that I came with, we were grooving. It was really, really fun. But definitely check it out. It's a fun time there. And then, so I went to Cool Idiot Coffee, which used to be Killer Coffee at Resident Culture. So if you remember, Resident Culture shut down last year, and Killer Coffee with it did as well. But they've kind of come into a new spot. Now they're at Hopfly, and they opened a few months ago. And this is I love this matcha. It's their Fruit Loops matcha.
Oh, you love that. That's true. You found it, Liza.
I know. I was so thrilled when I found out that it was back. And then took a little road trip to Chapel Hill because some of my friends were playing, their band was playing in Chapel Hill. So we were at, I believe it's called Local 506.
Yep.
And then we, of course, had to go to He's Not Here, which is of course, as you can see, home of the Blue Cup. So super fun. We made a quick pit stop there because we were like, we've never been to UNC Chapel Hill, so we had to go to one of the college bars, and then we took a trip around campus. Got to see it. It was beautiful. Got my Chapel Hill sweatshirt.
Love that Carolina blue.
Got to get the merch. Love the Carolina blue. Yep. So very really fun time.
We had a great weekend. Okay, so speaking of weekends, Monday morning we like to talk about our talkers, and this one had a lot of people talking this weekend because Madonna showed up and showed out at Coachella. The 67-year-old surprised the crowd during Sabrina Carpenter's set on Friday, and the duo sang Vogue and Like a Prayer, as well as songs from Madonna's upcoming album, Confessions, on a dance floor too. They wore little lace corsets, as you can see, and the last time Madonna performed at Coachella was 20 years ago when she was the headliners. So I think this is so smart of her to do. First of all, you're getting that Sabrina Carpenter audience. The old heads like me were so excited, so it's kind of like you're crossing every generation.
I mean, seriously, and also it was fun because people were so excited when Like a Prayer started.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
It was an iconic performance, and I think it also was just fun to see these two icons performing together.
And it's Madonna controversial again. You've got people up there in their purple clothes, and then you've got Madonna up there in lingerie.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. All right, well, you know what? We're bringing it back here to North Carolina. So Asheville donut shop Vortex Donuts closed unexpectedly last week. And according to an Instagram post from their account, employees are alleging that they never received payment for their last 2 weeks of work. So the shop had been open since 2014, and many fans wanted to give back and support. So now they have a GoFundMe online and set the goal of $10,000, saying that it would roughly cover the payroll period for the last 2 weeks of work. And now we checked this morning, and they are over $17,000 in donations. So always fun to see community coming together to support
Absolutely, because we don't know what happened with Vortex Donuts. So you hate to see small businesses close.
Exactly.
Obviously, something happened if they allegedly couldn't make payroll.
Yeah.
But it is beautiful that the community came around
to
to help
support
them.
them.
All right, guys. Well, last week we told you about Dr. Pimple Popper, Sandra Lee, opening up about the stroke she suffered. Well, today we have an update just for you, just for our viewers here in Charlotte. Take a listen.
Hello, this message is for Alicia and Positively Charlotte. That's a good name. I just want to tell you guys that I'm doing really well. Thank you for your thoughts and your prayers, really, and really just sending me strength. I have a lot of people doing that now, and I really feel like it's so wonderful that people are sending me these wonderful messages. It makes me feel so great. I really treasure them. So thank you so much for being such wonderful fans.
Well, we're so glad that she's doing well. We want to thank Sandra Lee for that message, and my friend Valerie, who helped get it. We have a podcast, and Sandra Lee was on it, but I think that that's just really wonderful that she's doing better, and reminder to women, listen to your bodies.
That's true.
All right, so guys, the wait is over. People magazine has announced the world's most beautiful cover star. Who will it be? Find out when we come back.
And we are getting sweet and cozy with the Sweet and Cozy Bakery. Get a taste of their desserts coming up.
And you're taking a live look at West Charlotte. We'll be right back after this short break.
Happy Monday to you from us here at Positively Charlotte. Thanks so much for joining us. A classic dessert will always catch my eye, and pineapple upside down cake is one of them. So today is a day to celebrate that sweet treat because April 20th is National Pineapple Upside Down Cake Day. And Denise Price from Sweet and Cozy Bakery joins us today to show us how you make yours. I am so excited about this because not only do you have such delicious, gorgeous desserts, but they're also all gluten-free.
Yes.
So talk to me a little bit about what makes a good pineapple upside down cake, because even without the gluten, yours is delicious.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So with the pineapple upside
upside down cake, one of the things that makes it so moist is actually putting melted butter on the bottom of the pan, sprinkling brown sugar on top, and then you put your pineapples on there, which of course is going to be sweet and provide moisture. But the real big kicker to it is after the cake is made and you turn it upside down, pineapple upside down cake, right? Is I actually drizzle it with a homemade rum syrup.
Oh, yum.
Yes.
Oh my, okay, well, you know what? You did something so amazing. You cut out little pieces
I did.
for us to enjoy right now, which
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do.
Go right ahead.
So talk to me also about the other things that you have, because not only do you have pineapple upside down cake, but you also have cookies, you have, you know,
Yes.
lemon bars, all that
Absolutely.
jazz.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring a variety because, I mean,
I have to pause you. This is so good.
Thank you.
So good. Oh my gosh. And look at it. It's so beautiful.
Awesome.
Okay,
Thank you.
so you've got lemon bars. Tell me about what else.
Yes, so I brought gluten-free lemon bars. I also brought gluten-free oatmeal cream pies. I brought a gluten-free chocolate caramel bar.
Yum.
My personal favorite would be the gluten-free pound cake.
Really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It's classic.
I'm going to lift this up so people can really see it. That's beautiful.
It's a mini cake, but yes.
Now, what does it take to make a really good item that is gluten-free? Because I know that now we're living in a time where it's really lucky. We have good products that can really taste not gluten-free at all.
Right.
So what does it take to do that? What's the secret without revealing too much?
I can't tell you that.
She said then it would be a secret. That's right. But so, you know, with all of these things, you've tested and done things to make sure that they just taste the exact same.
Absolutely.
And why is that important to you?
Well, I eat gluten-free myself. I know that it bothers me from a digestive standpoint, and so my focus with Sweet and Cozy Bakery is to accommodate dietary restrictions, and gluten-free and dairy-free definitely are some of my #1 customers. And so I definitely want to make sure that I'm able to help people enjoy gluten-free baked goods without compromising the quality or definitely not the taste.
Exactly, and we've got a time lapse up there of all of the people coming to get some of your treats. And I actually originally met you when you were at Monday Night Brewing for their gluten freedom night.
Yes.
But you know, you also have, we saw your little mobile cafe there.
Yes.
What is that? Can people, you know, hire you and get you to come to their space? I love that. Tell me about it.
So it is called the Cutest Mobile, and with the Cutest Mobile, I offer gluten-free and dairy-free waffles, as stated before, and so the alternative for whipped cream is actually a coconut based.
Oh.
So even though a lot of people may think with the whipped cream that, you know, it's gonna adjust the flavor or the taste, but it actually tastes better in my opinion.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Man, see, this is making my mouth water. But luckily, I have a whole entire table full of treats that I get to eat. So this is awesome. I mean, Denise, you're just the best. Thank you so much. If people want to, you know, hire you for the Cutest Mobile, if they want to get some treats from you, where can they find you?
Yes, definitely go to www.sweetandcozybakery.net or follow me on Facebook and Instagram and send me a message there, or also they can contact me by phone, 980-428-9284.
Lovely. We've got all that info right there on your screen, and I'm going to be eating everything that's on this table.
Hopefully
in
you're
the next
sharing
hour.
too.
You know, and Denise, if you make me, I will. If you make me share, I will. But I absolutely. Thank you so much for coming on.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Well, if you're looking forward to watching something this evening, Sullivan's Crossing is back for season 4 on the CW. The show is based on the best-selling book from series Robin Carr.
The story follows Maggie Sullivan, a neurosurgeon whose life is turned upside down due to unexpected legal troubles, prompting her to return to her small town roots in Nova Scotia. So it airs tonight at 8 p.m. on the CW, and this looks like a fun one.
Yeah,
it's a great cast.
It's a great cast. We've done interviews, a nice cast for this before, so I think it's cool. And the CW is our sister station, so it's cool that we've got some good stuff on both of our stations.
I think it'll be very fun. All right, well, let's talk last night, because people dropped a cryptic teaser post letting us know that the world's most beautiful cover star is coming. Well, the sun came up, and the results came out.
Winner is Anne Hathaway. All right, so she's been making nonstop headlines with The Devil Wears Prada 2 and Mother Mary, and she's got so much more coming out in 2026. I love this.
Due for her. She's working hard.
She's in my age range. She's 43 years old. She's looking so good. She
looks fantastic.
She looks fantastic. She said that she gave up drinking a while ago. Not that she had a problem. She just didn't like how she was, you know, feeling when she was drinking liquor. So I think that she's looking really good. She's aging in reverse. purse.
Yeah, and also I'm loving all of her fashion
Yes.
too. I mean, you can't be unfashionable when you're in Devil Wears Prada too.
That part. And I just love the longevity. Our videographer Ryan, he was like, you know, she's such a key part of me growing up.
Yeah.
And the fact that 20 years later she's still here, she's still doing her thing. I think that's amazing.
I mean, I loved her in, was it Princess Diaries?
Princess Diaries. Mm-hmm.
I absolutely loved her
Enchanted.
in that. Ella Enchanted. Like literally,
Yeah.
I mean, you name off movies. She has such a huge resume. So it's fun to see, you know, her now in this chapter of life and how that hasn't wavered at all.
No, she said that she's only had 2 jobs in life, babysitting and acting. So she's a theater kid that went straight to become an actress. So pretty cool. All right, guys. Well, after the break, we've got a game for you. So don't go anywhere because we're playing one of my favorites, I See You.
And here's a live look at Uptown. You're watching Positively Charlotte on your Monday. We will be right back. Stick with us. Welcome back to Positively Charlotte. We are in the midst of National Volunteer Week, and here in Charlotte we have a local celebration underway with Share Charlotte's 10th annual Do Good Week starting today. Susan Arrington with Share Charlotte and Jessica Trosh with Lift Up Carolinas are here to give back Monday. So this is so exciting because I'm always looking for ways to volunteer within our community. I know a lot of people are doing the same, but talk to us about what this week entails.
Yeah, happy Do Good Week. Happy Do Good Week, everybody. Yeah, this is just our amplification of National Volunteer Week for here in Charlotte. So Share Charlotte is in the business of letting people know all year round about volunteer opportunities and ways you can do good. But we just want to remind everyone, especially this week, that it's easy Everyone can do it, and there are hundreds of opportunities on our site to get involved.
So many, and that's what's so fun. When I moved here, I was looking for ways to get involved, and Share Charlotte is such a great website because you can figure out what you're interested in. You can go and figure out what time frame you need. You know, it's so easy to find a way to volunteer. But Lift Up Carolinas is also such an awesome organization. Talk to us about what you guys do and how people can get involved.
Yeah, so Lift Up Carolinas is a nonprofit organization, and we have been serving the greater Charlotte area for over 3 decades. And ultimately what we're doing is fighting poverty. So we are providing tangible resources or opportunities for families to receive food, clothing, mentoring, and education support.
And this is just incredible. We got some pictures up from one of your recent events. Now, talk to me also about your pop-up food shares.
Yes, so that's a great way to get involved if you want to come for a short amount of time and make a big impact. Every first and third Friday, we have our Nourish Up collaboration for our pop-up food shares, and we are distributing food on site to families. Wow. So it's from 10:30 to 11:30 every first and third Friday, and we are in need of groups and individuals to come and help us distribute food.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the benefits of volunteering and giving back, because I always feel like whenever I volunteer and do something in any way, I'm actually benefiting from it.
Yeah, for sure. We know that doing good actually feels good. It improves our mental health. It gets us out of scrolling. It helps us not focus on things that are hard in our lives, because when we're seeing like being around people and just being in community and knowing that we have a purpose and we have something to give back, it just does make us feel good. Also, I just want to remind everybody that every hour that you're able to give, whether it's with Jessica's group or other groups, it's worth more than $34 to a nonprofit. So if you think, you know, I only have an hour to give a month, well, all of us doing that hour, it really adds up for nonprofits, especially right now when there's been funding cuts and other things going on. So it really does make a difference.
It's so true. And for you, with the impact that you're seeing in Charlotte and within our community, why is this so important that people come and give back?
Well, collective action is the most powerful action. Yeah. And so we exist fully by our volunteers, and we would not be able to have the impact in the community without their support. And so you can get involved as individuals or groups. We are in need of helping hands all the time. And so you can go on our website at liftupcarolinas.org and find out ways to get involved, or come to our thrift shop, which is volunteer run. Oh, wow. And all the proceeds go back to our agency to serve the community. So you can get involved with our food distribution, clothing distribution, or even coming into our thrift shop and helping us there. So we wouldn't exist without volunteers, and that's why Do Good Week is so important to us to highlight that.
I mean, it's awesome. We got the information right there on your screen. Real quick, if people want to come and volunteer with you guys specifically, are there particular events that we should block off on our calendars for this week?
Yes, obviously we have our first and third Friday events, but this week on Thursday we have a mobile food pantry, Thursday from 4 to 6 p.m. at local CMS school. And so we are in need of at least 5 volunteers for that event this week. So if you're interested, come on our website. It's liftupcarolinas.org. Get involved, and you'll find out ways to participate.
I love it. And we've got all that info right there on your screen. If that time frame doesn't work for you, Share Charlotte has a slew of other options. So many. Ladies, thank you so much, and a happy Do Good Week to you.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank you. You're the best. Thank you. Well, podcast listeners are feeling left out. The Wall Street Journal reports that audio-only shows specifically are becoming the exception rather than the norm, as the podcasting industry really embraces video. Now, hosts sometimes fail to explain visual references, keeping listeners out of the loop.
So YouTube is now the nation's largest podcast platform. Spotify and Apple Podcasts have enabled videos on their feeds, and Netflix is adding dozens of established podcasts to its streaming video lineup. And some say video boosting podcasts appeal, making shows easier to discover on social media. But others feel their beloved medium is neglecting them as it caters to another audience.
I noticed this.
Yeah, well, like
often.
we talk about this.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes when you're listening to a podcast and they're making a reference.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait, what are they talking about? Because you're not visually seeing it.
Yes, one of my favorite podcasts is Brittany Broski's podcast, and she frequently references things that you cannot see.
Right.
She's like, look at this, and I'm like, girl, I can't. I'm in the car.
She wants you to watch it like that. She said, start looking.
All right, well, new week, time for a game. We've got another round of I See You, but our producer is holding out on us. Why is that, Alicia?
Joey sure is. Okay, he said he's not giving us the theme, Liza. That's because you and I have to figure it out on our own. Joey, it is Monday. Our brains are not working yet.
I'm not ready for this.
But Mahachek, ready to get into it?
Let's get into it.
All right, let's try. Michael Jordan.
Period. There you go.
Right?
You saw him.
That's him.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's
That's not him.
Okay,
give us a clue, Joey. What's our clue?
Basketball centric. Okay, well he's got little red eyes like Michael Jordan. Hey, Michael Jordan has very red eyes.
May have been in the news.
In the news recently. Basketball centric. In the news for something good? Okay, he was in the. Lamar Odom.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Boom.
You got it.
Okay, thank you.
You got it. I feel like this is going to be a basketball theme. I have a feeling that this
ding,
is.
Ding, ding,
That's
all right.
what it's going to be.
Who's our next one?
Next up, let's see.
Oh, wow. Those eyes are. Those are something.
I do not know
that. Looks like Steve-O. These are.
No.
Is it my boy Pete Davidson?
No, that is not Pete Davidson. This is a drummer.
Oh, is it? Wait, who has blue eyes like that? No. It's not Travis Barker. It's the Kardashians. Oh, it's the men of the Kardashians. That's the theme.
Wait,
that's Travis Barker.
Susan, tell us. Susan's looking at us. Who do you think it is, Susan?
Travis Barker.
Travis Barker.
And the
there
theme
we go.
are the men that have been affected by the Kardashians.
Oh my gosh, maybe. You're right.
Yep.
Let's see. I wonder if Timothy Chalamet is going to be on this. Let's see.
Timothy Chalamet.
No,
Scott Disick. That's Scott Disick. That's Scott Disick.
Timothy Chalamet. Okay, Scott Disick.
Scott
This is definitely Kardashian.
This is Kardashians.
Today.
Okay,
yeah,
bring
the
it on.
theme would have given it away.
Yeah, I like this theme. I like this theme. Very creative.
All right,
Joey.
who's our next one? Oh, that's Kanye West.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Good for you, Liza.
Yeah. That's Yeezy. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just
there
going.
we go.
Okay. Okay.
All right. On to our next one. This is our last one.
Timmy. No, who that is.
Oh, I can't
Rob. That's Rob. That's Rob.
Wait, not Rob.
It's not Rob.
Who else is this?
Wait.
Is this Kim Kardashian's first husband?
Oh, yes, Chris Humphries. Boom.
Chris Humphries. Guys,
That was
Susan
good.
Susan knows the Kardashians.
Susan knows the Kardashians.
She's chiming in. I love this. We need to get a mic on her.
I know. You know what? I gotta say, Joey, I really like this game. All those years of Kardashian knowledge I thought would get me nowhere in life.
And I'm glad that they got you.
They got me somewhere. They got me somewhere. How'd you guys do at home? Let us know at Positively CLT.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well, after the break, we sit down with the director of a hot new take on an ancient classic.
And you're taking a live look over Independence Boulevard. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Well, a very important production is coming to the Three Bone Theater. Oedipus El Rey runs from May 1st into the 17th. And here to tell us more are Rod Oden, who's the director, and Kelvin Jones Fernandez, who plays Oedipus. Welcome to the show, guys.
Hi.
Okay, so this show actually is in Spanish as well, right? Like, tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah. So Luis Alfaro wrote 3 shows. Mojada, Electricidad, and then this is the 3rd show, Oedipus El Rey. And the show is done in traditional English language, but it has sort of a Spanglish feel, so it goes back and forth between Spanish and English throughout the production.
Is it meant to introduce Oedipus to younger audiences and get them involved?
I think Alfaro actually, when he wrote the story, I think what he was trying to do was try to reframe and create a cultural conversation about the incarceration system and also the systemic cycle of marginalized communities that are affected by that. And doing so, he found this incredible work, which feels fatalistic, right? So Oedipus is, of course, the fatalistic story of how a man falls in love with his mother and then has a downfall. Well,
a very light story.
A very light story. But the really amazing thing about it is that it has great commentary about this culture and the culture in Southern California. I'm a 5th generation Californian.
Me too, I'm Californian.
Oh, awesome. Where are you from?
Modesto, then I went to USC. I say the real USC.
Oh, the real USC, Long Beach.
Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome. So
we know the culture.
That's right.
Okay, so you're an international kid. We talked about this. You've lived everywhere. For you, how do you approach this character?
I think one of the first things I was attracted to about Oedipus was the language in the play is very, Spanglish, a traditional sort of Spanglish, and when you grow up in a Hispanic family, living in the States, that's sort of the language you grow up around, and that was sort of the first thing that attracted me to both the script and the character. I was already a fan of the Greek tragedy, whereas like the Greek tragedy is more of a like you meet Oedipus as the king. This is more of like a coming of age story through Oedipus.
I love it. And you said Three Bone Theater is the only one in the country to produce
this is a huge
trilogy. Tell me about it.
It's a huge deal. Like, it is a regional premiere, but Three Bone is the only company that has actually produced all of Alfaro's trilogy, which is an incredibly powerful cycle and commentary about the Chicano Latin culture that happens in Southern California. So,
talk to me about Kelvin's acting, because you said,
oh my gosh,
for your director to say how good you are, young man, you better sit a little taller.
Kelvin, he auditioned, and I'm telling on myself. At the minute he auditioned, I looked around the corner and I was like, oh my God, that's Oedipus. He's there. The challenge, of course, with the role, it's a very challenging, deep role where you have to deal with psychological pressures and then trying to prove who you are. And I mean, he delivers every time and every line.
As an actor, how do you, I guess, stay happy and grounded when you're playing a character like this, which could take a lot out of you?
Me personally, I try to keep things light when we're not in doing the scene. I try to check in like with my castmates. I try to, if something particularly heavy happened, once we're like lights down, I try to make a joke about it just to get the energy back in the room. It is hard, like especially once we got to some of the more emotionally climactic moments. I did have my moments where like we would be done and I was still very exhausted. So it was just, it was more so about actively telling yourself like, hey, you got to get yourself back up.
Okay, we stand a humble king who's a leader. So this is playing basically starting in May all the way through the 17th. You guys got to go see it. Thanks, gentlemen, so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, going back to our Kardashian theme, Khloe Kardashian is not holding back when it comes to her ex, Lamar Odom. She just blasted him after he claimed he only married her for fame, and she called that take completely messed up. Now, Khloe said she was already part of a famous family when they met and made it very clear she was genuinely in love and fully committed to the marriage.
She also shut down the idea that her relationship was some sort of strategic move, saying it was real, emotional, and very painful to watch it get rewritten years later. Khloe's done letting people spin the narrative and says she's not afraid to say exactly how she feels about it. I say good for her. When this man almost died in a brothel, which he did 11 years ago, The person that helped nurse him back to health was Chloe. So this all kind of set off because after she did the documentary, Lamar went out and said, oh yeah, I only married her for fame. And she goes, wait a minute, I've done all this for you. I did this documentary for you, and now you're going to say you didn't care about me? So I think she's hurt.
I think that that's fair to be hurt, also to have like your entire relationship kind of told that it wasn't real.
Right.
Like, that's going to be hurtful to anybody.
But she clapped back. She said, in 11 years, you've done nothing. Okay, but anyways, the world of entertainment is sounding off just like Khloe Kardashian. Here's Melvin Robert with the latest.
Friday, which means it's time for some new music, starting with Celine Dion. Ahead of her massive residency in Paris this fall, she just dropped a brand new song called Dansons.
Au-dessus des grands vides, que nos souffles nous guident, les corps à l'unisson, jouer violon dansant.
So good. Oh my goodness. All right, on to Olivia Rodrigo now, who's given us a taste of her upcoming album with a brand new single and a music video. This is the first time the Grammy winner has released new music since 2024. This is Drop Dead.
One night I was bored in bed and stalked you on the internet. It's feminine intuition, 'cause I always had a vision of us standing like this, all pressed up in the bathroom line. You looking like an angel on the walls of Versailles, the most alive I've ever been. But kiss me and I might drop dead.
The Palace of Versailles in Paris, pretty cool place to shoot a music video, I'd say. Fans are already speculating that the new track is about the singer's ex. Rodrigo's third album, You Seem Pretty Sad for a Girl So in Love, drops on June 12th. And a little closer to home now, Somber filmed the music video for his new song, Potential, right here in Los Angeles. Looks like he's gallivanting around the LA Natural History Museum with influencer Madeline Argy. And the Summer I Turned Pretty star Gavin Gasalengo. Somber teased the song last weekend at Coachella and is expected to play it again this weekend. And lastly, a killer collab. Tyla and Zara Larsson teaming up to give us a new track titled She Did It Again. Let's take a look.
She did it again, even when you feel like you can't get me out of your head. I know deep down you want me. I know you do.
She Did It Again is the lead single on Tyla's sophomore album, A-Pop, which is set to come out this summer. In Hollywood with your entertainment report, I'm Melvin Robert.
Really excited for
I know you are,
songs.
Liza. Okay.
All right, well, if 40 is the new 30, then 69 is the new old. Respondents to a survey out of the UK on when they think they're old, found that 69 is the not so magic number. But that's actually encouraging compared to previous findings over the years when people said it was 62.
The new number indicates people are pushing the idea of old further into the future. But wellness experts say if 69 is really the new old, then now would be the time to look after their health for the future. I don't know. I don't feel like 69 is old.
I don't either.
I think it's young.
I think it's young too. Yeah. I'm like, if you're in your 60s,
you're
like ways to go.
Yeah, you got time to go. Like, yeah, I think it's all.
You could start a new profession at that point.
You can. It's all in how you feel and how you take care of yourself.
True.
All right, so your inner emo kid is jumping for joy. How you can tie the knot amongst the ghouls and the goblins. Don't go anywhere.
And you're taking a live look at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick with us. Thanks so much for sticking with us here on Positively Charlotte. Smart spectacles are becoming more and more common, and now Snapchat is getting in on the fun. Here's Rich DeMuro with the latest for you.
We've been staring down at our phones for nearly 20 years, and now tech companies are trying to figure out what comes next. Smart glasses could be the answer. I recently spoke with Snap co-founder and CEO Evan Spiegel about what they're planning to launch later this year. You know Snapchat for its funny lenses, disappearing messages, and the fleeting story format.
Approaching 1 billion monthly active users with Snapchat and about to launch our new consumer version of Specs.
Now they're taking their biggest leap yet. It's like an entire operating system sort of floating in front of you. Augmented reality glasses called Specs, launching later this year.
I think one of the things that's so exciting about Specs is that they bring computing into the real world with see-through lenses.
That's Snap co-founder and CEO Evan Spiegel. Recently, I spent some time trying out a developer version of the glasses. You can tell there is some sort of screen inside embedded in the lenses. Inside, a virtual operating system overlays games, information, and more on top of the real world. I grew virtual plants, did some finger painting, played an avatar-inspired airbending game, and asked AI to identify objects around me. Let's see what this is all about. Fermented tea contains probiotics.
We've been trying to do something different. We've been trying to make computing more human by grounding it in the real world and allowing you to share it together with your friends and your family.
That shared experience is a big part of the vision. If a friend has the glasses, you can link up and see the same augmented world together.
The walls, the ceiling.
In a world where Vision Pro failed to take off, while Meta is seeing success with camera glasses, Snap's approach is somewhere in the middle, a mix of fun
module on the back side of the motor
and utility.
One of the most important things that consumers will see is a very lightweight version of Specs. So our goal is to release a product that's far more capable than the developer version of Specs today, but way more lightweight and wearable.
Tech companies are still figuring out what comes next, but many are betting the future is in glasses, not necessarily headsets.
It's really hard to convince people to put a screen that close to their eyes and shut out the world just to have immersive experiences.
Snap expects to share more details on its new spectacles later this year, with a possible first look as soon as June. By the way, this also comes as the company is cutting about 1,000 jobs, saying AI tools are helping them work more efficiently. I'm Rich DeMuro. That's Rich on Tech.
Well, prom season is in full swing, and safety is, of course, so important, especially out on the road. That's why Uber is offering a way for high school students to get to prom. Teenagers between the ages of 13 and 17 with Uber Teen accounts can get 3 free rides from now until June 30th.
To unlock the free ride, they have to just use the code YES with an exclamation point at the end. Teens can also reserve their Uber for their prom up to 90 days in advance. So if you've got someone needing a ride to Under the Seas, Under the Stars, Uber's gotcha.
I think this is pretty cool. Ride shares get a lot of flack for certain things, but I love Uber did this last year, and I think it's really cool that they're bringing it back.
That's sweet. All right, well, here's another sweet thing. You can now get married at Disney's Haunted Mansion for $40,000. Just a light $40K. Well, here's what you get for that price. The Gothic-themed wedding would take place on the steps of the Haunted Mansion in Anaheim, California.
Okay, but here's the catch. The ceremony starts at 5:20 a.m. before Disneyland opens to the public. It lasts about 1 hour, and only 25 guests can attend. Included in the package are the officiant, light decor, photography, and transportation from a Disney Resort hotel. The offering is part of Disney's Fairy Tale Weddings, which will launch in July. Liza, if you could have any Disney wedding in the park, where would you do it?
Oh, I mean, I would have to do it at Cinderella's Castle.
Duh.
But this does seem like it would be fun. I mean, the 5:30 a.m.
Yeah. I would do this, but not at 5:30 a.m.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
I don't know anybody that loves me enough to show up for a wedding at 5:30
Real.
a.m.
I know, but I mean, if you could get 25 people to show up for you at 5:30 in the morning,
that's love.
Hey,
That's
they
love.
really do love
But
you.
that mansion was really cool. Those
I know,
photos
and
are
also
unique.
somebody might love to say, I have a limit of 25 people. Sorry, you can't.
You
come."
can't make it.
They would-
Sorry.
you know,
Disney said you can't
that's
come.
smart. They told me that you can't.
Okay, well, guys, skincare, it's a big deal around here. Liza and I are always talking about it, and we're looking for the next big tip to keep us glowing and fresh. Here's the latest trend, and it's a little fishy.
You might have seen a lot of hype on the socials about sardines and your skin, and it all started when a Victoria's Secret model says that the key to her glowy skin is eating sardines every day. Now, skincare experts say there's no direct evidence linking sardines to healthy skin, but they are an excellent source of omega-3 fatty acids.
I believe this. You know, I grew up eating canned sardines thanks to my mother.
This girl is always eating a sardine.
Yeah. When I went to the pool this weekend, I brought all these snacks. I brought canned calamari, canned mussels, canned sardines. Shockingly, nobody else ate them but me.
They're like, why? Mommy, this is a pool. Why does this smell like the ocean?
But I gave Harlow a little canned canned calamari, and she was eating it, and I was like, that's my daughter. And
that's my girl.
Then she spit it out.
And then she said, Peh.
Yeah, I was like, no, we're trying. But no, it's really good for your skin. Trust me.
Yeah, you know what? And that's true, because she's got great skin.
Thanks,
so
Boo. I'm just saying.
Take it from her. That's the truth.
All right, guys.
Well, season 23 of Top Chef soldiers on here in the Carolinas, and as a new episode premieres tonight, we got a chance to chat with host Kristen Kish on the set of Top Chef to hear what she has thought of the Queen City so far. Take a look.
Is this your first time in Charlotte?
It is.
Welcome.
Thank you
We're
very
so
much.
excited to have you. So what do you think of our food scene based off of the, the chefs that you've gotten to kind of taste here and also the places that you've been able to go?
You know, I think already I've only been honestly to a handful of places, so it's hard to like judge an entire food scene off of that. What I will say is that there are options and there's a lot of different variety, because I've had everything from Vietnamese to Southern soul food to everywhere in between. And I feel like when you have at least options to go to in a city, that's like a marker of a good restaurant scene.
That is true.
It's not always about the quantity, it's about having variety and quality of what you do have.
This is just another season of Top Chef. Do you feel like the chefs are progressively getting better and better from when you started?
I mean, yeah, 100%. I think they're getting better. Well, no, I actually don't think they're getting better. I think that the way our industry goes, I think people, we're being introduced to more and more different kinds of people. And so not only are we getting different food, we're also getting different backstories and different histories and cultures and traditions. And I feel like that just adds to why Top Chef is so special, is that it continuously mirrors what's happening out in the restaurant industry outside of obviously our studio.
Are there any specific flavors, like, Southern kind of flavors, North Carolina flavors that you were looking forward to trying this season or that you've really liked so far?
I mean, I'm gonna give you the most cliche answer, but like Carolina barbecue.
It's
like,
so good.
It's a thing because it's actually it's like a real good thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I do gravitate towards more Eastern style barbecue than Western. Not to say that I will always eat a plate of barbecue.
Always,
yeah,
of course.
It does not matter. But I'm loving the Eastern style barbecue. I love that vinegary and tangy and really bright.
Now, looking at our team of chefs right now, what do you think of this lineup here?
So good. They're doing so good. What I'm loving so far is that, obviously I love a dynamic season where like you can't really pinpoint who the front runners are. Like everyone is like ebbing and flowing up and down. Like it's not just like this one person that is, you see them carrying all the way through, which makes it a lot more entertaining, I guess, also being the one to eat everything. But it's also interesting to see where they have expertise in the challenge, how they stretch their creativity and how they interpret a challenge. And I think that they're all doing a really great job, and they clearly all have, very specific skills that are playing sometimes better to a challenge than others.
That's valid. So you have a unique perspective in the sense that you have been part of Top Chef in many different roles, but what is the advice that you would give to chefs coming on here, wanting to succeed?
There's a fine line of cooking what you know, but also being pushed by this process. And you have to find that middle. You don't always have to cook to impress. Like, cook good food, and good food will always be impressive.
Yeah.
So it's understanding that you don't have to try so hard. Like, your innate ability and instinct that you have already as a chef coming in here, like, you rely on that base and foundation, and you don't forget that. You don't have to create something that's never been created before to be the winner of Top Chef. You need to do what you do, and you do it well.
Well, don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this robotic runner. Look at that. That's coming up right after the break.
It looks crazy. Oh man, there's a live look at Gastonia. You're watching Positively Charlotte. Stick around and see that little runner track star. Thanks so much for sharing an hour of your Monday with us here on Positively Charlotte. A Chinese humanoid robot named Flash, look at him running, broke the half marathon world record in Beijing on Sunday, April 19th. Beating the human record by 6 minutes, according to China Daily. Footage was filmed and posted on X by Takasu Makatsu, and it shows Flash, a bright red humanoid robot, running down a track in Beijing's E-Town area on Sunday. The video shows the robot overtaking human runners on the adjacent line, which granted, you know what, he's in the fast lane. It's like when you go on the highway and you've got the quick lane. He doesn't have to deal with all the other people, but later footage also shows other humanoid robots participating in the race as well.
Okay, so according to the China Daily, a publication affiliated with the Central Propaganda Department of the Chinese Communist Party, say that 5 times fast, Flash completed the 13-mile run in 50 minutes and 26 seconds. The human world record was set by Ugandan runner Jacob Kipolo in Lisbon in March 2026 with a time of 57 minutes and 20 seconds. Flash was developed by Honor, a Chinese smartphone company. More than 100 robot teams and 12,000 runners participated in the race, according to local news reports. It's interesting because last year they had Flash in the race and he couldn't finish it. He malfunctioned halfway through. So, I mean, I don't know how I feel about this.
I think I have 2 things. Okay. One, what's the point? I'm just confused what the point is. But 2, also, it's like, I hope it's not minimizing the skill set of humans.
No, it's not. The company said that they're using this as a litmus test to see how agile these robots can be. They eventually want these robots to be caretakers for the elderly to take human jobs.
And they need to be able to run a marathon in 55 minutes in order to be a caretaker.
Flash was about to pass over. Flash was tired.
Run it that was really incredible.
Flash was tired.
You know what? And congrats, Flash.
Congrats, Flash.
Congrats, you finished. You did a great job.
Yep. That's where we become 2 people.
All right, well, we will be back here with more positivity tomorrow at 10 a.m. We hope to see you here on Queen City News. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Have a great day.
welcome in to another episode of Morning Edition. Julian Tador, Andy Satowski, Jason Harper, meteorologist Ted Payton, all here. Gang!
It's all part of
We spoke it into existence. Teddy, I don't believe you were here, but Jason, Annie, myself, we were all like, okay, we're not going to mention the Hornets too much because we know they're going to win.
Yeah.
And we will be talking about them again on Thursday, and sure enough, they won. But we're talking about what happened with LaMelo. So in case you saw it or didn't see it right there, I wonder if we're going to get a replay. It's what he did, maybe accidentally, to LaMelo. Or not LaMelo, to Bam Adebayo.
Yeah.
Let's see right here. And they didn't call this a flagrant foul at the time, right?
Yeah.
Normally, the refs, if they wanted to, they would have had to stop play, review it. They didn't do that. The NBA reviewed it after the fact and determined it was a flagrant 2 foul, which if it had happened during the game, LaMelo Ball would have been ejected. We know he hit the game winner. He's been fined $250,000 for that. Let's see here. I'm just going to go ahead and do this so we can see it again real quick here. I'm going to bring this back and then fire it up. Watch LaMelo
watch his hand. It looks
right
like
there.
He goes for his ankle.
It's kind of hard. The alternate angle when you do it in slow mo, he like comes down and both of his feet are on the ground, and Melo kind of like reaches over there, like just as his foot hits the ground, and kind of does that, and kind of like pulls his ankle out from under him, and he didn't come back.
He did not.
No, he's. I don't follow the NBA too much. I'm so sorry, but now we're talking postseason basketball, so I'm like locked in. So Adebayo's but he's good.
He is now the second, has the record for second most points in the game that he dropped against the Wizards.
So he's
beating
good.
Kobe's 81. He is their star player.
Would that have had an impact on the game?
100%.
Absolutely.
Especially because Moussa Diabate, the Hornets starting center, went crazy on the offensive glass for the Hornets. A lot of second chance opportunities. One, you're losing the offensive output from Bam Adebayo, but also the rebounding. So it was a huge loss for them.
Yeah.
How much into the game did this happen?
This was, I
Was it towards the end?
No, I think it was earlier.
I think it was before half.
So there would have been a lot more playtime with him.
Oh my God.
Had this not happened.
Oh my gosh.
I think it was before halftime.
Yeah. Second quarter, I think.
Yeah, that's tough.
But the Heat head coach Eric Spoelstra was livid with the refs because again they had the ability to stop play and take a look at this in real time,
and they didn't.
They didn't do that.
Now forgive me because I don't have as much knowledge in NBA as I do like maybe in NFL. Can there not be like a what do you call it in football? You know when you
like a challenge.
Like a challenge.
Yeah.
Can that not be done in NBA where it's like whoa, blow a whistle, timeout. Let's review the play.
They can challenge it. I don't know if that's a challenge. I don't know if it would have challengeable because it wasn't a stop and play.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think you would have had to have a stop and play for them to challenge it, which again, it's interesting. So the Heat have the ball while he's writhing around. If they wanted to, and I don't know why, like looking back on it, Spoelstra could have called a timeout.
Yeah.
And had them look
That's
at
what I'm
it.
saying. Yeah, if you force the play to stop and then you challenge.
Right. So
I mean the game could have been different. I mean, we're grateful as fans that it ended the way it ended.
Correct.
But wow, that
you kind of wonder
different
why, talking it out loud, why Spoelstra didn't call a timeout there to have them look at it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't know if anybody saw in real time.
It moves so fast.
It does.
Yeah,
It does very fast.
1,000%. Like because they're big guys, they're coming down all the time. Like he literally could have come down like on Melo's hand
It's
or
not.
something.
It's
or
also not the first time that Melo's done this.
Oh.
But it's not the first time he's done it to Bam.
The point is though, he still gets to play.
He still gets to play.
Come Friday.
Come Friday, and this is a matchup that a lot of Hornets fans wanted, and I'll walk you through it in case people are just getting on the bandwagon. First off, welcome on.
Yeah.
Come join it. The Hive is alive. Yeah. We love the fact that Charlotte is getting excited about this. The reason why a lot of Charlotte Hornets fans wanted to see Orlando instead of Philadelphia is because Philadelphia has better guard play. If you watch the end of the game against the Heat, we were taking out LaMelo Ball and taking out Kobe White. And a lot of fans were like, why are you going to take out two of your best scorers? They're great scorers. They're not great defensive players. So instead, they were putting Sion James and Grant Williams in. So Philadelphia has a really great guard by the name of Tyrese Maxey. He's great. We don't really match up too well with them. Orlando, we match up a lot better with. they're kind of a team in disarray. There's some rumblings they don't like their head coach.
Who doesn't want to be matched up against a team like that?
Exactly. So
I like disarray.
If we get them and we beat Orlando in Orlando Friday night, then guys, we're guaranteed 2 home playoff games.
That would be huge.
Right?
That would be huge. Been over a decade.
So right. And the crazy thing is, everybody, not everybody, but a majority of NBA fans want Charlotte to win because you guys remember the spectacle at Spectrum, the fight between the Pistons and the Hornets.
Oh yeah.
So it's a storyline that people want to see.
I can see that.
And I just love the fact that, like, instead of them being like, oh my God, nobody wants to see the Hornets in the postseason. People are like, yeah, I want to see Charlotte.
I like that though.
Right? The narrative's changing.
I like the national attention around it, and that people are cheering for the Hornets too. I feel like maybe people don't like the Pistons that much. I don't know.
I mean, I think they've kind of
they have a reputation. Again, I don't follow the NBA that much, but I watched the great documentary with the Malice at the Palace and all that, right?
I think the Pistons have gone through several incarnations, right? Like there was the bad boy Pistons, and they were kind of the bad guys of the league, right? And then you had that championship team with Chauncey Billups, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. Those guys were more lovable, right? And then you have this kind of incarnation, which I don't know if people dislike, but the fight at Spectrum Center, I think, turned more people against them than brought in fans for the Pistons. So
either way, it's a cool matchup. We're excited. We're just talking about postseason basketball.
I think it just feels good.
Say LaMelo's first name and then pair it with Bam's last name.
LaMelo Adebayo?
Yeah, I just like how that sounds. Roll it together. Just a good little matchup on the floor.
Roll it all in.
Oh man.
Oh man. This is also not in the same calendar year, but in 3 months' time, guys, we're talking about a Panthers playoff game.
Yes.
Charlotte FC hosting playoffs.
Come on.
Right? And then now we have the Hornets hosting as well. I mean, come on.
This is great for Charlotte.
Sports
are waking up.
Really
City.
It gives everyone something to be excited about, even if you aren't really a sports fan. How can you not get excited about that? We had Lee the Hornet on, who's this kid in Charlotte who has a social media account called Lee the Hornet. And he wears this cool Hugo, which also Yellow punched Hugo in the celebration.
He got hyped. He got hyped.
He was hyped, and he kind of bopped Hugo in the nose. We digress. But he wears this cute hat, but he does a recap of the game. And lately, in several points this season on that like 8 and 9 game win streak, even 10 at some point. But he just is so excited and so enthusiastic. But he's not a bandwagon fan. He's been doing this for 2 years.
You're right.
But for someone to see someone like him and be like, actually, this is a cool team. Like, let's go Hornets. It's really fun. I like it. I love the buzz, literally and figuratively, around the city.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, look, Hornets, Buzz City, the Hive is alive. Hopefully, we're going to speak into this again. We're going to talk about this.
Let's do it right here.
Next week,
we're going to be saying we're in the playoffs.
We're talking about playoffs with the Pistons. There you go.
Yeah.
The jazz hands from Jason yesterday.
That's it, man.
All right, coming up on the show, we have a lot more to talk about. We're also talking about, have you guys heard of clavicular?
Not until yesterday.
Right?
What?
Well, he's taking over the internet, and not necessarily for the best reasons. Also, we're talking about getting overserved on the cruise line and a lawsuit that has a cruise line paying a pretty penny.
That's right.
Talking about that on Morning Edition. We'll be right back. Back after this break.
Welcome back into this episode of Morning Edition. We might be dating ourselves in some ways, but we definitely learned a term yesterday. We were 1 day old. I learned it. Did you know about this?
Looks maxing, yeah.
I learned this about 45 minutes ago.
Okay, I'm with you.
Jason also
Me
worked
too,
with
brother.
me on this. So Julian's the younger one of all four of
We're on the
us.
Tiki Talks.
Yeah, on the Tiki Talks. So there's this trend called look maxing, right? And the reason that this is trending and that people are learning more about it is because of this influencer named Clavicular, who, when you're looking at this video, he's in Miami. He went unconscious while out at a restaurant or a club and had to be taken to the hospital for an apparent overdose. Now, why people, and he was live streaming this. That's his whole thing. He live streams on Kick. He has hundreds of thousands of followers, if not millions, on the Tiki Talks. I don't have that, so I can't look at his count. But we're talking about, he's a look maxing influencer, right? So what does that really mean? That means maximizing your looks, your potential to be the most attractive that you can be. On the surface, you're like, okay, self-improvement, skincare, making yourself look good. But the methods that looks maxing goes to is a little bit scary. So that includes bone smashing, where they like where these Jason. I got sucked into the biggest rabbit hole yesterday. This all started with a 60 Minutes Australia interview. So these young men, it targets, you know, teens to early 20s. And if you don't like the way your face looks, all you have to do is just like punch it a whole bunch, like in your chin, your jaw. You want a more chiseled jaw. You want your cheekbones to pop. You just like create these little micro fractures. And in theory, I think he called it Wolf's Law. Don't quote me on that. Your bones grow back stronger in that area. So basically, it's going through all these crazy and very dangerous things to achieve maximum attractiveness. And that, in theory, will help you live your best life. And at the end of the day, be more attractive to women.
Well, that's what I was going to say. It's not even so much the physical change. It's fine. It's your body. Do what you want. I mean, other people will argue, is there a mental health crisis here or not? I mean, everyone can decide on here. But yeah, some were saying he did this, and he told people he did it to make other men feel inferior to his perfect masculine chiseled face. And so that, yes, eventually maybe women would find him attractive and, you know, who knows what after that. But to purposely set oneself up to make other people feel inferior, that's problematic. It's very narcissistic to me, and
he's
not
not a
healthy.
narcissist.
Yeah, there's a whole go watch the 60 Minutes Australia interview with him. It's an hour long. It's insane. I couldn't look away. But there's also talking about peptides, which have become hugely popular because of influencers. It's an unregulated thing. I don't know much about it. I haven't done a lot of research, but if you are in that space, you're going to see a lot of people saying, this is my protocol. And even him during that interview, he said, I don't want to say exactly what I do in this interview because I don't want people to follow exactly what I do. A little bit smart there, being like, I don't want to get sued for it, but
I feel like his peptide stack is the least concerning thing
yes.
about him, because so in that post that we showed you there, one of the things he said on that post is all the substances are just to cope, trying to feel neurotypical while being in public, but obviously that isn't a real solution. So, I mean, if you want to talk about drug problems 101, whenever you're taking drugs to cope that aren't prescribed by a doctor, that is cause for concern.
He's also admitted to in the past, he says he doesn't do it now, but doing meth because it is a appetite, or using it as an appetite suppressant because it's a stimulant, and saying I wouldn't eat the whole day on this.
Go ahead, Ted.
About mental health, and the problem is you know, I think clearly this is someone who's hurting, and unfortunately there seems to be influence around it and other people following in that procedure. And it's,
he's 20 years old, by the way.
He's 20, and he started taking testosterone at 14.
And that's another problem, right? Because your body's ability to produce testosterone on its own goes down drastically when you're supplementing or you're injecting testosterone or TRT. But that's what I guess is concerning, because obviously when you have that many people who look up to this guy, there's a need being filled.
Following.
Yeah. Would you say, Annie, like hundreds of thousands?
That's on Instagram alone, but I'm imagining that on Kick and TikTok that it's so much more. It's got to be in the millions, I would say.
Yeah.
So that's what's concerning to me is that's filling a void for some people, some men who are looking up to this guy to follow the protocols that are not healthy and as a 20-year-old are not needed. Like, if you're look maxing, there's natural ways to do it that don't hurt as much as hitting yourself in the face with a hammer. There's, if you don't like your chin, grow a beard, right? If you want broader shoulders, I think clavicular is the name because of the clavicle or the shoulders.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, broad shoulders. And like, dude, just do some lateral arm raises or something. There's so many things that you can do for yourself that isn't going to deteriorate your health in the long run. And that's what is most concerning to me is I see a mental health issue, someone who's hurting and has influence over so many others who might be misguided in this process.
Well, and people have pointed out the fact that his transformation is from the ages of 14 to 19. What happens during that time? You hit puberty. Like, and it's different for men and women, boys and girls. Like, puberty affects you in different ways. Some people it hits later, some it's earlier. You undergo so many changes. So I wonder how much you can actually attribute that to like hitting yourself in the face to like, hey, you're just like turning into an adult now, and this is what you're going to look like.
So you made a great point there. And to anyone who's listening who has younger kids, maybe someone in that range, 14 to 18, like, I'm going to tell myself, like, those are the awkward stages for a lot of kids. Some kids go through that.
Everybody goes through it, man.
Everyone. Kids are brutal. I was called Crunch Bar because of the little pimples that I had on my face. But like, I had like a little tablet. Go ahead and laugh. Because like, now I am an adult and I have grown and dealt with those insecurities, but I do think it's part of that growth is like loving yourself through the imperfection into what you become. So I get it. And for anyone who's in that range, sure, I can imagine the difficultness with social media and more of the visibility. But that is a trend that a lot of us go through of that discomfort, that awkward stage. But you are going to be in your cocoon and you're going to come out as a butterfly.
You are going to be a butterfly.
I mean, like, look, there are some kids who are fortunate enough to like, you see those kids, they never have to deal with the awkward stage, right? And it's just like, okay, you're probably going to be like a child model or like a TV actor, one of those things. Okay, great for you. Most of us look really janky
some point in our lives.
Like, oh my, like you guys have seen the photos from me when I was bald and all that and brace. Like, it is, there are some rough stages that would go, even, Casanova over there, Jason Harper. If you see the glasses that this kid
and they worked, they really worked.
But to Ted's point, everybody has to go in their cocoon and then they come out a beautiful swan, right? Yeah. So it's to follow this kid and think this is the only way that I'm going to be attractive to women, that women are going to talk to me. No. And we talked about it too, Annie. This is, or you said it or somebody else, it's like the evolution of the Andrew Tate. This is the only way that men should be. And that is not the case at all. In fact, I would encourage so many to not make those people your role models.
No, absolutely not. And that was also brought up in that interview. And, Clavicular has been seen in the company of Andrew Tate. And so the reporter asked about that, who did a fantastic job, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
Asked really good questions, was respectful, not critical of him at all, just literally curious, which I think we all need to be.
Yeah.
Just, about what that meant. And he got upset and ended the interview right then and there. But a lot of it, and I don't think we have time, but a lot of it has to deal with a lot of misogyny and talking about how men view women and not in a respectful way. That's like a whole other podcast, but it has its ties saying like, hey, women are, if you are a heterosexual man, women aren't going to give you the time of day unless you're richer, you are more successful, you look better than everyone else. That they kind of just pinning women into this shallow persona.
He said, like, it's not what women say, it's how they act. So they say they want a guy
someone with a good
who treats them
personality.
well and all that stuff, but actually he's like, well, when I go to the clubs, they're in VIP with me, and they're not with these other men they say they want, who care about feelings. Jason,
outside.
Oh boy,
you've been breathing heavily.
There's so
You
much
have
sighing.
your daughters are around this guy's age.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think about all this?
Yeah, it's not even so much the physical changes that he's forcing on himself. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. You got to let Mother Nature tell, like what you're talking about.
And then when you
Let
get
the
older-
process take its turn. You're right.
Mhm.
What are you going to look like when you're 30, when you're 50? I don't know, right?
Yeah.
So it's not even so much that, because a lot of people go to extreme lengths to change their outward appearance,
Mhm.
right? So it's not even so much that, although I do have an issue with what he's specifically doing at his age. It's the fact that he's doing it to attract one sex while trying to be inferior to his own sex.
Mhm.
You know, I'm trying superior, I should say.
Yeah, you're right.
So he's trying to attract women, and he's trying to be greater than other men and make them feel bad. So you're intentionally trying to put down other men and males around you. So that, I mean, that to me, there's where you're crossing the line in the mental part of it. So yeah, this to me is a conversation with my daughters. Have you heard of this guy? They probably have. They're all on TikTok. What do you think about it? And because I feel like most people would jump to that's fine. It's his body. He can do what he wants. I guarantee that's probably what most of my daughters would say. I'm not even questioning that he can't do what he wants to do, but do you think that's healthy the way how does that make you feel as a woman, as a young woman? And then it opens the door to, so what are you attracted to? And then have you ever thought about why? Are you attracted to it because that maybe just in your DNA? Are you attracted to it because maybe that's what you saw your mom or stepmom and I model growing up, and that's attractive to you? Being affectionate, being a hard worker. Like, are those the things that make you attractive? Or is it because you've grown up in the social media age looking at this stuff in social media?
Fair point.
There needs to be some family conversations with this video.
That why question is so important. Just to add on is because with social media, we all have our own corners of the world in which we see, and we believe that to be ubiquitous. And I say that on purpose, right? Because we think it's everywhere. Our perception becomes reality, and that's not the case, right? Our perception on social media and our lived experience is only a section of what this whole entire true reality is. And that's what's so dangerous. We can get trapped in that tunnel vision. So that why question, Jason, is so important. It's like, why do we believe what we believe, and why do we do what we do?
I'm going to say this. We'll have more to talk about this. Probably not the last time we're going to talk about this, because I think the kid's going to be in the news for a while. But we have more things to talk about, including Carnival Cruise Lines and the trouble that they are in. We'll talk about that as we wrap up Morning Edition on the other side of this break. Welcome back into Morning Edition. We're talking about this Carnival Cruise Line passenger who was served 14 shots of tequila, had a massive fall, suffered some medical problems because of it, won a $300,000 lawsuit from Carnival because she claimed that it was the bar staff for serving her. I believe she had a concussion. It was 14 shots of tequila in less than 9 hours on the Carnival Radiant ship. This happened in January of 2024. It's been held up in courts since then. What do you guys think about this? She had concussion, headaches, back injuries, tailbone injuries, bruising, and possible traumatic brain injury.
We do need to mention, you did mention a couple of specifics here. This was over a 9-hour span.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is not like in a 2-hour window. This is not at one restaurant or bar either.
Right.
This is, I think, 5 or 6 different bars spread across the ship. So you don't have one bartender who you're kind of pointing fingers at going, hey, buddy, you should have been watching her. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors here.
She said she woke up in the bottom of the staircase in the crew area. She blacked out.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. She fell down, blacked out. And then she says, waking up after blacking out and going to the crew and asking them for help and asking them to tell me what happened was extremely frustrating. They gave me conflicting information. They treated me like a criminal.
Huh.
I'm gonna call a spade a spade. Where's the autonomy here? Like you blacked out.
Yeah. And I also want to know, like, where are your people? Where are your friends? We've all had your friends that get drunk and like wander off and you don't know where they are, but like
they ain't friends.
No.
At least no more.
Right? You always have to keep track of your people.
Exactly
We're how many years away removed from the Shankola Robinson where she went down to Mexico with her friends?
Yeah.
It didn't make it home.
Right?
Yeah.
That's all still pending.
Oh, man.
But I think, so Carnival said they're going to fight this. We had Khalif Rhodes on the show, our legal analyst, and saying, like, this is very rare for a plaintiff to win a case like this against Carnival. But it won because it went to a jury trial. They gave her more than what she was asking. She was asking for $250,000 in damages. They did $300,000. Yeah, I mean, it's about personal responsibility. And I would imagine that like cruise lines, just like bars, have to have so much insurance and liability. But the point is they're not really going to change policies. To Julian's point that he made is like they're making money on these all-inclusive packages.
Yep. Yeah. I wish we had more time to talk about it. But as the bar says, closing time, last call for Morning Edition. So you don't have to leave, but you got to get out of here. We'll be back next time with another episode of Morning Edition when the Hornets are hosting a playoff game. Go Buzz City, go Hornets. We'll catch you next time.
Welcome into Side Hustle. I am your host, Taylor Young, who's also the chief business correspondent at Queen City News. And this is a show dedicated to learning all about the interesting ways that people make extra money on the side. Every episode, we learn about a new side hustle. And this time, we are welcoming Becca Hartung. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes,
welcome
thank you.
to Side Hustle. So you are an artist, a live doodle artist.
I am.
Let's start from the very beginning. Has art always been in your life?
It has. I have always loved creating things and making art ever since I was little in elementary school, winning the little coloring contests. I've always loved it and I've wanted to pursue it, here and there. I like to make art for friends and family, really. I think the best kind of gifts are handmade, so that's usually my go-to. Yeah, I've always loved it and wanted to pursue it.
And you specifically draw people. Which I feel like is it's hard to draw up face, right?
Yeah.
So talk about what got you into that specifically.
Yeah. I mean, let's be real. I'm not a realistic artist. I'm not doing all the little details, because that is very crazy and I'm not there yet. But about a year or two ago, I was just messing around with like little caricatures, little cartoon doodles of my friends. I hosted my friends for like a Valentine's Day weekend. And so I made everyone a little caricature of themselves, and I was like, oh, this is fun.
Like,
they all
everyone
loved
loves
it.
a little picture of themselves.
Exactly. They all loved it. And like my one friend has it up at her desk at work and gets compliments on it all the time. And so I've just been doing it for like friends for birthday parties, like for their.
This is Ethan?
Yes, that is Ethan, and that is a commission piece that I did. But yeah, I just started doing it as like sort of their cards and their birthday gifts and stuff like that, and they all loved it. And I was like, it'd be fun. I could do this.
So then let's transition to how I found you. So you posted a TikTok kind of saying, hey, I'm a live doodle artist.
Yeah.
If you want me at an event, what got you to that point where you were like, hey, maybe I should put this on social media to see what people think?
Yeah. So I hadn't actually done it live yet, but I was like, I'm gonna call myself a live doodle artist, and that's my manifestation. And if you claim that you are it, then people will believe.
Then you are.
So yeah, I've posted TikToks like here and there, nothing crazy, mainly just like my crafts and hobbies that I do. And then I was like, this works for a lot of people. Like TikTok really gets the word out there and spreads fast. I was like, whatever, I'll make a video. If it gets traction, it gets traction. If it doesn't, no harm done, like whatever. And then it got a lot more likes and comments than I've ever gotten before, and gotten some DMs, and I'm like, okay.
One of those DMs were me.
Yes.
And also had 2 colleagues also send me your TikTok.
Yeah,
so it got around.
Yeah.
What was the response? Obviously your goal was to find clients, customers.
Yeah.
How did it work?
Yeah, I posted that, got a lot of comments of people being like, oh, I'll DM you, or this is so cute, like I love this idea. And I got some people reach out for birthday parties. Last week I did my first live birthday party. And it went great. She was so kind and everyone was so nice. I was definitely really nervous, but I was like, we can do this. I've gotten DMs for different markets and pop-ups going on in Charlotte, which there's always so many of. I've gotten some people reaching out about like weddings. And I'm like, that would be so fun. Kind of crazy, but like, yeah, I would love to get into that.
Huge undertaking.
Yeah. But some people reach out for like, like they're like, oh, I have a 70-person wedding. I'm like, I could do that, sure. Why not? I'll try. And I love weddings. I'm like, I want to go.
Did you expect that?
No. Really not. I really didn't have any expectations. I was like, you know what? Like, we'll just try it and see what happens. And my other videos don't really get that much traction, not like this. So I was like, wow, this is crazy. And people really enjoy it. The girls love it. Girls love a little doodle, and they're all so nice. And gotten some people with like bachelorette parties. I'm like, oh, that would be so fun.
Yeah, that would be the first thing I would think. I've had a bachelorette party. You want things to be so personalized, and it'd be perfect for that.
Yeah.
I also think that this shows the power of social media. I think for a lot of people who, I've spoken to a lot of people who have started a side hustle, right? And the main hardest part in the beginning is just getting the word out there.
Yeah.
But social media is free.
Exactly.
Wow. So how long does it take you to do each doodle?
Yeah, I have definitely been practicing just with friends' pictures and stuff at home just to see how quick I can do it. So they're usually about 5 to 8 minutes. Definitely if you have more jewelry or like tattoos, I want to add that in. So that's going to take a little bit more time than some people. If you're just wearing like a t-shirt and nothing too crazy, I can get that done quicker. But yeah, I think I've gotten it down to like 5 to 8 minutes.
It's really impressive.
Yeah.
For something that someone's probably going to keep for a very long time. So you did mention that you did your first event, the birthday party. Were you nervous? Like, what?
Oh my God, yes.
How did it?
It went great. They were so kind. I think it was like 12 people. And the birthday girl was so nice. It ended up, I was a surprise for everyone. They didn't know that I was coming, and she hired me. And so they were all excited. And all the girls were all dressed up. They had like boas and little tiaras and stuff. So that was fun. Yeah, I was definitely nervous. The first one that I did, I scratched it because I was like shaking, and I was like, you're fine, calm down. You can do this. But once I got into it, it was
great. So what's going through your mind as you're drawing, or is it kind of nothing? Do you have to stare at the person?
I try to stare at them. Yeah. So I try to just like take in what they're wearing, and I'll pull out the markers of like, okay, you've got a blue shirt on. I'm gonna like get that out and everything. So I have it all, and I'm not like searching while I'm doing it. But I sort of have the same layout for each one to make it easier for myself. They all sort of have the same shape and format to them, so I can sort of fill in the blanks with what the person's wearing and what they look like. But yeah, it's sort of, I don't know if you know the cartoon Teenage Drama Island. that's sort of the vibe of them, I feel like. They're kind of funky little guys.
Yeah, with the
which I
big
love.
eyes.
Yeah.
That's amazing. So, what is like the reaction that people have when you give them? I mean, I could imagine it's just joy, right?
Yeah, which I love. That's also, handmade gifts, making something that I'm proud of, and then I get to see the reaction is always so fun, especially with like friends and family. I just did a commission piece for my friend. He asked me to do one for him and his girlfriend's anniversary and to add their dog into it. And seeing his reaction and her reaction was so, so cute. And I love it. They're always like, oh my gosh.
Do you have a limit for how many you'll do? I know 5 to 8 minutes. When you're talking about a wedding, I mean, I'm not going to do the math on how many that is, but that could be hours
That
there.
For things like that, obviously I haven't done it yet, but in my mind, I'm going to prep the pages and everything and sort of have an outline of it so that I can just kind of fill it in, like have sort of the body and the eyes like sort of ready, and then I can fill in the colors and like their shirts and whatnot. Because I'll have to get through them faster. I also have like an idea of like if it's a wedding or a big event, I have these sheets of paper that I've made where you sort of fill out your name, your eye color, because that can be hard to tell sometimes. If they want to hold something in the picture, things like that. And then I'll like take pictures of them so that they can go and have fun at the wedding or whatever, and then come and pick it up later. So they're not just sitting there.
All right. Well, on that note, we're going to take one quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. Okay, so we can't talk about a side hustle without the part that gets everyone into one, right? The money part.
Sure.
How did you go about setting pricing?
Yeah. So with like the birthday party that I did, I just figured out how many people would be at the event, about how long that's going to take me. And usually I range them like for a single portrait $5 to like $8. I want art to be affordable for people. These don't take me that long. I enjoy doing them, so they don't need to be that expensive. For like a market, if I'm just set up and people are walking by, if they want to stop and get one, a single portrait's $5. I want it to be easy for them. For two people together, it'd be $8. That's sort of what I've figured out. Obviously for bigger events where I'm gonna have to be there longer, have more supplies if I have to travel, obviously that's all gonna have to go into it. But I just want it to be fun and affordable for people. I enjoy doing it, so like it's not like it's, a burden on me.
Yeah. And I'm sure the supplies, of course, cost you money, but I'm assuming it's not too much.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not bad. I have the paper and markers that have lasted a good while. Obviously, if the more I do this, I'm gonna have to re-up on that. I got a little table and some folding chairs. That's all I need. I've made my own little signs and banners and stuff. I have all these supplies. I'm an art girl. I have crafts all over the place, so I have all of that already. So yeah, it hasn't been too crazy.
And you, of course, also work a full-time job.
Yes, I do.
I know we are catching you so early on in this side hustle, but how has balancing that been?
Yeah. I will say I have always, along with my full-time job, had side jobs since I've been working full-time for almost 3 years now. I've done serving. I do freelance graphic design, marketing stuff. So I've always had other streams of income and other little side gigs going on. So I think I'm pretty good at multitasking and figuring out my schedule. Adding this in, again, most of the events are like weekends, so it hasn't been that bad with my full-time job. I just have a really busy planner that I write everything in.
And one thing I've just noticed from talking to a lot of people who have side hustles is the majority of them, it's something that they're passionate about. So you're an artist.
Yeah.
So maybe doesn't necessarily feel too much like work. Of course, you're kind of still clocking into something, but is that kind of part of it too? It's something you enjoy.
Yeah. And I really want to be a part of the community here in Charlotte and get more into the events and things going on. I've had people reach out with like fundraiser events, and I was like, I would love to give my time and supplies to that. And I just really want to be a part of it. So that's sort of what I enjoy. So I'm like, I don't mind doing it. Like, this is fun for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know I mentioned earlier, you had your first event last week.
Yeah.
So you were so fresh
Yes.
into this. Did
Yes.
you expect this to, happen so quickly?
No. It's been crazy with the amount of like DMs and people messaging me. It's been amazing. And I've also had like, I think 5 commission pieces come in from this, which are always fun. I just get to go home and draw, which I like to do anyway. And those have been really fun. Obviously the commission pieces are bigger and more detailed. And they're so fun to do. I'm excited to see where it goes, honestly. It's very new and fresh, so we'll see what happens.
And I don't know if you noticed from some of the other paintings or the drawings that we had up, but you also do props.
Yes, of course.
What are some props that people like? I'm assuming drinks or
Yes, a fun drink. If you and your gals love like an espresso martini, I can add that in. A little margarita.
Oh, there we go. Is that a beer?
A beer. Whatever they want, maybe sunglasses or flowers. Those were matchas.
Cigarettes?
Cigarettes, if you're a stoner, there you go. I got you.
One thing I think is really interesting is you are, of course, an artist, but you also are doing a little bit of marketing on social media, but you're also kind of a personality. Like when you go to an event, you have to interact with people.
Yeah.
What has that been like?
It's definitely new for me. I wouldn't say I'm the most outgoing person. I like to talk with people and connect. It just scares me a little. But it's been fun. This year I really have been like, I'm saying yes to things. I'm gonna try new things and get out there, put myself out there. Like, it doesn't hurt to try, and like if you get rejected, it's okay. And it's been going great for me. So yeah.
Yeah, I think the manifesting is working.
Yeah. You gotta put it out in the universe.
Right? So, okay, for people who might be watching and might be kind of inspired by this, do you have any advice for someone, maybe they don't doodle, but they do some other kind of art? What would you say to them?
Yeah. Just put it out there. Take pictures of it, videos of you working on it. I love watching those personally, a little sped up video or, the supplies that you have to get, whatever, and put it out there online. Honestly, TikTok and Instagram are free and it just reaches so many people. Like, it's crazy. I've had people reach out to me that are from like South Carolina and like Tennessee, and they're like, would you travel? Or I don't know, maybe. Why not? So I gotta start charging that mileage, actually. But yeah, honestly, just get out there. Your work is amazing. Everyone's gonna love it. Yeah, so you gotta try.
Wonderful. Okay, on that note, one more break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Side Hustle. Okay, so we can't have a live doodle on Side Hustle, so actually seeing you in action. Are you ready?
I am.
Let's do it. we are done. Yes, I'm so excited for this reveal.
Yes. Alrighty. Here she is.
She's iconic. She gave me very big hair, which I appreciate. Beautiful.
Pass it over to you.
So cute. And it really did take you under 10 minutes.
Yeah. I whip it out.
Okay, so you honestly didn't really even need to look at me that long. You didn't have a picture of me.
Yeah.
So when you're kind of forming the idea of what you're doing, like, what are you basing it off of?
Yeah. So whenever someone's come over, I was looking at you, as we were talking, I was like, alrighty, I see what she's wearing. I know like the color. Okay, there might be a detail like the little gold on your shirt. If they're wearing jewelry, I try to add that in.
And the little microphone.
Yeah, a little microphone, of course. Yeah.
It's so cute. Okay. So you've clearly kind of nailed this again within just 2 weeks, really, of posting. Less than 2 weeks.
Yeah, honestly.
Where does someone go from here?
That is a great question. I am just gonna see what happens. I'm gonna try to post more and document anytime I do commission pieces or do a live event. I would love to like record people's reactions and stuff. I have ideas of what I want to, post to get the word out there. I've reached out to different like shops, and I know like markets that do pop-ups, or I know that like certain stores or breweries do pop-ups. And I've been reaching out to people. I'm doing like a 420 party at Kana, and I'm doing like I have some things lined up. I'm doing a Pups and Pilates event next Sunday.
And this is all from your post.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I could imagine the more, like, say you do more weddings or other events, I mean, other people are going to see you doing this. And then it's just going to spread naturally from there. Like, are you ready for that?
We'll see. I'm excited to see what happens. I'm just going to let it go and see what happens. If it doesn't, keep flowing, that's okay. I'm not going to put stress on myself. I want this to be fun for me. I don't want it to be a burden on myself. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the flow.
Could you ever see this becoming a full-time thing?
Possibly. I was doing the math of my little side gigs and everything that I do, like with my serving job and everything too. I'm like, especially if I get into weddings, I can do those once or twice a month, and like it will work out for me. But yeah, I want to keep it fun and not like stress myself out about it.
Yeah, I know when some people have a passion and they do it for fun, once you start making money from it, it might feel like a job or start to feel like a job. So I think the goal is to avoid that feeling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, tell us where, and I'm just going to show the picture one more time. This is what you can have, a personalized version of you. So tell people how they can find you.
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram and on TikTok at BexMedia_.
Well, thank you so much for the doodle.
Yes, thank you
like
so much.
your friend, it will also be on my desk.
What's that?
Thank you for being on Side Hustle. We really appreciate it, and we wish you the best. You've taken off just in a couple weeks, so we're excited to see where you go from here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for watching Side Hustle. We'll see you next time.
A deadly shooting leads to a viral courthouse brawl in Mecklenburg County, but now the suspect is no longer facing charges. Why prosecutors are deciding to not move forward with the case. Brandon.
Yeah, we're talking about a pretty cool start to the week compared to where we started things last week. 65 degrees your temperature, and then tonight the mountains dropping below freezing. We've got freeze warnings and frost advisories to chat about, and when things warm back up. Details on that coming up here at noon.
All right, and a dire warning as gas prices continue to hit drivers hard all across the U.S. Why it may be a long time before they feel relief from the pain at the pump. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at noon starts right now with breaking news out of Winston-Salem. A brazen crime there. First today at noon, noticeably cooler. Also, let's go back to that breaking news that we do have to be able to talk to you about in Winston-Salem. Right now, looking at what's going on, we're taking you to the scene. Authorities say police are responding to a mass shooting that happened after a planned fight. This all happened this morning at a park near a middle school. Here's what we know. Police did not confirm the number of victims, but they say multiple young people were involved in the fight that led to a shootout. Officers are still searching for the suspects. Of course, we're going to bring you the very latest details as we learn more information. All the suspects now charged in connection with last summer's deadly mass shooting in Catawba County will now face a judge this week. Officials believe that gang activity led to the incident that killed one person and also injured 11 others. Queen City News anchor Savannah Rudisell is in the courthouse and has more on where the case goes from here.
Catawba County court officials tell me that in the next several days, all 7 of the suspects will face a judge individually. The suspected gunmen are each charged with 63 counts of attempted first-degree murder for each of the 63 people authorities have deemed were in the line of fire. Court documents show that Garen Killian, Toland Huff Jr., Keandre Mack, Zachary Bates, Isaiah Mitchell, and Charles Kincaid are stand accused. The other suspect, Zoe Broswell, is charged with accessory after the fact for her alleged part in helping the accused get away from the scene. Officials say in June 1st, a group began shooting into a crowded backyard party with some guests either running for cover or returning fire. They say evidence suggests at least 80 rounds were fired in the melee, hitting houses, trees, and nearby cars. Investigators believe the violence was related to gang activity, but do not think the man who died at the scene was a direct target. The investigation combined the efforts of more than 150 local, state, and federal law enforcement officers over the course of several weeks.
What happened was not only unthinkable, it was deliberate, it was coordinated, and it was intended to cause mass harm. What happened was senseless. There is simply no justification, none whatsoever, for firing into a crowd of people.
The shooting led federal and state agents to establish a bigger presence in the region. Back in January, they formed the Catawba Valley Violent Crime Task Force with local police departments, State Bureau of Investigation agents, and FBI Charlotte members. They say their focus is to target the small amount of individuals who are creating a disproportionate amount of violent crime in the area. We'll keep you updated with any developments that come from court. Reporting in Newton, Savannah Rudisell, Queen City News.
Thank you, Savannah. All right, now to national news right now. 8 children are dead and 2 women are badly injured after a domestic-related shooting in Louisiana. This all happened earlier yesterday morning in Shreveport. Police say the deadly attack stretched across 2 houses. The gunman was the father of 7 of the children who were killed. Officials say they found 1 child dead on a roof, apparently trying to be able to escape, and then another child was able to jump off the roof and is expected at this point to survive. Family members tell officers the suspect and his wife were in the middle of separating, so his wife was one of the 2 adult victims killed. All right, let's talk about what we're seeing outside as we take a live look here over at the Queen City. Your time now is 12:03. I mean, kind of a really cool start. A lot of people were just taken by the chilly temps this morning. 62 degrees right now. Let's get over to Brendan Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So, Brendan, right now, we know these temps are going to climb up a little bit, but feeling this chill.
Yeah, you were mentioning the cooler here this morning, that chill in the air this morning. Temperatures were in the 30s and even low 40s across much of the region this morning. This is a look at some of those temperatures this morning. We dropped to 41 in Charlotte. Concord dropped to 36 degrees this morning. We were at below freezing in spots like Lincoln, or at least at freezing. Salisbury 33, 38 in Boone last night. Tonight, we actually have frost advisories in effect for our counties along the I-40 corridor, and then further north in the mountains, freeze warnings are in effect. The reason we didn't have these last night is because we had strong wind last night. And whenever you have windy conditions, that actually limits frost because you can mix some of the warmer air down to the surface surface with windy conditions. That's why frost advisories and even freeze warnings are in effect along and north of I-40. Lows tonight, again, close to that freezing mark, if not below freezing in the mountains. And then as you're getting south and east of I-85, upper 30s, low 40s, still going to be chilly tonight, just not going to be cold enough for frost to form. Temperatures right now, mid-60s. It is warming up from the chilly start this morning. I've got upper 40s, low 50s in the mountains right now here at lunch. I've got your high for 73 degrees today. More sunshine allowing us to warm up more, a little bit more cooler and comfortable, and more of that warmer southwesterly breeze. But tonight, northwesterly breeze, you've got another chilly night ahead. Temperatures falling into the lower 40s here in Charlotte, some spots in the 30s. Now, radar is pretty quiet right now, and that's really been the story here lately. We'll talk about if we could get more of an active weather pattern, though, towards the end of the week, coming up in just a little bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. FedEx officials say a vendor at their West Charlotte facility was injured this morning in an industrial accident. Now, medic responded to the 4200 block of Yorkmount Road in West Charlotte just before 6 o'clock in the morning. Well, that address is now the location of a FedEx shipping center. Medic says the victim's injuries are life-threatening, but the exact nature of this call is still unclear. No other details were released. The Charlotte Fire Investigation Task Force is now working to determine the cause of a house fire in southeast Charlotte. This all happened just after 2 a.m. on Bainbridge Road, and that's near the corner of Rama and Monroe Roads. Well, medic says one person was taken to the hospital for a medical complaint. Queen City News will bring you the very latest details when they come into our newsroom. Mecklenburg County prosecutors now dropping charges against the man who was attacked by a shooting victim's father in a now viral video. Officials say that the suspect was defending himself in the deadly 2025 shooting that led to the courthouse brawl. A Queen City News reporter Andy Weber has the very latest in the shakeup.
This clip went viral after this man, Shaheem Snipe, attacked Marion McKnight, who up until yesterday was facing murder charges in the death of Snipe's son, Jamarie Dixon.
Still to this day, I cry every morning. Ain't a day don't go past I don't think about my son.
But after a detailed review of surveillance footage as well as witness statements, prosecutors say they are dropping their charges against that murder suspect, Marion McKnight, saying they cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he wasn't acting in self-defense. In documents filed Thursday, prosecutors with the Mecklenburg County District Attorney's Office says while walking home from a rec center basketball game on May 23rd of last year, McKnight was followed home by 4 known gang members, which included Jamarie Dixon. The filing says McKnight had recently cut ties with the gang. Images from surveillance video show that after 3 people surrounded and blocked McKnight's path, he pulled out a gun and shot at the group, injuring 2 of them and killing Jamarie Dixon. Dixon's mother, Lynette Dixon, rejects the DA's narrative.
He was not followed based on the minimal evidence that y'all provided me. I can only get information by email. Nobody will speak to me.
A spokesperson for DA Spencer Merriweather declined to comment on the case, but in their filing, prosecutors say based off available evidence and witnesses, the state does not have a reasonable likelihood of success at trial in proving each and every element of McKnight's murder charges. Andy Weber, Queen City News.
North Carolina lawmakers now are back in Raleigh this week, and all eyes are on the state budget, or lack thereof. So North Carolina is the only state that has not finalized its spending plan. And although the General Assembly session is now scheduled, no votes have been confirmed. The House and the Senate have their own proposals. Republican leaders in each chamber have yet to reach an agreement at this point. House Speaker Destin Hall, though, says that his chamber's budget has bipartisan support and is the better option. Governor Josh Stein just wants to be able to see something done.
They were here in session, and they failed to do what they knew they needed to do, which is to fund Medicaid so that people can access health care no matter where they live, particularly dire and rural communities.
So Republicans may also launch another attempt to override some of Governor Stein's vetoes, including for Senate Bill 50. So it's a measure that would allow people as young as 18 to carry concealed weapons without permits. We've also heard about the long lines and the wait times, right, at the DMV locations all across North Carolina. Well, now reports show things are actually starting to improve. Reporter Tiana Maxwell spoke with officials about the changes made within the department.
Lines of people flowing from the parking lot were a common sight across DMV offices last year.
The population increase was the most significant driver, along with the Real ID implementation that occurred last May.
Now, across the 9 offices in the Piedmont Triad, DMV officials say those lines are getting shorter and shorter. Last September, they recorded an average wait time of 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 31 seconds. In the last 28 days, that number dropped to around 50 minutes. A spokesperson for the state DMV says a mini budget that passed last August added 60 employees to offices statewide. An extra 33 more employees will become available on July 1st. It's an action combined from passing Senate Bill 245 that allows more license renewals and teen driver transactions to be done online.
That's taking about 8,500 customers a week out of line at the DMV. And that'll be more than 400,000 for a year.
The goal is to bring wait times down to 15 minutes. For Larry Jones, who brought his mother-in-law to get an ID at the High Point driver's license office, that goal was met.
When I walked in, all them people sitting there, I figured it'd be 30, 40 minutes.
But not for some others. The wait was longer.
I've been sitting out here going on 2 hours. When we got here at 11, it was people that been here since 9 o'clock. They're still sitting with him, so them people been out here over 3 hours.
Holman suggests completing services online and coming to offices with the necessary documents to help cut these lines down even more.
Make use of the online wait time tool. Check to see what the wait time is if you don't have an appointment. So we recently made some tweaks to the appointment scheduling process. We now schedule only 7 days out. And so you can get an appointment next week as opposed to 3 months out.
All right, good tips there. So quick to climb and slow to fall. Why U.S. officials warn drivers may not see relief from the high gas prices anytime soon. Plus, more than 500 days after Hurricane Helene, a western North Carolina tourist spot is set to reopen. The soft launch happening in the small town of Lake Lure. And so much for April showers bringing May flowers, the widespread impact the persistent drought that's impacting owners of businesses and homes in the Carolinas. Brandon.
We do have a couple chances of showers and storms to the forecast. We'll detail when we might get into more of an active pattern. Plus, man, look at the major cool down we had over the weekend. 90 degrees, the first 90-degree high of the year in Charlotte on Saturday. Then Sunday, afternoon highs only in the 60s. This morning, we wake up to 30s and 40s. We'll talk about when things heat back up again coming up on the other side.
All right, 62 degrees outside right now here in the Queen City. The time now is 12:12. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Thanks for joining us. You're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News is staying on top of the breaking news right now out of Winston-Salem. We're going to take you live there right now. This is what you're seeing going on at this very moment. Police say at least 2 people are confirmed dead in a mass shooting. Details very limited at this time, but we just learned and know right now this shooting stemmed from a planned fight involving several young people at the park. Officials say this happened near a middle school, but students there are safe. Now, police also confirmed that right now 2 people are dead from the shooting. Of course, Queen City News will stay on top of this breaking news and bring you the latest details as police release more information. President Trump says that U.S. negotiators will now go to Pakistan today for another round of talks with Iran. Says Vinay Simlot reports right now the meeting comes days before a fragile ceasefire is set to expire.
Iranian state media says negotiators will not be participating in those talks in Pakistan, but Trump administration officials say they are optimistic there will be a deal between the United States and Iran soon. In Islamabad, Pakistan, authorities prepare for another round of talks between the United States and Iran, but both countries are still escalating in the Strait of Hormuz.
Vacate your engine room. We're prepared to subject you to disabling fire.
U.S. Central Command released video of service members warning, then seizing an Iranian-flagged ship. Trump administration officials say it was trying to avoid the U.S. blockade. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil travels through the strait. Iran blocked most traffic when the war began in February, sending oil prices climbing. But on Friday,
Iran has just announced that the Strait of Hormuz is fully open and ready for business.
Over the weekend, President Donald Trump said Iran threatened ships and closed the strait again. He says the U.S. is offering Iran a fair and reasonable deal. If they don't take it, the United States is going to knock out every single power plant and every single bridge in Iran. No more Mr. Nice Guy, he says. Though Energy Secretary Chris Wright says he's optimistic of a deal soon.
It's not too far away.
In the next couple weeks.
The starting of the blockade of Iranian oil puts additional pressure on them.
The president says the U.S. blockade of Iran will continue, trying to cut off some of the revenue to the Iranian regime. Meantime, the U.S. and Iran are in the middle of a ceasefire that's due to expire on Wednesday. In Washington, I'm Vinay Simlot. Back to you.
Well, President Trump is pushing back against the U.S. Energy Secretary's claims that gas prices won't drop to $3 for a while. So according to Chris Wright, gas prices will return to pre-Iran figures either later this year or potentially next year. President Trump disagrees, saying that Wright's assessment is, quote, totally wrong. Gas prices have spiked since the U.S. and Israel launched a war on Iran. So Gas Buddy data now shows regular unleaded gas was on average at $2.90 per gallon nationwide on February 1st. And looking at the current average now, $4.05, so that's a $1.15 jump in just 2 months. According to AAA, though, North Carolina's average is down to $3.78 per gallon. News a little bit better in South Carolina, where the average for a gallon of regular gas is sitting at $3.69. Looking live here over at Freedom Boat Club on Lake Norman and Cornelia. So cooler temps are kicking off the work week with highs in the low 70s today. So when we look at what we started with, it was cold outside this morning. Let's get over to meteorologist Brandon Lawson in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, even though these temps are cooler than we saw last week, the fire danger remains because we're still very dry, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Fire danger still high today, and that is why we still have the burn bans in place for North and South Carolina. So just keep that in mind. No outdoor burning is definitely discouraged just because of how dry it is. Now, it's also breezy today, too, and that west-northwesterly breeze is still keeping us a little bit cooler today compared to what we were last week. We've got mid-60s out there right now. Upper 60s as you're getting further southeast of Charlotte, Sherrall, Wadesboro, Rockingham at 68, and then upper 40s, low 50s up in the high country. And that's really where they'll settle out things today. Mid-50s up in the mountains, upper 60s in the foothills, and then low to mid-70s towards Charlotte and southeast of Charlotte. Now, we still have that west-northwesterly breeze today. Gusts around 20 to 25 miles per hour. Around 30 to 40 mile per hour gusts in the mountains. Man, the wind was howling there yesterday. We had gusts up to 50 up in the high country yesterday afternoon. And it'll stay breezy through the day today. I do expect the winds to weaken a little bit overnight tonight, especially as you're getting further north of I-40 up into the mountains and foothills. And as the wind weakens and temperatures drop near freezing, that could give a better potential for frost to form tonight, especially up towards the I-40 corridor and points north up into the mountains. So that's why frost advisories are in effect for counties along the I-40 corridor, and then further north into the mountains where temperatures could drop below freezing tonight. Freeze warnings are in effect for tonight through early Tuesday. We've got lows tonight dropping back again into the mid-30s towards I-40, possibly some low 30s, upper 20s towards the highest elevations, and then further south and east, upper 30s, low 40s. Temperatures not cold enough for frost tonight towards Charlotte and southeast of Charlotte, but we'll also have still a chilly start to tomorrow morning. You want to bundle up a little bit at the bus stop for the kiddos, and for those headed out to work early in the morning, going to be chilly. Radar is quiet, and that's really the trend here lately, right? We're in the significant drought, and we continue to deal with it. High pressure is really not what we want to see right now. I usually call it happy the high because it produces happier conditions, but I kind of want to see lousy the low. Low pressure creating some lousy conditions over our area. And I do think later this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, more of like a 20 to 30% chance of scattered showers and storms. This isn't going to get us out of the drought, but it is a sign that we are going to be getting into more of an active weather pattern. Remember, we showed you this map the last couple of weeks, and notice we're starting to see a little bit more green over our area here in the Carolinas. Now, that's not much rain. I mean, we're looking at about a tenth of an inch or so. We still need a significant amount. But notice just west of us, as you're getting towards Atlanta and down towards the deep south, other areas dealing with significant drought, a little bit more rain for them here over the next week. So we just need to get this moved a little bit further over. And I do think late April, early May, there is the potential for a more active weather pattern with weather conditions trying to creep into at least the deep south, if not the southeast. But this is what we're looking like for the weekend. I mean, we're just looking at scattered showers and storms Saturday. Same can be said for Sunday. A little bit of heat, humidity going to allow for those scattered showers and thunderstorms to form. Doesn't like anything significant, but if you do get a downpour, maybe you can get at least a half an inch of rain or so out of some of those storms. Again, the extreme drought, big story. And I do think it's going to continue to worsen as we go through this week. The latest update comes on Thursday, and this weekend, again, we'll track those scattered showers and storms with temperatures in the low to mid 80s. You're watching Queen City News here at noon. It's the most iron and most local news in Charlotte, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back. North Carolina health officials now getting community feedback on a proposed emergency department in NODA. So they now held a community hearing Friday morning. Atrium Health officials now want to build a standalone facility costing more than $37 million. It would open in August of 2028 if state health regulators give their approval. Well, Atrium representatives say the facility would also ease the burden on Queen City hospitals.
The development of Atrium Health NODA will help alleviate this capacity pressure while creating the first accessible freestanding point of emergency care in Central Charlotte.
And the facility would have 8 treatment rooms, ACT scanner, X-ray and ultrasound equipment, also a pharmacy and lab testing space. So April is National Poetry Month, and writers and fans alike are now focusing on why the art is so important in the age of artificial intelligence. It's the 30th anniversary for the campaign, founded in 1996 by the Academy of American Poets. So in the digital age, where AI can generate poems in just seconds, experts say computers lack a lived experience, which is so critical to the craft.
Of course, you can feed AI a prompt and it will spit out something that looks like a poem. A poem that AI produces will never have human depth, clarity of insight, richness of experience, any of those things that are uniquely a part of our human lives and our consciousnesses, because AI does not have a consciousness or a soul.
So professors also say poetry can help us stay grounded in a world focused on social media. Our award-winning Hometown series is continuing through the spring, and we have plenty of more stories to be able to tell you. So Wednesday morning, our 9 o'clock hour, we're exploring what's in a name. We'll be live in communities throughout the Queen City. If you miss any of our hometown stories, you can always catch them online on our website at qcnews.com. What's in a name? Well, the persisting drought impacting the Carolinas may be the worst to be able to hit the region in more than a decade. How the dry stretch is now impacting business for boaters on Lake Wylie. And NASA isn't slowing down after its record-breaking mission. How scientists are already getting prepared for next year's Artemis 3 launch. You're watching Queen City News at noon, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. All right, Queen City News, staying on top of the breaking news out of Winston-Salem. The police say right now at least 2 people are confirmed dead in a mass shooting. Details very limited, though, at this time, but we do know right now the shooting stemmed from a planned fight involving several young people at a park. Officials say that this happened near a middle school, but students there are safe, according to authorities. And police also have not confirmed the total number of victims in the shooting. Queen City News will continue to bring you the latest updates as police release new information. Also, a big story we're following right now, the case against a mass shooting suspects in Catawba County now moving forward. Court officials now tell Queen City News all 7 suspects will face a judge individually over the next several days. So they're each charged with 63 counts of attempted first-degree murder for each of the 63 people authorities deemed were in the line of fire. One person was killed, 11 others were injured when gunmen opened fire on a pool party. Also following, North Carolina DMV officials saying that they're making progress at cutting down long lines all across the state. So the agency's communications director says that they were able to hire 60 new employees thanks to a mini budget that was passed last August. The leaders plan to hire another 33 workers this July. DMV also has new scanners to help staff process paperwork faster. North Carolina lawmakers now back in Raleigh this week, and all eyes are on the state budget, or lack thereof. So North Carolina is the only state right now that has not finalized its spending plan. Although the General Assembly session is scheduled, no votes have been confirmed. The House and Senate have their own proposals, but Republican leaders in each chamber have yet to reach an agreement. But House Speaker Dustin Hall says that his chamber's budget has bipartisan support and is the better option. Governor Josh Dines says he just wants to be able to see something done. Let's take a live look here at King Street in downtown Boone. Talk about this weather outside. Oh, we went from the hottest day of the year, Saturday, to a freeze warning tonight. So winter storm alerts also set to be able to take effect in the mountain areas. Let's bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson, who's tracking the freezing temperatures in the Pinpoint Weather Center. So Brandon, just how cold are we talking?
Well, we're talking about temperatures in the mountains that could get below freezing, if not into the upper 20s across some of the highest elevations, especially as you're getting above 4,000, 5,000 feet there in elevation. So 54 right now, Boone, 49 Jefferson. So you're getting further south, we do have 60s across the rest of the region. So again, it is a considerably cooler day today compared to where we started things last Monday when we were talking about the potential for record-breaking heat through the week. Now, temperatures this afternoon will top out around the low to mid 70s towards Charlotte, upper 60s for our friends in the foothills, and then the mountains mid 50s. But again, later tonight, it is going to get colder again at freezing, below freezing in the mountains, the possibility. Then as you're getting further south and east, I do expect more upper 30s, low 40s towards Charlotte, Monroe, Wadesboro. This is going to be a little bit of wind around, and that usually can mix some warmer air down to the surface. So that's why frost advisories are in effect north of Charlotte, towards the I-40 corridor and north. Freeze warnings in effect tonight for the mountains. And radar stays quiet. That, again, has been the trend here for the last several months, and that is why we're in that significant drought that we're in right now. High pressure can be your friend if you have plans, but it's not our friend right now when it comes down to the considerable rain that we need. So coming up in just a bit, we'll talk about if there's any change in the weather pattern coming up soon that could lead to more rain chances. We'll also discuss when temperatures will be heating back up to the 80s in just a little bit, Alicia.
All right, thank you, Brandon, for that. So people in the Charlotte area are now being asked to limit outdoor watering to no more than 2 days per week. So experts say right now this could be the worst drought to be able to hit the region in more than a decade. Queen City News reporter Shakira Speaks spoke with a few boaters who are now feeling the effects of the drought on Lake Wylie.
Lake Wylie boaters say it's been a while since they've seen water levels this low, and it's affecting how they get their boats in and out of the water. Drought management advisors say water levels could get even lower with no rain in the near forecast. It was easy finding boaters looking to get in the water Saturday afternoon as temperatures hit 89 degrees. Carson Stewart says it was the first time in months he didn't need a wetsuit while riding his paddleboard. And while the water felt great, it was different.
Today it's a lot lower than a couple of days ago, and it just looks like it's keep going. And there's a lot of extra debris that you can see that you don't usually see in the water, like logs sticking up and rocks.
Water levels are significantly lower than normal, with more than half the region now under severe or extreme drought conditions. Experts say this is the most widespread severe drought in North Carolina since February 19, 2008. For South Carolina, it's the worst since August 27, 2002.
I actually saw a boat stuck on the shoal over there, it was a big boat stuck on the water.
So yeah, Big Allison Creek right now, they've got 2 lanes shut down, one guy stuck in another one, so they're down to 1 dock, and it's like 4 foot of water over there. So they're probably going to shut it down, is what the guy said.
Drought management officials are urging volunteer water restrictions in Charlotte beginning Monday, April 20th. Surrounding counties asked their residents to conserve water throughout the week.
When you think about all the things we use water for every day, it adds up to a lot of water. And so if every single person, there's 2 million users, could just do, things at home, like, thinking about when they wash their car, turning the water off while you, brush your teeth. If you can run loads of the laundry when they're full, all those small things add up. And so even though it doesn't seem like just your one household may have an impact, it really does.
The drought management team didn't say we were nearing stage 2 of a drought, but they'll continue to monitor data twice a month, and neighbors should continue to conserve as much water as they can. For now, reporting on Lake Wiley, Shakira Speaks, Queen City News.
Thank you, Shakira. So, popular Western North Carolina tourist spot will reopen today, more than 500 days after Hurricane Helene hit. So, the town of Lake Lure is now set to be able to hold a soft reopening. The lake has been closed since September of 2024, so crews could then clean up the debris left behind from the storm. Lake Lure levels, though, are currently approaching full pond, and this initial reopening phase will allow the town to safely reintroduce public access while continuing to do their work. A family is dead after a plane crash in South Carolina. This happened Friday in a wooded area near the runway at the Union County Airport. Officials say 4 people were on the plane and were all killed. Their ages ranges from 28 years old to 60 years old. The victims lived in Huntsville, Alabama, and then took off from the Raleigh-Durham area. The aircraft made a stop in South Carolina to refuel before the deadly crash happened. Neighbors in Statesville say that the victim of a recent deadly shooting used to be best friends with the suspect. So the killing happened Saturday morning. As Queen City News reporter David Schumann tells us, police initially thought they were responding to a home invasion.
And I heard pow, 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 pow. So I run to the door and make sure my son okay, because he literally just stepped out the door.
Danielle Turner says there was some kind of ruckus before the gunfire next door to her home in Statesville Saturday.
I ain't never seen nobody die before, and I watched him take his last breath.
Police say Trevor Roman was the man shot and killed during what was a report of a possible home invasion.
Dude kept kicking on the door, kept kicking in the door, kicking the door.
Vaughn Connor, who also lives next door, says the girlfriend of the shooter got the whole incident on video, which they later showed him. Connor says his neighbor and Roman used to be best friends, but had a falling out. Connor says the video shows Roman pulled a gun first, then the girlfriend who was recording tried to get by Roman into the house.
So as soon as she walked past him right there, he goes and punched her in the back of the head. And that's when Isaiah flipped out. You know what I'm saying? He just started shooting him.
The man didn't want to say anything about what happened, but the neighbors tell me he's met with his pastor to pray on the situation, and he also apologized to their kids who heard the gunshots.
I would have reacted the same way he reacted. I mean, he had no choice because, dude really could have killed him and his girl, and he had to do what he had to do to save his life.
In a situation like the one the neighbors described, Queen City News chief legal analyst says North Carolina's self-defense laws would appear to come into play.
If you believe that you're in imminent fear of bodily harm, you can stand there and you can defend yourself. And if it's deadly force that's being used, you can use deadly force.
My condolences goes out to his family. I hate that that had to happen, but, you can't just be kicking people's doors in.
In Statesville, David Schumann, Queen City News.
4-year-old is dead after a weekend shooting in Northwest Charlotte that happened Saturday night on Dundee Street. Police say that Zaquez Blakely and another person shot at each other, and then Blakely was then hit and then later died at the hospital. So it's unclear right now if the other person involved was arrested or charged. Police say gunfire hit another home, but there were no other injuries. CMPD Homicide Unit is investigating this case. The Pentagon is now reportedly asking some of America's industrial leaders to be able to start helping the war effort. So the Wall Street Journal says the Trump administration has approached Ford, GM, and several other manufacturers to help speed up weapons production. That does not mean, though, that they're are building missiles. The early reports, though, point to World War II-style industrial backstock, where companies with sparse capacity then help companies with spare capacity help make parts, and that includes things like castings, wiring, propulsion components, electronics, or vehicle systems under defense specs. Pentagon, though, has been also talking with those manufacturers as it looks to be able for ways to expand the defense industrial base beyond the usual contractors. The nation's leaders say that they're looking to ensure missile manufacturing doesn't fall behind. And recent reporting says at least 2 missile inventories are not bottomless, and a longer conflict could mean it would take years to fully rebuild. The reports do not suggest all supplies are running out at once, but then replenishment plans are vital. And the big defense companies are still the core suppliers. Well, despite a push for more weapon production, the president now has said that everything is going as planned.
But we do very well. You notice that we're doing very well. And I will say the war in Iran is going along swimmingly. We can do whatever we want. And it should be ending pretty soon. It was perfect. I mean, it's perfect. It was the power we have, our military. We have the most powerful military anywhere in the world. I built it 4 years, my first 4 years. And we're still building it.
So experts believe now that the administration is now pushing to be able to keep the big defense companies building and then bring in more commercial manufacturers to allow a more seamless method for weapons production. NASA isn't wasting any time. After wrapping up its historic mission to the moon, the scientists are now already preparing for Artemis 3. Crews are rolling out the largest section of the Space Launch System rocket that's being built for the next mission, set for mid-2027. So the SLS is now basically the backbone of the rocket and will blast the next crew into space. The Artemis 2 mission just wrapped up more than a week ago. It was the first time astronauts were sent around the moon in 5 decades. Brandon.
And high pressure is in control for now. That's going to keep us dry, but then we're going to be tracking potentially a more unsettled weather pattern heading into the weekend. More storms in the forecast. We'll let you know exactly if that's going to help out with the drought. We'll also discuss if this could be a sign of more wetter conditions leading into May in just a bit.
And turning an unimaginable pain into something good, how a North Carolina family is making a difference in thousands of kids' lives after losing their son to a crash. You're watching Queen City News at noon. Here's a live look over West Charlotte right now. Your time is 12:41, and you're watching the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Queen City News staying on top of the breaking news out of Winston-Salem right now, taking you there now. Police say at least 2 people are confirmed dead in a mass shooting. So details are limited at this time, but we do know that the shooting stemmed from a planned fight involving several young people at a park. Officials say that this happened near a middle school, but the students there are safe. Police have not confirmed the total number of victims in the shooting, but Queen City News will stay on top of this breaking news situation happening again in Winston-Salem as police release more information. All right, now, a North Carolina family is turning an unimaginable pain into something good after their son died in a crash. So they came up with an idea that has changed the lives of tens of thousands of kids. And Bob Buckley is now looking at the creation of Victory Junction Camp.
So this is kind of the heart of it?
This is it. This is Victory Circle. So
you wouldn't blame the folks at the Victory Junction camp.
This is where most of the action's happening.
If they took a victory lap.
We provide around 11,000 to 13,000 camp experiences, both on-site and off-site.
It began in 2004 when actor Paul Newman came to welcome Victory Junction into his group of camps for kids with serious illnesses.
They're isolated. Okay, their mother and their daddy and the doctors and stuff says you can't do this, you can't do that. They just learn to live in that world, okay? So their world is real small. So it really opens up their whole life.
It empowers these kids.
Yeah,
it empowers them to think beyond where they're at today and what they can do.
It's the magic of being normal.
Yes, that's it.
That's it.
And that's exactly right.
Well, it's the magic of being treated like everyone else.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's not even so much about that word normal, right? That can be a tricky word.
Yeah.
But it's the magic that, hey, when I'm at Victory Junction, I'm a kid. And I get to be me.
The inspiration for the camp was Kyle's son Adam, the 4th-generation petty race car driver who died in a crash in New Hampshire in 2000 and had that beaming grin that Kyle says he still sees on campers' faces.
When they have that Adam Petty smile on their face, I know Adam's still here. And that's very healing. That's very comforting. So this is a place that I can come still as his father and feel really close to him because it is part of that process.
Big racing names help start the camp, but they're not the fuel that sustains it.
You see their face, but what you don't see is their fan base and their fans. Because if Kevin Harvick did it, I got all the Kevin Harvick fans were going to be here, and they were going to donate $29 because that's his card number. You know what I mean? And that's where those people that believed in what Kevin Harvick said, believed in what Jeff Gordon said, believed in what Richard Petty said, they still are a part of it. And monthly, they'll send in a $45 check in memory of Adam. And it just keeps it going.
Kids from every state and 4 foreign countries have oohed and ahed about their experience here.
All these buildings are so cool and important, but when they leave here, what they're oohing and awing about is the friends they've made, the counselors they've met, the people who've made an impact on them. It's the people.
So what's really been really neat is there's been a lot of kids that's come through here over the years that overcome their problems. And they come back and they're counselors.
I think it was over 35% of our summer staff last year were former campers.
That's just the first 22 laps around the sun. Over the next 22, the Petties have bigger dreams.
I don't know if you've ever been to LL Bean in Maine. There's not a lock on the door. The door never locks. It stays open all the time. Is that what camp can be? Eventually, it could be something like that, but you've got to build to that.
In the meantime, the Victory Junction camp will continue to change the lives of thousands of kids each year and soften the heartache of a father who lost something that nothing can bring back.
You don't realize how many people in this world have lost a child, but you realize there's a hole that's never filled. Nothing. Camp doesn't fill it, nothing fills it. And no matter how long you live, it's always going to be there. And it's always going to be a hole in your soul somewhere. But camp helps soften that, helps not make it look as dark and as deep and as black as what that hole is.
Wow. That was Bob Buckley reporting for us. So one of the big innovations Victory Junction has created over the last several years is what they call their REACH program. So they describe it as putting their camp in a box to be able to take the experience to hospitals in North and South Carolina and Virginia. Let's take a live look here over Independence Boulevard as I bring in meteorologist Brandon Lawson. Brandon, right now, 64 degrees outside, a lot warmer than it was this morning.
Oh, yeah, a lot warmer than it was this morning. I even thought about putting a jacket on this morning. I even had to put a hoodie on just walking to the gym this morning. Talk about a chilly start compared to the 90 degrees we had on Saturday. So Mother Nature telling us we can still turn things around regardless of we're warming up towards summer or not. Cooler start to the week this week, but it does heat back up later this week. And unfortunately, our drought is just going to continue to worsen. We're not expecting really any significant rain within the next 7 days. Now, there are rain chances this weekend, but they're going to be more of the scattered shower and thunderstorm chances like you tend to see during the summer, hit or miss showers and storms. We need more of a widespread, prolonged days of rainfall in order to help us out. Now, to our west, our friends over St. Louis, even Atlanta getting in on 1 to 2 inches of rain here over the next week or so. And if you notice, we are seeing this green filling a little bit more. Now, we've been kind of bone dry here over the last couple of weeks with the exception of the rain that we experienced yesterday morning, if you will call that rain. Most of us just kind of got some light showers here and there, and some didn't even see a drop of rain at all yesterday morning. Now, here's a scattered shower and storm chance we'll see for Saturday. We'll get in what's called the warm sector, so more of a warm and humid air mass as we head towards the weekend. So Saturday, you're looking at scattered showers and storms during the afternoon, and Sunday, another chance for scattered showers and storms. But this is, again, not going to help us much when it comes down to the drought, and definitely doesn't help us when you have high pressure in control, as that is producing dry conditions for our region. See a little bit of moisture down towards Texas, but that's really about it for the U.S. right now. Things are pretty dry across the country. Now, radar zoomed in a little bit tighter here, staying dry. No concerns if you have any outdoor plans for lunch or if you're going to be out and about this afternoon. Temperatures are trying to warm up towards the 70-degree mark here at lunch. We're at 66 in Charlotte. Our friends at Shelby at 66, 67 in Lincoln. And I've got those low to mid 50s in the mountains. And today's highs will really balance right around the low to mid 70s, upper 60s in the foothills, mid 50s in the mountains. So it will be a pretty pleasant day today, really about seasonable for where we should be for this time of year. Now, it is a little bit chillier with that breeze coming out of the west-northwest. About a 25-30 mile per hour gust right now in and around Charlotte. Gusts around 30 to 40 in the mountains. Now the wind is actually a little bit less in the mountains compared to yesterday. We had areas in the mountains gusting over 50 at times yesterday afternoon as that front was breezing through. Now notice as we go into the evening, winds start to settle down just a little bit, especially overnight tonight. As the winds settle down in the mountains and foothills, temperatures drop down towards freezing. I actually expect a little bit more of a frosty condition tomorrow morning along the I-40 corridor, which is why a frost advisory is in effect there. Freeze warning for the mountains where temperatures could drop below freezing. Here in Charlotte, I'm only expecting lows in the low 40s. Now, we can see upper 30 southeast of Charlotte. It'll be a chilly morning, but I'm not expecting much frost there. And then tomorrow morning in the mountains, waking up likely at freezing, if not below freezing, with 60s tomorrow in the high country and temperatures right around Charlotte in the low to mid 70s. We'll continue that trend into Tuesday, and then we heat back up mid to late this week with mid 80s for most, and then we'll get scattered storms in the forecast by the weekend with an increase in humidity. You're watching Queen City News here at noon. So it's our most local news in Charlotte to take a live look over Gastonia's. Our director Amy takes us to break.
Queen City News brings you 11 hours of news every weekday. So here's what we're working on starting on Queen City News at 4 today. With local water services asking customers to cut down on use, we're learning more about what policies are in place to ensure controversial data centers are also taking part. And following a tough finish to the great Charlotte Hornets season, we see what comes next for the team's general manager. You're watching Queen City News, the most honored and the most local news in Charlotte. Well, Queen City News has a whole new way to be able to stay connected to us when we are not live on the air. You can download the Queen City News Plus app on your smart TV using either a Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Fire device. So this is a look right here at today's lineup on the app. So first at 1, Pinpoint Weather University, then at 1:30, Turnkey, followed by Order in the Court at 2. And I also have a show on there, original show called Local Roots. So if you're into Charlotte history, feel free to check that out. You can watch it all on our new Queen City News Plus app. Brandon.
Yeah, we're talking about temperatures warming up as we head through the week this week. 70s today, tomorrow, some chilly mornings. So we'll have a frost advisory for our counties along the I-40 corridor, freeze warning tonight for the mountains. And then by Wednesday, we're in the 80s again, Alicia. Mid to 80s will be the story heading into the weekend. I do think humidity, though, gets on the horizon this weekend, so maybe a little bit more uncomfortable with some scattered showers and storms to track for Saturday and Sunday. Nothing that's really going to help us out much when it comes down to the drought, though. We need days of prolonged widespread rain. Doesn't look like it's in our near future.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Brandon. And thanks for joining us on Queen City News today at noon. We'll see you next on Queen City News at 4. Enjoy your day.
Coming up on this edition of Pinpoint Weather University.
We are talking the upcoming hurricane season, the latest forecast here from Colorado State University. How many storms could we see and why? And just how warm could the earth get because of this upcoming El Nino that we could see? Could it be the warmest year on record? We'll show you coming up on Pinpoint Weather University.
Meteorologist Brad Lawson alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman. This edition of Pinpoint Weather University starts right now. Weather University. I'm meteorologist alongside meteorologist Andrew Brightman here on Pinpoint Weather University on Queen City News Plus. Andrew, you've been a busy man lately on ground control. Yep. You've been tracking things at Artemis 2 here lately, and honestly, what a magical sight that was over the last couple of weeks. You and our executive producer Matt Campbell have been doing some incredible work on that.
I really appreciate that, Brandon. That was really interesting doing the live stream for the launch here, but I saw you being the tenured professor here at Pinpoint Weather University. I got a little adjunct basis here jumping on the show with you here today. And yeah, we were talking about outer space the past couple of weeks, but we're back to the atmosphere this week. And we're talking about something really, really important here, which is the upcoming hurricane season, which, believe it or not, again, roughly almost 6 weeks around the corner here away from the official start of hurricane season here, Brandon. And with that upcoming, we've already got our first one of our first forecasts here for the upcoming season.
Yeah, it's just so wild how quick hurricane season is coming in, approaching here. And obviously there's a lot of factors this year, potentially El Nino, and then you still have the warm ocean water temperatures. And Colorado State University, they release a forecast every single year. Andrew's got a calendar update for him every year to remind him of the day when it's going to be released. And this was their forecast for this upcoming season. Colorado State's forecast includes 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes projected, and 2 major hurricanes. Now, this is just slightly, and I mean very slightly below what we typically see during Atlantic hurricane season when you look at the 1991 to 2020 average. But it's still a pretty active season, Andrew. And obviously there's a lot of factors that are going to go into it. And to talk about those factors today, we got a special guest joining us.
Giving Fort Collins some love.
Yeah. Dr. Levi Silvers, researcher with Colorado State University. Dr. Silvers, man, thanks so much for coming on the show with us today.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's fun to be part of it.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Colorado State University hurricane projections for this upcoming hurricane season. Again, we mentioned it's hard to believe hurricane season is almost here. We're just showing your numbers here. What are you guys expecting in regards to this hurricane season? We notice it's a little below average when it comes down to activity. What are some of the main drivers for that?
As you've probably heard, El Nino is the primary driver for kind of bringing down the overall activity. So that's driving our expectations right now. We're still quite a ways before the start of the hurricane season, and we're really a long time before the peak of the hurricane season. But there's a really strong forecast out there for the coming El Nino. And so if that materializes, like people at NOAA and the people who are looking at the observations in the Pacific, if it materializes as they expect, then we're going to have a strong event in the Pacific, and that will most likely really bring down the chances of strong storms forming.
And when it comes down to the El Nino projected, I wanted to pull up a graphic here that Andrew and I have been using here recently, just showing the warmer ocean water that is expected over the central and eastern parts of the equatorial Pacific there, and how that's going to lead to more wind shear out in the Atlantic Ocean. Are there any other contributing factors, though, that could maybe counteract the El Nino that's expected and the increase in vertical wind shear?
Yeah, there certainly are. One is it's not really a different factor, but just the reality that this is a forecast of El Nino, so we don't know how strong it's going to get. And so if things in the Pacific don't develop as we think, that could really change how what kind of final numbers we have for this season. But as far as a true differing factor, something that's different than El Nino that could counteract it, that would be the sea surface temperature in the Gulf region, in the Caribbean region, and in the tropical Atlantic. And so we'll be watching those sea surface temperatures closely, which are really connected to the low-level winds, the trade winds. And if those sea surface temperatures get really warm, it kind of go beyond we kind of think of it as like a threshold, then that could kind of overpower what El Nino is doing. And so on one hand, we have sea surface temperatures that are favoring tropical cyclones. On the other hand, we have increased vertical wind shear from El Nino that is disfavoring tropical cyclones. So it's a little bit of a seesaw between the two. And usually El Nino wins, but not always.
Yeah, and with that, talking back about El Nino here, Dr. Silvers, can you explain just a little bit for the people at home how a moderate or strong El Nino increases vertical wind shear kind of in the main development area when we talk about the Caribbean, the Gulf of Mexico, sort of the Western Atlantic, how that kind of mechanism works essentially?
Yeah, that's a great question because I think a lot of people on the East Coast of the United States may not be very familiar with El Nino, and certainly if they do learn a little bit about it, they realize it's a long ways from home, right? It's really all the way over in the tropical Pacific. So it's counterintuitive that would influence the tropical Atlantic. It does so because it's kind of shifting everything that happens. So there's these overturning circulations in the atmosphere kind of throughout the tropics. It's often referred to as the Walker circulation. But in any case, there's certain regions where there's rising motion in the tropics and other regions where there's sinking motion in the tropics. And then between those regions, you have winds kind of connecting the rising and sinking motion. And when El Nino occurs, especially a strong El Nino, what it does is it shifts that whole pattern. And so it shifts where you have the easterly and westerly winds. And it turns out that the majority of the time, the shifting of those winds will cause the wind in the Atlantic and Caribbean region to increase with height more than usual. And so when those winds are increasing with height more than usual, you have a big change when you go from the surface up high, and that tends to kind of pull the storms apart before they can really get going.
When it comes down to the El Ninos, we've seen some very strong ones in the past. And sometimes, what we can tend to expect during El Nino events doesn't always happen. I was looking back at the 2023 hurricane season. That was a particularly stronger El Nino. And looking at that season, we still had 19 named storms that year. That was a particularly very active season, the fourth most active Atlantic hurricane season at the time, with Idalia making landfall and Ophelia making landfall. Idalia, the one that a lot of folks remember a lot, because that one, entered the Big Bend area of Florida, causing impact to the eastern U.S. So you mentioned the ocean water temperatures, and we've been seeing that change here over the last several decades, and we've been seeing way warmer than normal water temperatures. Do you think that could lead to a more active season this year, even with the wind shear? I know you were mentioning a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it definitely could. And that's why I'd say that's one of the factors why our forecast is just a little bit below at the average and not significantly below the average, is because we don't know what the sea surface temperature is going to do. But the last several years, it's been really, really warm, and that has had a big influence on the hurricanes and the tropical storms. Right now, we have kind of mixed signals. And so right now, is this the current temperature that you just put up there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, these are the anomalies, yeah.
Yeah, so here, this is great. This is, we have a figure kind of like this in our forecast, the full document, where you can see some regions are above normal temperatures, the warm kind of reddish regions, and then other regions are below the normal temperature. If you look at, say, the 2024 season, if you looked in April, what this figure would have looked like, it was red everywhere, and it was really, really red in a lot of places. So we kind of have mixed signals right now. We wouldn't say it's for sure like gangbusters, the SST is off the charts, and it's going to spawn all of these storms. But there's quite a few regions where it is above normal. And what's really key is what's going to happen in a few months. And so that's what we have to watch. And it's really closely connected to the trade winds. And those are very hard to predict. So I think you're probably going to see, as more groups put out forecasts, I suspect there will be some that will have average or slightly above average seasons forecasted, even though we have a strong El Nino coming. And if that's the case, I suspect it will be because they think the SSTs are going to get really, really warm. So we're going to have to watch that. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. But right now it's kind of mixed.
Yeah, and kind of talking a little bit just about some of the changes we've seen, because I was looking back at previous hurricane seasons when we had either kind of a strong or very strong El Nino. And Brandon was just talking about the 2023 season where we had a kind of a strong El Nino, still had an above average season. Yeah. And really, even we had a very strong El Nino in 2015. And even during that season, with one of the strongest El Ninos we've seen since the 1997 season, we still had 11 named storms, four hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes. I was just looking at contrast. If you go back to kind of some strong El Niños in like 1987, 1972, those would usually correspond with well below average hurricane seasons. So I guess my question to you is it getting to the point where some of the, as Brandon was pointing out, the warming of the ocean water is getting to the point more and more as we've kept going farther and farther into the 21st century, where it's starting to overwhelm that kind of wind shear effect you were talking about that we usually see from El Nino, where we can still get now moderate to even strong El Ninos, but still average to even slightly above average hurricane season because of that warming of the ocean water.
Yeah, I mean, that's really an active part of research right now. So that's something that we are working on, not even just for the forecast, but just as a research question in general. You know, is there a threshold above which, if the sea surface temperature gets above that threshold, does that then become the dominant factor for a forecast? And so, you know, we'll see, but it's, hurricanes are a tricky business, especially if you're just talking about the number of named storms. And so the total global number of named storms does not appear to be rising over the last several decades. It actually seems like it's decreased just a little bit, and that's including the Pacific and all the other basins of tropical cyclones. But we know we've been getting a lot of very, very strong storms, especially in the Atlantic basin. So it's tricky to untangle exactly what's going on, but certainly the sea surface temperatures, that's one of the clearest things we can look at, where if you look at the average numbers, it's clearly much warmer than usual, and it's been getting warmer over time. And you know, we have every reason to anticipate that continuing. So it's going to be interesting to see. I feel like it's important also to say we don't know what's going to happen with El Nino in the future. That's another really active area of research, is trying to predict, are we going to have more El Ninos in the future? Are they going to be strong, or are they going to be weaker? Will we have more La Ninas? And the verdict is still kind of out. There's a lot of theoretical and work based on climate models that suggest we'll have more El Ninos in the future. If that's the case, then overall we'd expect fewer storms in the Atlantic region, but more in the Pacific. There is some other evidence, though, based on observations, that implies that may not be the case, or we might have more La Ninas. So that's kind of separate from the SST in the Atlantic, right, as we're talking about. But those are two big things going forward in the future. If we want to know what's going to happen in the next few decades, we want to know what's going to happen with the SST. That's a pretty clear answer, right? It's going to keep warming for the most part. And then what's going to happen with El Nino in the future?
Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Bring us a lot of wisdom.
Yeah.
You know, we're going to be, Andrew and I are going to be chatting a little bit more about El Nino and some of the other impacts it could bring here on the episode here on Pinpoint Weather University. But all about that climate variability, just when it comes down to La Nina and El Nino, and just how it could change hurricane seasons in the future. Obviously, hurricane seasons here as they've become more active due to some of the record warmth, but the climate variability of El Nino and La Nina, we know that below average seasons are still possible. And as you guys mention all the time, it only takes one hurricane to make landfall here in the U.S. or even out in the Caribbean to create an active season.
Yeah. It's the climate variability is tough. There's always going to be really interesting research questions. Another interesting point here is if you look at the region over which this average is taken, right? It's from 1991 to 2020. We just took that from NOAA. That's what NOAA is using right now. A few years ago, they were using an earlier period from 1980 up through 2010. So that the average numbers then were different, right? That's a different period for the climatology, and they were lower. So the whole average is shifting up. And so our forecast is close to average or slightly below. But if you looked at the average from previous decades, it would look like it was even maybe a little bit above average. So that 30-year period, that's constantly shifting too. And the SST values you looked at, if you calculated it over 30-year windows, what it would be, you'd see that that's going up as well. So that also kind of influences whether we're thinking of this as above average, average, or below average.
All right, Dr. Levi Silvers, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. Andrew, if you want to reach out, that's the interview.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Silvers. Really
Thanks for having me. It was fun to be on the show.
Yeah, very, very good discussion. We're going to be talking, me and Andrew are going to be talking a little bit more about El Nino and just how it could warm the globe here over the next couple of years. Details on that coming up next here on Pinpoint Weather University. welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brandon Lawson alongside my good friend, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. We're going to continue to talk about the upcoming El Nino that's likely for later this year. We just talked about how it could impact the hurricane season. A really good discussion with our good colleague there, Dr. Levi Silvers over at Colorado State University. And now we're going to talk about the impact it could have on the globe when it comes down to heat.
Getting warm, Brandon.
Yeah, it's going to be toasty here over the next couple of years, 2026 and 2027. And Andrew, we've been looking at the charts here, and this is a look at the odds of El Nino. So this is the look from the Climate Prediction Center there from NOAA. And essentially what we're looking at the seasons here. It's always a little confusing when we first look at it, but if you look at the bottom there, that is looking at seasons. So you're looking at March, April, May on the x-axis for that first one. Then you've got April, May, June, July, August, and into September. So it's just kind of going month by month, or 3-month pairings. And essentially, you're seeing that big red bar there that is increasing as we get later in the year. And that red bar is the odds of El Nino gradually increasing for later this year.
As someone who knows a thing or two about odds, you'd say, Brandon, pretty likely here we're going to be in El Nino relatively shortly.
Yeah, we just had an episode about Calci on Calci a couple of weeks ago, Andrew, and I guarantee you that there's not much of a trade market for it right now just because everybody is probably betting on El Nino to happen. I think the big question with El Nino is just how strong is it going to get? And this is another chart that shows the strength possibility. So you still see the red bars that are increasing as we get later in the year, showing the odds of El Nino increasing. But you're also seeing kind of different shades of color. And I'll bring this one a little bit more full screen just so it's a little easier to see. So you see the darker red bar towards the end of the year. That is the odds of a potential very strong El Nino. We do think it's going to be at least a strong El Nino. You're looking at 1.5 degrees Celsius to 2.0 degrees Celsius above normal when it comes down to the water temperatures out in the parts of the central and eastern equatorial Pacific. But if you get that dark red shade, that means that we're looking at a very strong
historically strong El Nino.
Historically strong, and we're also hearing super El Nino. Another way of saying it.
People just trying to get those clicks online, Brandon.
Yeah. Super El Nino has been the big story. I mean, I've seen it all over the headlines on social media, Andrew. Super El Nino incoming. This means very strong El Nino. We have seen them before.
We don't overhype things here on Pinpoint Weather University. Super is not a real term.
Yeah, and we've had very strong El Ninos in the past.
Most recently,
happened
2015 was the last time. Yeah. And, we were talking about this last segment here with Dr. Silvers. Even in 2015, with basically the strongest El Nino event here, which usually, climatologically speaking, is supposed to drive down hurricane activity, so had 11 named storms, 4 hurricanes, and 2 of them became major hurricanes here. And that was kind of the interesting thing. We're starting to see a little bit less and less correlation with hurricane activity. We're still getting a lot of activity developing here. And as you were talking about, it really only takes one, but might be seeing a weakening of that correlation, Brandon, between the strong El Nino events and what we see in terms of a decrease in hurricane activity in the Atlantic Basin.
Yeah, and I was mentioning it earlier too, Andrew, just about how it only takes one hurricane for an active season. And we showed that 2023 season earlier when we were speaking with Dr. Levi Silvers. And here's a look at that season again. Now, this is showing just one particular hurricane from that year, but this was Hurricane Idalia. It made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida, right there about the Keaton Beach area. That storm surge of about 8 feet near the Steinhatchee River area. And then you had the rainfall events that happened over the coastal areas of the Carolinas, Holly Hill in South Carolina, getting almost 14 inches of rain. It was a significant event, and this was an El Nino year, a pretty strong El Nino, and unfortunately, we still had at least one major hurricane make landfall that year, and a couple other tropical cyclones make landfall. Now, something we were mentioning just at the top of this segment here, we were talking about how it could potentially lead to one of the warmest years on record incoming, and it has to do with the Pacific Ocean being so warm. So, Andrew, we talk about all the time about how warmer than normal sea surface temperatures are a big factor out in the parts of the eastern and central equatorial Pacific, and that stored heat is eventually released into the atmosphere. As that heat's released into the atmosphere, it warms the atmosphere, and that could lead to 2026 and potentially 2027 because of how strong the El Nino will be into the new year, being one of the warmest years on record.
I'm already sweating just thinking about it, Brandon.
Yeah. And, El Nino, it can accelerate global warming in an aspect. And looking at this chart here from Climate Central, Andrew, we already see it, quite well here. The red dots, those are when we had very strong El Ninos. The blue dots are when we had very strong La Ninas. Those more light, darker blue shades, more of the transparent blue shades there towards the line itself is more of the weaker events. But notice El Nino, Andrew, whenever we had El Nino as a factor and it was very strong, the global temperature was above the pre-industrial average by quite a bit.
Yeah, it was here, and we can see it very strong. Obviously the entire trend is up, but there's fairly strong correlations here between El Nino years and above the line here, and then vice versa. You do see a couple of outliers with El Nino years being a little bit cooler than the mean average there, and same thing with La Ninas. But generally, when we have El Nino, it's going to be a very warm year generally here across the globe.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And when you look at that white line there, that is the global average temperature rising above the pre-industrial average there. So the pre-industrial average, obviously you've got 0, but then as you're getting above that, just in 2022, just looking at some of the latest data here, 1.0 degrees above that pre-industrial average was the global temperature itself. And you look at the red dots here, notice they've been kind of helping drive that quite well, the El Nino. And also, we talk about the global temperature potential rising. And when you look at global temperature in general, we've had already some of our warmest years on record within the last decade here. I mean, 2024 was the warmest year on record. Back in 2025 last year, we had the 3rd warmest year on record as a globe. 2023, number 2. So, Andrew, the last 3 years, we've had the warmest years on record, technically.
Yeah.
At least top 3. And really, the only year missing from this list is 2021, I believe. So, obviously, we've been warming things up already. El Nino could just be boosting these temperatures up even more, and we could possibly be sliding 2026 and 2027 in that number 1 spot here in the next couple.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's going to be, it's just what we see here with El Ninos. It's likely going to be getting very warm. Also, really concerned about, we talk so much about it might be a very, very wet winter next winter here as we get to the West Coast here. We see a lot of moisture here. Now, for my skiers and snowboarders, if you're already looking ahead to the 2026-2027 ski season, California could be a great place to go. Sort of the Rocky Mountains as we go Utah, Colorado, some of those areas along with California could be an amazing winter in terms of snow. But on the flip side, we talk so much about atmospheric rivers. We see a lot of those during El Nino years. Could be kind of a really dangerous kind of landslide season as we get out to portions of the West Coast with how much precipitation they might see. And that's what we see with these strong El Nino events. We have a very active subtropical jet stream.
Yeah.
And something that likely we could see here for the southern half of California and the Southwest.
Yeah, Andrew, and I'll just kind of pull up the maps that you're talking about here. The subtropical jet stream does get enhanced when you're talking about an El Nino event, and that can lead to wetter conditions across the southern U.S. Not really for us until we get to the winter season. So coming up after the break, we're going to talk about some of our main takeaways from this episode and just what we could be expecting as we get into El Nino coming up on the other side of the break here on Queen City News Plus. You're watching.
in Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome back into Pinpoint Weather University. I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson, alongside meteorologist Andrew
We're on
Green.
an adjunct basis.
I feel like you could be like a primary professor. I mean, you're already doing your thing on ground
I don't
control.
have tenure yet.
Takes a lot. You are a bright man.
Thank you, buddy.
You are a bright man. So give us your main takeaways for the episode today when it comes down to El Nino. What are you thinking we're going to see later this year?
So I still think we see an average season, at least multiple major hurricanes, because I've just been doing a little bit of research, talking with Dr. Silvers. The ocean water in the Atlantic is becoming so much of a driver here of activity. It's not to the point where it overwhelms the El Nino effect that in terms of driving down hurricane activity, but it's getting closer and closer. I still think we'll see multiple hurricanes or maybe even multiple major hurricanes this summer because of how warm the ocean water here in the Atlantic basin continues to get. Not historically warm, but still above average as we get closer to hurricane season. Then as we were talking about sort of the global effects here with a very strong El Nino, likely going to be pushing us back up to an all-time record high in terms of global temperature as we get into maybe 2027 and maybe even the end of this year as well. And then, really concerned about the potential for flooding and landslides here as we get to the western portion of the United States once we get into this upcoming fall and winter with this potentially very strong El Nino.
I don't disagree, Andrew. I think we have probably an average season hurricane-wise, just because the ocean water temperatures are likely going to be very warm once again. And then El Nino itself going to be helping possibly boost some of those ocean water temperatures by warming the globe. And then you think about the Carolinas here, maybe some more nor'easters. Can bring us a little bit of winter.
Yeah, it might be too, I don't know. It was strong and very strong.
hopefully it's not
Usually,
too-
the Goldilocks, if you're a snow lover like me for the Mid-Atlantic, the Goldilocks, you really love a weak El Nino.
You want a weaker one. But a strong one still could provide some pretty active tracks, though.
Yeah, well,
It's just going to be warm. That's the main thing.
You want to talk supercharged subtropical jet. A lot of those F words come one after the other, but supercharged subtropical jet could be a big thing next winter.
And this was a super episode
Yeah.
of Pinpoint Weather University. We've been talking about El Nino and just what we're expecting coming up for later this year. This is something we'll be talking about a lot here over the next several months. I'm meteorologist Brad Lawson, alongside my good buddy, meteorologist Andrew Brightman. Great episode, my man. Take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other as we continue to navigate the earth together, my friends. And we'll see you next time here on Pinpoint Weather University.
Welcome into Turnkey on Queen City News Plus, your go-to show for everything real estate. We talk about the latest market trends, do's and don'ts of the industry, and provide expert advice on navigating this dynamic landscape that we call home. No matter how many episodes we do here on Turnkey, the questions that most of our viewers have is about that first-time home buying experience. Should I buy now, or should I wait a little bit and rent and then buy later? What are the numbers? What do they look like? Well, we got the guy to talk about it here today. Cole Schweitering is a loan officer. And Cole, you've been on Turnkey before, so we didn't scare you away the first time. Welcome back.
Thank you so much for having me back. We have a lot to talk about, don't we?
It's been kind of a wild season when just with rates lately, it seems like they keep going up, and now all of a sudden they're starting to go down with the good news, I'm assuming, out of Iran.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah, it's been a wild couple weeks with the start of everything in Iran. And so things went up, things will trend back down, then something else will come back out, they'll go up again. It's just a very volatile time. So.
How do you keep up with it?
Oh man, just living in the space every day is really the only reason I keep up with it.
When rates do go down, do you then call your clients and say, hey, I think we need to lock it in now?
Yeah, so I'd be a little careful with that, right?
Okay.
I figure out their risk profile. Can they afford if rates go up a little bit, versus the reward if rates go down? Because it's really hard to navigate. So I just educate them and then give them the decision, right? Here's the numbers. Here's what could happen both ways, and then let them make that educated decision. But I don't really love to gamble because it's so unpredictable right now.
Oh, I mean, it's crazy. You think of someone who's shopping for their first home right now. It's stressful enough. to try to figure out the home buying process, right?
Yeah.
There's the mortgage side of things, is what you can afford and what that payment looks like. And you're comparing rates, and sometimes they're not the same going from one loan officer to the other. And sometimes when you get the printouts look different. So you're trying to figure that out too. So it's a lot to think about. Not to mention the volatile environment that we're in right now.
You're so spot on. And it's a different conversation too. If somebody's really tight on debt to income ratio, and they may, if rates go up a little bit, they may not qualify. That's a whole different conversation, right?
Yeah. So I'm sure you get the question all the time from potential new clients is, what is the difference if I buy now or I buy later? Maybe I save a little bit and I buy later. You have provided us with an excellent comparison of what that actually looks like, buying versus rent. And there's a lot of numbers on the screen.
There is. Yep.
Don't worry, we're going to take our time and go through this in detail. So hang with us. So Cole, I'm going to make this full screen.
Yep.
What are we looking at?
Yeah, so let's talk through this. You hit the nail on the head. Actually, this is the buy versus rent.
This is the buy versus rent. Okay.
You want to go that direction
let's
first?
go that route.
Let's go buy versus rent. So this is a common question that I get, right? Is people are like, should I buy now or should I rent? And
houses are expensive. I don't know if I want to pay for when something breaks. When I rent, I everything's taken care of for me. However, rent is 100% interest.
Correct.
So this is that comparison.
Correct. Yep. Spot on here. So really the question to be asking yourself is, what is renting costing you? Okay. So when we go through these examples today, what I did was I just did a $450,000 purchase price, putting 5% down, right? To give you some perspective here.
That's a purchase price right up there.
Yep.
Okay.
Purchase price right up there. So what we're going to look at today is a couple different factors that happen behind the scenes, which makes home buying such a powerful wealth building tool. Okay. And so when you look down a little bit here, you're going to see what the mortgage payment would be year one versus renting. Okay. So what I was using for a rent payment is $2,700. Okay. Because that's about, on a $450,000 house, depending on where you're at in Charlotte, probably what you're going to pay or somewhere around there. Okay. And then it includes the rental insurance in there as well. So what you're going to notice is on the surface in year number one, you're going to see that it is cheaper to rent than it is to buy a home. Okay.
Right.
But
adding everything up there.
Correct. But remember, owning a home, it builds wealth over time. It's not a get rich quick scheme. Okay. So there's some things behind the scenes that benefit you over time on purchasing a home. Number one is appreciation. Okay. So every year that you own that home, ideally your home's going up in value. So this example here, I believe uses, it's like 3.5% is kind of what we see with historical appreciation here in Charlotte.
3.21, I believe, is what you have in the upper left-hand corner.
So even a little bit more conservative than that. Okay. And this is over a 9-year outlook here. Okay. And so if you look up there, after 9 years of owning a home, you would have about 147,000. I'm having a hard time seeing it, but
147,989. Your screen is a lot smaller than mine.
No worries.
Hopefully at home you got a bigger TV.
Thank you for clarifying there. So 147,000.
I could probably zoom in a little bit more here. There we go.
Yep. Perfect. And then there's a second wealth building tool with owning a home, right? So you have appreciation, your home's value going up over time. Number two is what we call amortization. So every time you make a mortgage payment, a portion of that mortgage payment is going towards paying down your principal loan balance. Okay.
Principal loan balance would be, let me see, where do we have it here on the screen? Because it's a $450,000 purchase price.
That's correct. Are you looking per payment?
Yes.
Yeah, go down real quick.
Okay.
You'll notice year one, it breaks it out there. You got your principal versus your interest.
Okay.
So $410 versus the $2,292,
Right.
I believe. Yep. Now, over time, what's important to understand about a mortgage is interest is front loaded. Okay.
Right.
So on a 30-year fix, you're going to pay more interest at the beginning of the term than you will as you go along. So you're going to notice, like year 5, for example, you're now starting to pay more principal than you were in year 1, and et cetera, the longer you
Well, and at some point here, they're going to cross in the middle.
Correct.
And it's going to invert. So then at some point, you are paying more toward your principal, so your equity portion,
Yes.
than you are interest, which is just money that's flying out the window.
That is 100%.
Maybe not on your end, but
100% correct. Yeah, and this would be a good plug. This is why it's powerful if individuals have the capability to make a little extra payment towards principal each month or at least once a year. It can be a powerful
tax
tool to
season
cut
is a
down on
great
that.
time to think about that. If people are getting a refund, it's already money that isn't in your bank account. A lot of people put that toward their principal for their home.
You hit the nail on the head. This is the perfect time of year if you come into a tax refund and you have that capability, do an extra payment. It's going to save you a ton in interest
Over
the life
time.
of
You
it.
might not notice it right out of the gate, but over time, you're cutting years off of your 30-year mortgage, probably.
Yep, you are correct.
So we talked about the difference in payments from year 1, year 5. What are we seeing here when we are comparing the overall expenses of the home in your mortgage payment versus rent?
Yes. So what this is going to capture here is it's capturing the gain in appreciation, the gain in amortization, and as well as the cash flow difference. So one thing I wanted to point out is we all know as renters, rent doesn't stay the same for 9 years, right? Rent costs are going to go up year over year.
Pretty much right around 5%, right?
Right around 5%.
Okay.
So my example might be a little bit to the higher side.
Okay.
This was using an average of 6% each year.
Okay.
But the numbers will change, but not by much. So pretty much, year 1, yes, it is cheaper to rent a home than it is to buy a home. However, by the time year 9 comes around, you're going to be paying more in rent than you would for your mortgage payment. Because one thing people need to know about a 30-year fixed rate mortgage is that principal and interest portion of your payment stays the same, okay? Because you're fixed on that interest rate.
Taxes really are the only thing that
taxes
changes,
and
right?
insurance can go up over time, but this example even factors that in, where you see property taxes and insurance. You'll notice that increases over the year. So just to kind of put a bow on top here, because the audience can kind of take a look at this and break it down, when you factor in that appreciation gain, that amortization gain, cash flow difference, and then it even looks at the negatives, right? The cost to close on a home and the cost to sell a home, you would have a net gain of buying a house of over $202,000 if you kept that house for 9 years. So you can see that that's a powerful wealth building tool over time.
Well, and it's quite the swing when you're talking about a home that appreciates, and this is, excluding a big 2008 moment, right? When you're talking about the year-over-year appreciation of that property, and then rent that continues to go up, that could be an 8% swing.
Yes, very much
that's
so.
significant.
Very much so. Yeah, I'm passionate about it. I mean, there's the statistic I think that came out in the NAR National Association of Realtors report last year that the average net worth of a homeowner is 43 times greater than that of a renter. And this is the perfect example. You really got to kind of dive deeper into it to see that, because a lot of people just stop on the surface and they're like, hey, like it's cheaper to rent right now than it is to buy.
True.
Yes, that's true. Maybe year one, but if you're planning on owning a home for some time, right? 3, 4, 5 years,
right?
You can see where like this can really build some wealth for you.
So it sounds like you're on the side of you should probably buy a home.
Well, yes. Now, it really depends on your financial situation. I'm the first person to, when I sit down with individuals, if it's not the right time to buy, we're never going to push you to that. But however, if you're in a good situation and you've saved up and you're ready to buy, you're just kind of maybe waiting, which will be our next topic for rates to go down.
Right.
We're going to have a different conversation. Why not go ahead and enter home ownership now?
All right, I've got it all queued up right here. This is buy now versus waiting. This is just year one. So you're saying the benefit of buying now for this particular scenario is a basically $10,500 difference.
Yep.
Why?
Yeah, so let's talk about this real quick. So just going back, same parameters here. That's a $450,000 home.
Okay.
5% down, okay? And I'm using a 6.5% interest rate. As we talked about, things are very volatile. Could be a little different when this episode comes out, but this will give you a good illustration here. So what this is going to consider here is rates decreasing to 5.875%. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe rates will be in a year. No guarantee, but for the illustration here. So remember on the last part of this segment here, we talked about home appreciation. Okay. Home appreciation is the big key in this. So if you buy that house at $450,000 today, assuming the 3.45% appreciation rate, that home's going to be worth $465 and some change.
Yeah, 465. You've got 465, 512 is what you've got.
Yep, perfect. So let's just say 465, right?
Okay.
And so in a year, that home's gonna be worth 465. Okay. So that's your appreciation gain that you would have by buying now.
And keep in mind too, 4% is, conservative.
Correct.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, during COVID, now I almost hate using that example, but there were properties that were seeing 20% appreciation for 1 year.
Yes.
So that number can fluctuate, but that 3.45, I feel like that's pretty conservative.
I think it's a pretty conservative average. You're right. We've seen upwards of 10%, and even in hard times, maybe just 1%. So 3% gives us a nice conservative average. So that's why I think this is a good illustration, like giving it 3%. So a couple things we want to consider, right? The appreciation gain, which is over $15,000 just in appreciation alone by buying now. Now, okay, now we got to look at the other side of this, right? So if rates were to drop to 5.875 and you were to wait, you're only going to be saving about $77 per month. Okay.
Okay, so the box on the right
Correct.
is factoring in if rates drop a whole percentage point from
almost. So
because this is what
6.5 down to 5.875.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yep.
So you're saving $77 a month for that swing, which I think is a significant swing.
Yeah, you would think it's a significant thing,
Yeah.
but it really doesn't change the payment as much as you think. Don't get me wrong, we'd all love to save an extra $77 a month, right? But with that being said, it's not a huge change, so we're going to factor that in. That's if you annualize that over 12 months, that's $924 of savings, okay? And then we're also going to factor in the cost of refinancing, right? Because remember, if you buy now, you're always eligible, as long as you can credit qualify and income qualify, to refinance at a later time. So let's factor that in as well, the cost of refinance.
So I buy now at, and remind me what the interest rate was.
6.5%.
6.5%. I get that $15,000 in appreciation.
Correct. Yep.
And then I refinance next year, let's say at 5.875.
Yep.
875. What does that kind of, I'll calculate out to be then?
Yeah. So the delta here, the benefit of buying today versus waiting a year for rates to drop to call it 5.875 is over $10,000. Okay. The power is in that appreciation, because the cool part is once you own that home, you can always refinance, right? As long as you qualify. What you can't do is you can't go back and buy that house for what it was worth last year.
Right. Which we know once we get to anything that starts with a 5 for interest rates, buyers flood the market because it looks good.
100%. Yep.
And then, what we traditionally see on the real estate agent side is there's more competition, there are more buyers, and then the price of that home goes up.
That's correct. Yeah. And it seems like, the last year and some change, it seems like almost 6.25. That's kind of been that line in the sand. Like activity picks up at like 6.25. And so there's been a couple times over the last 12 months where we've touched the 5s. And I can tell you from like an application standpoint, there's a lot more home buyer interest. So guess what happens when there's more interest, it increases the demand, things get more competitive in the market again. So right, hence the appreciation, your home going up in value.
Yeah. And then you end up paying more for a home, and then your mortgage payment goes up, or you have to find a home that's less expensive because you're going to be paying more for that house to begin with. So we have one more scenario here that I want to bring up. It's the cost of waiting. You provided this as 2 years.
Yep, 2 years.
So what is the difference between what we just looked at and this one?
Yep. So same purchase price, same down payment, using 6.5% today. And I actually did a 5.25% rate in 2 years, right?
Okay.
So that is over a full percentage point and some change. And so this is going to do the same exact illustration. It's going to look at the appreciation gains over that 2-year period. And then on the other side of things, it's going to factor in the monthly savings, which is what, you can see it better on your screen,
$65 a month.
$165 a month. And so the same exact thing, it factors in the amount that you would save each month, as well as the cost of refinancing. And over a 2-year period, even if rates drop to 5.25, there'd still be a net benefit of over $22,000.
So do you feel like when you're talking with, potential clients or just out and about chatting with people in town, do you think that people understand this?
I don't. I think people look at things surface level, which is totally fine, right? If you're not in the mortgage industry, you're not necessarily expected. They don't teach this stuff in school. And so you think of these things on surface level, automatically your brain says, higher interest rates, I probably shouldn't buy right now. It doesn't make sense. Let's wait for things to drop. And that's what stalls people's decision. Same thing on the buy versus rent scenario, right? On the surface, renting appears cheaper than buying. People don't really like pull back the rug and see the benefits of home ownership over time.
I think too, that monthly payment, when you're paying rent and you're basing your expenses off of what you make, what you can afford, and you're used to that rental payment, it can be intimidating thinking about buying a home and that payment's going to change and it's going to go up. And if the scenario kind of like what we presented, you're paying more per month than if you're buying than you are if you're renting. That's a tough pill to swallow for people.
Very much is a tough pill to swallow. Now, I tell people though, it's like when you buy a home, think of the amortization, paying down your principal loan balance. It's a little bit like a forced savings account, right? Because every month you make a payment, a portion of it goes towards principal, and you're kind of paying yourself back in the form of creating equity. Whereas if you're a renter, unfortunately, you're not getting any equity, right? Or if anything, you're paying for the equity for your landlord. So, I'm very passionate about home ownership. I mean, if you just look back,
I would hope so.
Years and years, they got like long outlook, right? I mean, people have created generational wealth through real estate. So I'm a firm believer if you're in a position where you feel comfortable making that. jump, I would encourage you to do it.
So let's talk about the rate situation. What causes, excluding the chaos of what we've experienced the past month or so, what traditionally causes rates to go up and down?
Yeah, so really two things. It all comes down to the Federal Reserve. Now, it's important to know that the Fed does not set mortgage rates.
But every time the Fed lowers rates, everyone gets all excited, right?
Correct.
Why is that?
Exactly. Now, what the Fed does, influences the mortgage market over time. And I must say that the mortgage market is always forward-looking. So what I mean by that is the mortgage market's going to move before the Fed ever moves, right? They're trading on speculation of what the Fed's going to do. So going back to your initial question, what really moves mortgage rates? Two things. It's inflation and it's jobs, okay? Because the Fed has a dual mandate. Maximum employment and keeping inflation at, they say 2% is their target level. So really the reason why we've seen rates jump, taking the whole Iran stuff out of it, which does influence it, is inflation. So right now, inflation is quite a bit over the Fed's 2% target. So immediately they're like, okay, I don't know about the rate cuts. We got to get inflation under control. However, they got a tough job right now because on the other side of things, the job market is not performing as expected, right? It may look strong on the surface, but when you kind of peel back the curtain, the jobs market is not doing as good as expected. So now the Fed says, shoot, which part of this dual mandate do we kind of focus on? And I would argue that right now, inflation is a little bit more of their focus. So unless we start to see further cracks in the jobs market, I think the Fed's going to kind of sit tight and see what happens here.
So what about the 10-year Treasury yield? Explain what that is and why there seems to be more of a focus on that for mortgage rates than anything else.
Yeah, so I think the 10-year Treasury yield's just a little bit easier to track. So it kind of moves in unison with mortgage rates. Don't want to get too far into the weeds with this, but with that being said, it's like as you see the 10-year Treasury yield go up, typically mortgage rates are going up. As you see the 10-year Treasury yield come down, mortgage rates are coming down.
So everyone wants to know, like, what is the crystal ball of rates? Where are they going?
Yeah,
What are your
so,
thoughts?
goodness gracious. If I had a crystal ball, I'd be on a beach living in paradise somewhere, right? Now, with that being said, I do think realistically, looking at the low of this cycle, I do think once things kind of sort itself out, we could probably get back into the high fives. Everybody that's rooting for the mid to low fives, which by the way, I'm rooting for that as well. However, I will tell you, it's going to take something to happen in the economy, whether it's the jobs market cracking or we really get inflation under control. So realistically, if you're looking to buy in the next year or so, I would have your expectation that rates will probably kind of hover somewhere in that higher 5% range.
So what is your suggestion then to someone who's sitting on the sidelines and they're unsure about whether or not they should buy a house or rent? If they at least want to kind of explore it and find out some answers, what is their next step? And tell me about how scary it is.
Yeah, 100%. Well, next step would be to consult with a mortgage loan advisor, somebody like myself, whoever's trusted in your circle. I think it's always good to have a conversation and let them illustrate some numbers to you like we did today. And I will tell you, like, if you're moving to the Charlotte area or if you live in the Charlotte area and you're planning on staying here for some time, look into buying a home, right? Now, if you're somebody who maybe might be moving in a year or two for a job relocation, maybe it doesn't make sense to purchase it, right? So yes, reach out to somebody you trust and just kind of look at the numbers and weigh the decision if it fits, your goals.
So what does that look like? You get someone who calls you and says, hey, I'm thinking about buying a home, but I don't know where to start. What are you going to ask them to submit? What does that whole pre-approval look like?
Yes, I'm glad you asked that. So we're always going to start off with a discovery call. And the purpose behind that discovery call is to learn a little bit more about your home ownership goals and to learn a little bit more about you in general, right? So we can kind of have an idea of how to structure this mortgage and get things prepared to benefit you. From that discovery call, we will then typically have you submit a mortgage questionnaire. It's where we can kind of gather all your information in one place. And then we will do usually a soft credit check. That's where people get worried. Now, it's important to understand that a soft credit check does not impact your score like a hard credit check. Just like going to Credit Karma and how it pulls your scores.
Right.
That's a soft credit check.
Okay.
So really no harm, no foul. to take that next step
Mm-hmm.
to see what you may qualify for.
Mm-hmm.
And once we have a chance to review the questionnaire, we then do what we call an initial loan consultation, which is where we'll jump on a Zoom or a phone call and we'll walk through your questionnaire together and start putting together a budget
Mm-hmm.
and showing you the different options that are available to
And
you.
how much does all of this cost?
Absolutely $0.
Okay, so there's no risk in. It's not like you're. No offense to the attorneys out there, but it's not like you're setting up a $500 hour-long consultation with an attorney. This is all provided to you in hopes that they would be your client at some point.
Exactly, right? We're here to earn your business and to be advisors to you. Yeah, we don't get paid a dime unless that mortgage makes it to the finish line.
Okay. Which I always think about that. The people who do inspections on the home, they always get paid because they're providing the service, and we have to wait until the closing day. And sometimes that falls apart the day before or the day of. You just never know. Okay, so they submit all their kind of financial information to you. You calculated it, and you spit out a number and say, here's the max of what you can afford, right? Is that how that works?
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to look at your max, but in that discovery call, I must add, I always go a little deeper. It's like, even though we can maybe qualify you for X,
right?
What are you going to be comfortable paying from a mortgage perspective? What I'm seeing right now is a lot of times it ends up being a little bit more of a balancing act. They can afford more, but they don't want to pay it. And we're not here to push them to go to that higher purchase price.
Right.
You know, we're here to put together a scenario that fits their budget goals.
Because at the end of the day, you want them to make the payments too. I mean,
Exactly. Yes.
You want
Yes.
success. Everyone wants success around here.
Correct. Exactly. We don't want to put you into a situation where you're going to be uncomfortable. And there's even been times where I've had to kind of talk people back down. It's like, look, you told me your comfort range was $2,500 a month. We're at $3,000 at this purchase price.
Big difference.
Maybe we need to tone it back a little bit. So it's a lot of setting expectations, right? And that's why we're here as advisors. We're here to educate you and give you everything you need to make an informed decision.
Well, I feel like you did a lot of that today on Turnkey, Cole. I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I think it was informative, and hopefully it helps the first-time home buyers out there get a better understanding of what they're jumping into when they're thinking about buying their first home.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Morgan.
Yeah, thank you everyone else out there for watching this episode of Turnkey on Queen City News Plus. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to Order in the Court. I am Queen City News anchor Brian Blakely, along with my man here,
Chief Legal Analyst Khalif Rose. What's going on, Brian?
Always good to see you, especially on this Monday as we start taping here for Order in the Court. We got three good topics for you today. First off, we want to start off with a family that is suing a beverage distributor after their young teen, a cheerleader, young girl, died after drinking too much of these energy drinks that had too much caffeine in there. And they're suing the beverage company because they say they didn't warn them enough about what was going to be in this drink before they consumed it.
Yeah, this distributor is who they're suing, and they're not the last folks to get sued. The company is saying that we anticipate potentially adding manufacturers, marketers, and influencers, but this is the distributor. So we're talking about a company that's out of Texas, Glazer's Beer and Beverage, local distributor of the Celsius Holdings company product that they sell in their locations. And what they're saying is that obviously, like any tort, it's duty, breach, causation, and damages. So that's going to be in every complaint. But then you also have defective product design, failure to warn, right? And negligent marketing. But you may be saying, Brian, well, okay, but they didn't make the product, right? The distributor didn't make this product, but courts have held for a number of years that, yes, a distributor of a defective product can be held liable, often under strict liability, meaning that if a party is in the chain of custody, that supply chain of distribution, that's distributors, wholesalers, retailers, regardless of fault, strict liability will apply to all of them. And it's crazy because this is like a law school type of exam when they're saying, well, how do you get liability to distributor A? They give you this fact pattern and it says a whole bunch of things about how they had nothing to do with the product. They didn't make the product. They didn't test the product. You know, they never stored the product, but yet the distributor can still be sued and is under strict liability. That is a clear law school type of question. And this lawyer is doing good lawyering by adding every party that you can to the potential lawsuit.
Yeah, and it's what we talk about quite a bit. Excuse me. When you have these type of lawsuits, you're going to go ahead and go after everybody you can. And the distributor here, they're saying that they didn't disclose the risk of consuming these drinks. And it's, I believe there's over 200 milligrams per can in this Alani Nu that was consumed by this young woman. And not sure how many drinks she actually had. But still going forward, where do you think the distributor company has to, where do they have to do the duty to warn for this?
And see, again, I think that duty to warn, that's going to be more to the manufacturer, more to the actual, maybe even the potential seller. But the distributor, they don't have a duty to warn. It's really going to be just strict liability. Were you in the chain? That's it.
Yes.
Were you in the chain, supply chain of a product that was defective? Were you on the chain of a product that failed to warn? So their chain, their claim, their defense will be tied really to the co-defendants. If the other co-defendants are failed to have negligently labeled or have a product that was inherently defective, then by essence of them being in the supply chain order, they can be held strictly liable without have committed any negligent act, specifically failing to label or notify or warn.
And, you know, this poor young girl, she died of after suffering a deadly cardiac event. Doctors and the coroners did say that she was caused by excessive caffeine consumption. And we've seen this type of thing happen before. I remember with a tea drink that was sold in a restaurant. But the suit here, what do you think goes next here is what happens? Because as you go down the line with suing everybody, do some of them drop off? Do some of them get dismissed? Or do some of them just settle?
A little bit of both. It'll be a mixed bag. There will be some folks that attempt to get this dismissed by filing a motion for dismissal under a 12B6 motion saying that you failed to state a claim. And so that will be your normal response as a defendant. You'll file a response, and you'll also file a motion to dismiss. Most claims are dismissed in federal court. And so that's where you'll attempt to get the case tossed. However, these facts seem extremely good for this case to move forward on a negligent failure to label or a defective product. The portion that I'm going to have issue with is, did the label tell you that over 200 milligrams of caffeine was in the can? Well, the defense is saying, yes, we have that on the label. Did you have a warning that recommended or told kids that they shouldn't, consume this product? Well, yes, they had that as well. So then on the other side, you'll have plaintiffs saying, well, you had these labels, you listed these items, but that wasn't enough. It was an inadequate warning, that the warning should have been further, that talked about cardiac risks, I should say, and the risk to minor young consumers, not just telling them they can't or should not take this, but explaining what would occur if you take this. That's the type of risk that you had a warning. You had this label, but did the label go far enough? I think if the label didn't go far enough, that's what's going to take you to allow this claim to continue and beat a motion for 12B6 dismissal request.
But you have laws that should be stating, right? Where do you have the federal law or the state laws, or when it comes to these type of things for the consumers? When it comes to energy drinks, is there a certain statute out there that says you have to post all this?
This is going to be more under case law. This is going to be case law that requires that you have warning labels that are placed on there. Sometimes it's going to be the product itself. So U.S. Food and Drug Administration is going to say what the guidelines for the daily consumption of, caffeine on a day. I know it's 400 milligrams because I was looking at it for this story. So if a person is taking 4 or 5 of these drinks, you're well over the daily requirement for what they recommend. But you're asking, is there a labeling requirement? And the answer is typically no, that it would say you have a duty to warn, but the state or the federal government isn't going to give you specifics on what that warning should be. It's not like the Surgeon General warning on tobacco that's going to say, hey, this, the Surgeon General tells you that this tobacco can kill you or can cause cancer. Those are the types of things that specific warning will give. But for food or for energy type of drinks, it's going to be based on what tort law has established you should warn, and you have a duty to warn, or you have a claim that's brought against you for failing to warn.
Yeah, and it's certainly sad to see the family there at the press conference as they're announcing this lawsuit, to see everyone that is so upset and just to understand they lost their loved one. You certainly feel for them because it's heartbreaking as it is, and it was certainly a story that We'll keep following and see where that one goes, throughout this case as it progresses. Other thing we want to talk about our next segment. The segment is that guy right there. He is now a judge dismissed his $10 billion lawsuit against the Wall Street Journal over the Epstein birthday card from this past summer. We're going to talk about that one a little bit more coming up after the break. You're watching Order in the Court on Queen City News Plus Live. Welcome back to Order in the Court. Khalif and Brian here talking about some top legal issues that are happening as court is in session. The second one we're going to be talking about today. Khalif, that is a judge dismissed that lawsuit that President Trump had filed $10 billion worth against the Wall Street Journal. It was a lawsuit from last summer where the Wall Street Journal, over a story that a newspaper wrote about a birthday letter. The president, his name was on it, that addressed the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein. But the judge dismissed that case today.
Yeah, I said this when he filed the claim that this was going to be a hard when he brought it under defamation. President Trump is familiar with the standard for defamation. Himself being sued under defamation a number of times and bringing claims under defamation a number of times. So he understands what the standard is. And so you got to ask yourself, what is the standard for a case like this for an individual like President Trump? The normal standard is that a person makes a false statement that they knew or should have known that was false. That's the standard. However, if you are a public figure, which President Trump is, the standard requires a little bit more. You got to go a little bit higher. It's not just knew or should have known in that you did make a false statement, but that you had actual malice when attempting to make the statement. The judge in this case said that there was no record that supported that there was actual malice being done with this story, that there was no attempt to hurt or harm President Trump when making this story, and they were actually just, reporting on what the story, how the story, where the story led them. So the court's reasoning is pretty standard for these type of responses from a judge, that the complaint didn't sufficiently plead that the defendants acted knowingly or falsely or recklessly disregarded the truth as required under the definition of the law. So that's why this was dismissed.
Yeah, and it was in the alleged letter that was from Trump to Epstein. There was some salacious stuff that was kind of tied to Epstein's lifestyle. U.S. District Judge Darren Gales said that the president failed to act with legal malice, but he did leave the opportunity open here for him to file again. Yep. That's the thing. And President Trump said today that he would refile the lawsuit that was tossed out by the judge today.
President Trump says in social media response that the ruling is not a termination, but a suggested refiling of what he described as a powerful case, adding that he intends to refile by April 27th. So, yes, I mean, the judge didn't close this with prejudice, allowed it to remain open, given the opportunity to amend the complaint, or I should say refile the complaint. That happens a lot. Folks file complaints, and you can either amend it before a judge makes a decision. You may have looked at your complaint and recognize, hey, I got a deficiency in here. So you'll amend the complaint and then reserve it on the other parties. Or you go to court, the other side's asking for it to be dismissed, and you get it like this. The judge says, hey, you in your complaint, you don't meet the elements for this crime or for this charge or for this this law,
claim, yeah.
This claim. My brain went frozen right for that second. But yeah, for this claim, just like in criminal law, there will be elements for each type of thing you're bringing forward. So if it's a battery, I had to have placed you in imminent fear of bodily harm, or I have to have physically assaulted you and hit you, right? Or for defamation, it's again, was the item false? Did you know or should have known that it was false? And did you act with malice? Those are the three elements. The judge said that, hey, you're missing the element of this claim, and because you're missing the element, you need to go ahead and file an amended complaint to fix the deficiencies. And again, that happens more times than you know.
So defamation cases like this, when we see that happen, especially with President Trump, he's known to attack a lot of his people that publish certain things,
yes,
write certain things, and say things on air. Going forward, do you have to prove in court with a lot of the discovery when it comes to going forward with anything of some of the, how do you produce it? Are there emails that are required to show you? Obviously, there's the work of actually how they got this story for the Wall Street Journal. Tell me about how that works with when you're going with your client. Say it would be the Wall Street Journal.
Yeah, so you're talking about the discovery process. Discovery is depositions, interrogatories. Depositions is sitting down, having interviews with key people that we believe would have information. And so I want to talk to anyone that had touched this story. I want to talk to an editor. I want to talk to who wrote it. But also when you're talking about interrogatories, we're thinking about questions as a team that we want to ask the other side. And so we submit our questions, and then they have to submit those back. That portion takes a long time as well. But then there's also what's called a litigation hold or litigation freeze. There's a litigation happening. You're being sued. If you have a legal counsel that's working in-house or outside counsel, they will advise you, hey, freeze all emails connected to this story. Don't delete anything. We have a preservation, requirement, because now the court is going to at some point require us to turn over some of these documents. So we can't delete any email that's connected to this. So you ask, how do you figure out or prove your case? Because the burden is on President Trump and his team to prove his case. It's not going to be on Wall Street Journal to defend. They have really no burden, no proof to defend. It's going to really be on President Trump to prove that they acted with malice. So what the emails, text messages, answers in interrogatories, answers in depositions, all of that discovery process will help them prove their case. But it's going to be hard, specifically if you can't show that it was a false statement first. But then if you can get over the fact of making it a false statement, pointing to actual malice is going to be extremely hard. You're going to have to show emails, smoking gun type of emails that show, hey, we're running this story with the intent to, disparage the president. Or we're running this story with the intent, and we know that it's false. that's the type of standard that it is for a person that is a public figure. It's an extremely high standard.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's going to probably happen again, as President Trump said he would refile at the end of the month here in April. That also causes a lot of legal things for the president to refile here because he has to prove that, right?
Well, I mean, he has an opportunity to refile, and so his attorneys obviously are scrambling right now to find a way to ensure that when they
can prove the malice.
Right. And so because if you had the malice, they would have listed it in the original complaint. They know the elements just like I know the elements. And so you would assume that they didn't have it. That's why you file it without it. And that you hope the other side, when asking for a summary disposition motion, doesn't catch it.
Or they'll just say, okay, we're going to settle or something.
I mean, yes.
Is that what?
But you don't settle a case like this without thoroughly reviewing the complaint. And when you're looking and checking the boxes to say, hey, do they meet all of the elements? If the answer is no, there's no reason to settle. Now, if the answer was yes, and they had actual malice and they could point to actual malice, and yeah, just like you've seen President Trump have settlements with a number of other institutions, this probably would have been one that could settle. But if you don't have the elements, we're not walking to the table to settle, especially for $10 billion.
Sure. All right, we're going to talk about this guy right here coming up on the next segment. That is Albert, the alligator, and its owner wants him back. We're going to tell you that whole story coming up in our next segment. You're watching Order in the Court, the Queen City News Plus Live with Khalif and Brian. Welcome back to Order in the Court. We got our third segment of the day here with Khalif and Brian, and we are going to be talking about a New York man who he has abandoned a 2-year court battle to recover this guy, a 12-foot, 750-pound alligator named Albert. And it was after he was seized a few years ago from
Yeah.
his Buffalo area home and then moved down to a rehab or a sanctuary type of facility in Gator Country in Texas.
Yep.
But he's been wanting to get his gator back. You see, he raised him as a little baby there. And he says he's a big baby now, but he wants his gator back. But he says it was just too much to try to fight and get him back.
Albert is in better place than he was there. Let me say this. Albert got to the place in Texas blind in both eyes, suffering from spinal and neurological issues, and unable to fully support his full body weight. Sanctuary staff said that it was primarily because he had poor health, because the water hadn't been changed in 7 years.
They said he built a pool in his
In the basement.
And so it was a makeshift little area where there it is, where
Yeah.
he could stay. And he lived there for pretty much and never changed the water for 7 years.
But also was feeding him fried chicken and fish sticks. I mean, if you got a 750-pound alligator, you got to give him raw meat at the very minimum. So, and the crazy part is, this guy had a permit to keep the animal. He had a permit to keep Albert, and his permit lapsed. And the folks said that he just didn't get it updated in time. So to me, that's the part that's laughable, is that all he had to go through was the administrative and due process portion of this, and he probably would have saved himself, thousands of dollars in legal fees. I mean, because litigation
If he would have done
expensive.
that, even after the alligator was seized.
Well, I think before.
After the alligator was seized, then he tried to fight to get it back. And then that's where he said, this is costing too much.
But I think before there is when he could have kept the alligator. He already had it from when it was growing up, right? And then at some point, permit expires in 2021. They took it 2 years ago, which would have been 2024, 2023, depending on the time. So, okay, they take your alligator. But it lapsed for almost 2 years. The agency said he failed to properly renew, even though he claims his attempts went unanswered. Authorities then seized it, but they said failure to renew was only one. They also believe that he put the public at danger while allowing people and children to see the animal up close. But then the third thing was that they put the animal's health at risk by giving him an unhealthy diet. And so I think
fried chicken and fish sticks there.
fried chicken and fish sticks to a 750-pound alligator. I'm not sure if that's the standard, but my heart does go out to this man. He definitely seems like he was concerned and frustrated that his animal was taken.
It was his beloved pet.
It
We
was.
raised him since he was a baby, and obviously that's not for everybody. But the fight to get him back, when you lose an animal like that, when you do something like that, the fight and the legal fees to get them back, you still have to do all those things like get the permit. And then how he just said, what is he fighting? What are those legal costs? Who's fighting him for the legal
The
costs?
state of North Carolina, of New York. The state
They
of New
want him
York.
to have the animal back.
Yep. They're saying that even if you would have done what you're supposed to do permitting wise, you don't have the ability to raise him properly, and you're not taking the proper safeguards to ensure that he doesn't hurt someone else in the future by allowing kids or adults to be near him. So that's the fight. The fight is, did he have an authority to keep an animal like this? I think he at some point, I think he did. Does he now have authority? The answer is no. And would they have granted it to him even after some type of lawsuit success? I'm not sure. And that's going to be the issue with something like this, where litigation just continues to go. As he said, like, they were never going to let me get my animal back. And that was hard to read, hard to hear. But to his point, I've been taking care of this alligator since he was a newborn, right? And so at least another year, a year and a half of stress and money is what it would have cost him, is what he speculated. And that cost was just too much. And so this isn't one that was, terminated based on the facts. This was terminated based on the cost. And most of the time in court, cost does that. When I talk to folks about litigation, I start at the very beginning and I say, hey, litigation is expensive. You'll put this money in our retainer, in our trust account, and we'll bill off of it. You may start with $10,000 or $15,000, and at some point there'll be nothing left, and then you'll have to re-up the retainer. You'll have to put more money into the account.
How do you decide? Yeah.
That portion is where it gets hard for people to say, well, darn, do I even want to go for it with litigation? And these are folks that have means oftentimes, but they're saying, Do I want to spend $50,000, $60,000 on a case, or do I just want to let it go? And sometimes the answer is, I'll spend whatever it takes.
The man's heart here obviously did not want to let his beloved pet Albert here go. But how do you decide yourself and exactly what that retainer fee is? Is it the case? Is it based on a percentage of what you think it's going to be? Is it the upfront type of research that you're going to have
A
to
little
do?
bit of both. And so I know what I would say, here's my hourly rate. You know, we charge $500 an hour. And we know to start a case like this, just to do the complaint, to draft it, to do the background, they take 10 to 15 hours just for us to start. And so we want to ensure that you have enough to cover that initial start and the initial, you know, what would happen after a fact. Because every time we get on the phone, that's drawing off of that retainer. Anytime I talk to someone about your case, that's drawing off the retainer. And so recognizing that, okay, you're billing every, you know, every 15-minute, you know, increment, or every 6-minute increment, depending on how the retainer agreement is listed. So recognizing that that initial deposit can disappear quickly. And so I overemphasize that to clients because I don't want them to recognize that, hey, this is more than I pun intended, bit off.
Right.
And it says if fish sticks or fried chicken either.
Right. Oh, the poor guy there. Both poor guys. As far as
Yes.
the New York man who is probably
Hey,
his heart was in the right place.
I tip
The
my
eye
hat
hatter.
to this guy, man. I mean, he
He
built
fought.
a pool in his house for the alligator. I mean,
Yes.
that's commendable. I mean,
And he's probably thought, when that alligator got too big, how am I going to change the water? Where am I going to put the alligator for a little bit? And
I don't think he contemplated changing that water. And then, but to his point, let's be clear: alligators live in nasty swamps anyway.
True.
Are they changing out the water in the swamps?
No, they're
they
not.
probably are not.
But are
And
they
so
changing his diet from fish sticks and fried
they're
chicken?
probably not giving him fish sticks and fried chicken. So
Uh,
I'm with him on the water. I am totally against him on the diet. So yeah, this alligator went blind based on that diet. So yeah, I mean,
Poor guy had diabetes, and I don't even know if you could test diabetes on an alligator or something. Well, good stuff today. Hope you enjoyed watching Order in the Court with Khalif and Brian. Those are our 3 segments, and appreciate you, and thanks for watching today. Khalif, good stuff today.
Always, man, always.
You're watching Queen City News Plus.
Welcome to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. You've all heard of the term honor flights. Today, we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a Purple Heart recipient and also a board member of the Queen City Honor Flight. Mike, you were in the Army.
Yes, sir.
And can you, first of all, before we get into the honor flight, can you just talk about your service?
Well, I entered the Army in June of 1966. 19 years old, just 1 year out of high school. Never heard of Vietnam. It was so amazing. It was never talked about when I was in high school or anything of that sort. Got drafted. I actually did something that didn't want to tell anybody in my family until I was laying up in the hospital at Fort Bragg after they brought me home from my wounds from Vietnam. That's when I informed my family that I actually volunteered for the draft. I had a job at Western Electric. You know, it was okay. I wasn't crazy about it. I said, can't be any worse. I volunteered for the draft. But I did find out it could be worse. So I learned, be careful what you volunteer for.
Careful with which
Right.
you wish for. You were wounded.
Yes,
What-
sir. Three
so-
times. Yeah.
3 times.
Yes, 3 times. But I went in, like I said, in June of 66, Fort Jackson. Left there, went to Fort Gordon, Georgia, where I went through basic training. From there, I went to Fort Polk, Louisiana.
I've been there. That's hot.
Oh, well, let me tell you, I had a unique name for Fort Polk. I call it Fort Puke Lousy. Whatever the good Lord had left over, he put in Louisiana. Because it was just like Vietnam. They had what they call Tigerland. That's where you went for infantry training. So I went through that. Right after that, I had a little short leave, went home for a week or so. Then I shipped out to Vietnam. Got to Vietnam in November of 66. Went to Alpha Company, 2nd Battalion, 28th Infantry, 1st Infantry Division. And I started out as a rifleman. When you start out, they don't know what you're capabilities
Right.
are. They got to find out.
Yeah.
And I only carried a rifle for a couple of weeks. Next thing I know, I'm carrying an M60 machine gun. I'm a machine gunner.
Wow.
And then in the 1st of April.
Which is that picture, by the way, right?
Yes, that is me holding the machine gun. And the ironic story about that, I was a squad leader then. I'd already been promoted to sergeant. But we'd been on a mission, lost a couple of men. They brought us into a base camp. We'd been in the jungle a little over a week. And they knew we needed a break.
Right.
And as you can see, I'm not the cleanest looking person in that picture. I mean, probably hadn't had a bath for over a week. Well, we landed there and the choppers let us out. Next thing I know, all of my men are taking their steel pods off, throwing their packs down, their weapons down. I walked over and picked up the M60 because it was filthy. I said, fellas, you don't take another bite till every one of you clean your weapons, especially this. That's the main weapon
Yeah.
for an infantry platoon. And I wanted it clean because even though they were giving us an overnight break,
right,
we could have been called out the next hour having to go back out into the jungle again because of something going
And
on.
if it's messy, it can get jammed, and then you don't have a defense mechanism.
Exactly. But I went from there, like I said, I was only in the Army like 7 months. When next thing, 8 months, I was promoted to sergeant, become a squad leader.
Oh, wow.
Infantry squad leader, and also I was a little guy. And I tunnel rat in '66 was a volunteer thing. Did not have to go. You couldn't make a man go in the tunnel because some guys couldn't handle it. And
what do you mean couldn't handle it?
Well, the stress,
right,
claustrophobic. I mean, the tunnels are small. I mean, you had to be small like me to go in anyway.
Right.
They were not big because the Vietnamese people were they're.
How many of these tunnels are we talking?
Oh, they had tunnels everywhere. Some areas had more complex tunnels. These tunnels were created back when the Vietnamese, the VC, the Viet Cong, and so on, the NVA, were fighting the French back in the 50s. That's when they started creating most of these tunnels.
Oh, wow.
They lived in these tunnels.
Mm-hmm.
It was just incredible because they could take these tunnels, and they were dry, just like at nighttime. I'd take my squad out on an ambush at nighttime. Monsoon season, pouring down rain. I mean, it rains like you wouldn't believe during monsoon. And it's hot, it's humid, and see, you couldn't carry anything to cover up to stay dry because you carry a poncho. Poncho sound like a tin roof, rain hitting on that.
Yes,
That's all they could hear.
right, yeah.
So I'd let guys carry a poncho, wrap it around you, but it gets soaking wet.
Right.
And the worst thing about it, when the rain stopped, usually around midnight, you could basically set your watch to how this rain works during the monsoon.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, mosquitoes would show up. And I'll tell you, some of those mosquitoes, I was scared that 2 or 3 of them was going to pick me up and carry me off. They were healthy mosquitoes. But continued doing that, I got a minor shrapnel wound in April. And then I was involved in one really big major battle on June the 17th of '67, Battle of Zombo 2. Got shrapnel there, but we lost guys.
Yeah.
And what I liked about the 1st Infantry Division, to get, you had to go back to the rear and be treated by a doctor. Well, I wasn't going to leave my men. So the medics worked on me, and I wasn't that bad.
Right.
And then continued doing things on several operations. I only had like 20 days left on my tour when I got my 3rd wound. I was shot in the neck and sprayed with shrapnel.
You were shot in the neck?
Shot in the neck, sprayed with shrapnel.
Where?
Right here. That's where it went in, and they had, cut me open to get it out and so on. So I'm a lucky person. I know that. Because a few days later, I was always the point squad. I was with Alpha Company when I first started out. But what they wanted to do with the infantry battalions, you had Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie infantry company. And then they decided they wanted to add a 4th infantry company to each of the battalions with the big red one. So they brought Delta. What they did with Delta Company, they came over on a ship. Took them 30 days to get to Vietnam. The whole company came over on a ship. The company commander, all the men involved with the company, the privates, the sergeants, whatever. The 1st sergeant, everybody came over on this ship. Well, I had a company commander. Actually, he had been a sergeant 1st class. His name was Clark Welch. And he was over the recon platoon. Well, they promoted Clark Welch straight from sergeant 1st class to 1st lieutenant. He was that sharp. He was a soldier's soldier.
A battlefield commission.
Commission.
Where you go from NCO to officer.
To officer. And they skipped 2nd lieutenant, went straight to 1st lieutenant.
Wow.
He was going to be the company commander for Delta Company. Well, Alpha Company's company commander had just rotated out. So they give Clark Welch Alpha Company. They told him, you would not keep Alpha Company. You will be over Delta when Delta arrives. So he had to go to Cameron Bay and met, when they got to, the ship arrived in Cameron Bay with the Delta Company personnel. Well, him and First Sergeant Barrow met them. And there was a captain, Captain George, who's actually from Spartanburg, South Carolina, who I'll tell you a little bit more about him. But they got off the ship, and he thought he was going to have a Delta Company. Well, Clark Welch said, no, you will not have Delta. Delta is my company. You will be going to Alpha Company, which was the best thing to do anyway, because all these guys coming, they were green, never been in Vietnam.
Green meaning brand new,
brand new.
to the service.
A lot of them brand new, never had any experience.
Yeah.
So what they decided to do is they told Clark Welch to pick so many sergeants from Alpha, Bravo, and Charlie, basically 3 from each.
Right.
And I was one of them. He picked to go with him to Delta Company. We had to set these men up and get them ready for combat. It really worked out good. So we trained them for just a little over. They got there in July.
Right.
Late July. So we trained them for about 2 to 3 weeks, not quite a month. And then we started doing missions and things of that sort. So then on October the 8th, we went out to the field. And we were in an area never been called the Hobo Woods, Iron Triangle. Nobody had ever been in that area before. They knew it was heavily populated with the Viet Cong and some NVA regulars. So the 8th, we went to our area, set up our NDP night defensive positions. And the next morning, we were going on a search and destroy. Well, that evening...
And that means what you said, search
and destroy.
Yeah.
That evening, Clark Welch called me and Luther Smith to his area because we had a little first lieutenant who, he was green. And they tell the lieutenants when they get there, you listen to your sergeants. They're the ones that's going to know what the job is. They're going to be the ones to save your life.
Right.
But he talked with us and told us that we would, next morning we were going on a search and destroy, that our platoon, first platoon, would be the lead platoon, and that I would be the point squad leader on the search and destroy. So I'd be out in front of everybody. So we were in this area, and we started out. They did something unique that day. They put 3 Chew Hoys signed onto my squad. Chew Hoys were ex-Viet Cong that had turned over to the south.
Right.
And to the Arvin side. And I had only one of them speak a little bit of English, so I kept him with me and my RTO.
Translators.
Yeah, my RTO.
That knew the area.
Right. And my radio transmitter operator. So we're going to cut down some trails and stuff like that. And one of them stopped. There was a wire across the trail. They had booby-trapped a 500-pound bomb that had been dropped by our planes that didn't go off. 500. But people think about 500-pound bomb. I know people can't sue us, but it's not that huge. It's only about like this, but it's the weight of it. It's just so solid. But we marked it so the demolition people could come later and destroy that. But we come to a big opening in the jungle, about the size of a 3 football. And I called back to Clark Welch, told him what we had come to. And I said, I'll make a recommendation. I'm going to take my squad. We're going to cross this opening. We'll be the guinea pigs in case they've got a position there set up, observation post, set up looking to see if anybody's coming or what's going on. And I recommend you take, because it was Alpha and Bravo companies, was with, Bravo was also with our Delta company. Delta was in the lead with Bravo following. I recommend you take Delta and Bravo companies. You go around the edge of the jungle. Stay in the edge of the jungle and come around. We'll meet you on the other side, because that way they don't see the size of our force, know what we got. So we crossed the opening and ran my men out. We found a place where they'd had an observation post where nobody was there, thank goodness. We'd gone in the jungle about 30 yards. All of a sudden, we saw 3 BC. They were getting ready to chop wood. If they'd have done it, we would have heard them. But they had not started. They started running. Well, I called back to Clark Welch to him and said, I've got contact. I'm going after them so they cannot set up an ambush. Well, what they did, they started setting up a hasty ambush. So we walked in. One of the Charlies stood up right in front of my point man.
And your point man is the person in
he's
front.
in the very front. First you had your point man, then had my grenadier, then had myself and my RTO. And they both froze. My point man, I opened up, killed the BC that was getting ready to shoot my point man. And next thing, everything just broke loose. We had the automatic weapons, claymores, grenades going off. And I was one of the first ones hit. Because it knocked me, it hit me, knocked me back, knocked me down to the ground. I'm laying there for a minute, getting up.
Getting your stuff back to, yeah.
I got back up and started. I won't go into detail. I've got a story here if you'd like to read it about what I did. That won't go into all that detail, but I had myself and 7 of my men wounded. No, I didn't lose a man that day. What's so bad about this? 8 days later, they're in the same area. And what I went into was a Viet Cong supply base camp. 8 days later, they're on a search and destroy, and 144 of our men walked into 1,400.
Welcome back to Stars of Service. I'm your host, Brian Christensen. Today we are joined by Mike Stubbs, who is a board member for the Queen City Honor Flight. How often do you all get to do these honor flights?
At one time we were doing 2 a year. Now we're doing 1 flight a year, usually in the fall. This year's flight will be October the 10th.
How long have you been involved with this?
Oh gosh, I've been involved several years. I think this is like I can't even remember. See, the 8th or 9th flight coming up.
You said 2 things during our last segment that my ears perked up a little bit. You said when you all had gotten to a camp and everyone kind of just began to relax and you looked at the weapons and you were like, we need to clean these up. We need to clean these up and take care of, what we need to before we start. That really hit me because here you are as a board member for the honor flight here in Charlotte. Did you see? Have you thought about that as far as the leadership that goes with that? As far as from back then to now, because you've got quite the resume.
Well, very, very much so, because the reason I love this, when I came home from Vietnam, I actually lost friends because of what I had done in Vietnam. It was just so different for the Vietnam veterans and the Korean veterans, the same way. Right. When we came home, you didn't talk about anything. You didn't tell anybody anything. You didn't even want people to know you'd been in Vietnam because some of the things that were going on, the things that they were saying about people. And it was just, people were almost cruel, just the way they were treating the veterans. You just kept it inside. Vietnam veterans at that time just did not join these organizations. You didn't feel accepted. And joined the military with the Purple Heart, next thing I know, I'm starting to get involved, and I started doing, we had a commander, he moved to Louisiana. Well, somebody had to take the chapter over, and they said, Mike, you're the one to do it. I said, I don't want to do it. I took it over 15 years ago. And I started doing speeches and presentations, and that's when I started, telling my stories. And
what did that do to you, though?
Oh, it just released. It took 1,000 pounds off my shoulder. Because I tell veterans, when I do speeches at Memorial Day, I do speeches on Veterans Day, and I have special speeches because I want to talk to the veterans, even on the honor flight,
right
at the Vietnam veterans at the wall. Yeah. I do a speech, a presentation to all, which we're one of the only honor flights that do that. Basically, I didn't say this, but we're not supposed to be really doing that. The understanding we have, but we do it because it is so well accepted and appreciated. Because these veterans need to know they're thanked. No matter what your job, you were a truck driver, cook, fly, whatever.
So, and a lot of these veterans never had a homecoming. never were really properly welcomed home, were now, did not have the pomp and circumstance of the celebration of, mission complete or whatever the case is.
Correct.
Let's jump ahead to they're selected. I know it's a selection process for them to get nominated or whatever else to get onto be picked on the honor flight. Talk about what they see and what they're like when they come back and get off that airplane.
Oh, it's incredible because, as you say, the selection, we have a specific order: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, then Desert Storm, Iraq, Afghan veterans. And these gentlemen, we start out early, 6:30 in the morning. We usually around the time frame we leave the Charlotte airport, flying to D.C. We fly into Reagan. When we get to Reagan, it's pretty quiet going up on the flight, because guys are still wondering what exactly is going to be transpiring here.
They don't know each other.
Right, they don't know each other. And each veteran has a guardian assigned to them. And we provide the wheelchairs, anything. If a guardian needs to be pushed in a wheelchair, that guardian pushes him everywhere he needs to go.
Right.
If he needs a follow,
and her.
right, him or her. A lot of these veterans, they'll have a son or a daughter go.
Right.
Normally, we don't really like spouses because the spouses are usually a little older and so on. So we want someone that can really able-bodied to take care of them. That means if they need a bottle of water, they're supposed to get that and so on. But we give them a little snack in the morning at the airport before we leave. And we get to Reagan International Airport in D.C. And we get off the plane. We're coming into the area. There's a crowd. The West Point, there is actually, former officers that most of them look like they're in their 50s and 60s. They're chorus. They're singing all the military branch songs as you're coming in. The crowd is there waiting, so it's a pretty good sized crowd. Welcoming these fellows as they come through. Then we have 4 buses. And normally the first location we go to is Arlington National Cemetery. And it's so unique because the fellows that get there, and that's when they start finding out that they are appreciated. Because when they come through the airport, that's the first time for a lot of these fellows that they have actually, somebody's really, really thanking them for what they've done. Because the Vietnam veterans just felt like, and the Korean veterans, that, what they did was it right?
Yeah.
But they find out, yes, you are truly appreciated. But we get to Arlington and we do the wreath laying ceremony there. And the last 2 years, what we did, what is wonderful is we have 2 wheelchairs. We have 2 of the veterans that are in wheelchairs, myself and an Afghan veteran. We push them to the monument, and we salute and so on. It's really beautiful.
What type of feedback do you get back from some of these veterans who have never had any type of official welcome home or any type of celebration for themselves by their families or units, whatever the case is? They go on an honor flight. They come back probably mentally drained. What's the feedback you get from them?
Oh, it's incredible. There's tears in their eyes. I mean, they're so appreciative of what has been done for them that day. I mean, it's such a busy day. And coming back on the flight, to even show more appreciation, we have mail call. That is where every veteran on that flight receives mail from children, from anywhere from high school all the way down to elementary. They do make up cards, give to these veterans. Letters, appreciation, things of that sort is given to each veteran. And they don't know that's going to happen. That's so appreciative. But when we get back to Charlotte, what's so beautiful about Charlotte, and we unload in order: World War II, Korea, Vietnam, so on, so on.
Right.
That's how you leave the plane. And they walk into that concourse.
Right.
There's seriously probably 2,000 people. This is a lot of them are the families of the veterans. They can sign up to be there welcoming these veterans when they come back
and get past security to get all the way to.
Well,
the gate.
we don't worry about the security. Yeah, they have to go on to the website and sign up to be at the airport when the flight returns, so they can get through security without going through all the hassle. But they do have to register to be there for the welcoming. But you'll see in the video, there's guys just crying. Some of them can't even hardly talk because, I mean, these people are cheering, bagpipes, flags everywhere, and people just welcoming these gentlemen and ladies too.
So you've got over 100 veterans that are part of the honor flight that are actually experiencing this. How many applications, how many submissions do you get from people?
We've got a waiting list. It's incredible, the list. And like I said, we do the specific order. We at one time we were trying to make sure it was people that were in country, in like Vietnam, Korea, so on and so on, World War II, and basically try to get the combat veterans. Now, if you were a veteran, please sign up for this. No matter where you were stationed, you deserve this. You did your part for your country. As I stated a little earlier, no matter what your job was, you were a truck driver, you were a supply, you were a clerk. It doesn't matter. You had a job assignment. You did that job. You did it well. You deserve to go on this flight.
You've got just over 100 people experiencing this. I mean, I'm speechless anyway because of the emotion that it draws from all of us. But truly, how many? I mean, it's got to be so many more, if not hundreds of other people who are trying to sign up. How great would that be to have a second flight throughout the year again?
Oh, it would be wonderful. And as you may not know, this is totally, it's paid for.
Yeah.
Everything for the veterans paid for.
Right.
The people taking care of the veterans, their part has to be paid for.
Right.
This flight cost over $100,000 per flight.
Wow.
So we're looking for donations from companies, from individuals, anyone. Please, if you're willing to just $10, $100, doesn't matter. Everything is so greatly appreciated to pay for this flight.
What's the website?
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
Okay.
QueenCityHonorFlight.org.
And there you will find where to sign or how to sign up, where you can all about the trip and everything.
Yes.
What else should families of veterans be thinking about when they discover this and realize that their loved one could, be a veteran that will be honored on this flight?
Well, I'm hoping the younger ones talk to their family member that's a veteran, especially if they're Vietnam and Korea. World War II, as you know, the numbers, we're losing them
every day.
Just for a good example, last year's honor flight, we did not have a single World War II veteran. We've got some we're wanting to go. I think we've going to have a few this year.
Right.
We've always had some on each flight, but the numbers are dwindling. And if you're a family person and you've got someone in your family that's a member of your family that is a veteran, please go to the Queen City Honor Flight and look at it. Talk to this person. They deserve this.
And if they're selected, this is free for them.
This is free for the veteran. No cost to the veteran whatsoever.
Mike, thanks so much for coming on again. Do you have any other anything else you'd like to share about the honor flight?
Well, I do have some quick talking points I'd like to go over about the
Absolutely.
Queen City Honor Flight. Basically, what we're doing is honoring our veterans, preserving their legacy, letting people know what they did. So many people, even family members, don't really know what their family member did in the military. They don't talk about it. And our mission is to provide an all-expenses-paid trip to Washington, D.C. for veterans to visit the memorials built in their honor. Many of these veterans, especially from Vietnam, Korea, and World War II, never received the recognition they deserved. This was formed in 2017 as a Rotary project along with the Honor Flight Network. We're a local Charlotte hub of over 120 independent nonprofit hubs in America that make up the National Honor Flight Network. We charter with American Airlines for a one-day trip up to Washington, D.C., 189 seats on the plane, and normally over 120 veterans, like 50 guardians, and then volunteer staff there. We serve veterans across the Queen City Honor Flight serves veterans across 22 North Carolina counties, including Mecklenburg, Cabarrus, Gaston, Union, Iredell, Rowan, and surrounding communities. Veterans do not have to be combat veterans, but must have a DD-214 to prove that you were in the service, an honorable discharge from service. All veterans are encouraged to apply. However, priority is given to World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and terminally ill veterans. If you're a young veteran and cancer or anything, we will make sure you get on this next flight. Guardians accompany the veterans to ensure their safety throughout the day. They can be family members, but we prefer not spouses or significant others.
Right.
And there is a cost for the guardians, but the need right now, we know there are thousands of eligible veterans in our area that don't know about this flight. We want to get the word out to them. There's so many that are unaware of the opportunity that exists for them. The impact that this does to a veteran is a life-changing experience for veterans. The emotional healing and recognition they receive, strong community visibility, letting the community know. A lot of people don't realize North Carolina is one of the largest veteran states in the country.
Right.
It's powerful stories that resonate with employees and customers when they find out about these veterans. Some of the people who employ these people don't even know what they've done. So we want to get the word out. Please, if you're a veteran or if you're a family member, you have a veteran in your family, please talk to that veteran. Please go to queencityhonorflight.org, register.
Mike, thank you so much for your service. Thank you for continuing to serve in this capacity, to share something that's so important for veterans and for families and for those who never were really given that welcome home to have that opportunity today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
You've been watching Stars of Service. Thank you so much for watching.
Welcome into Queen City News Plus Live. It is Monday, April 20th, and we have some beautiful weather that we're going to talk about in a little bit with meteorologist Brandon Lawson. I'm Morgan Francis, along with Derek Dellinger, and of course, Austin McCullum at the helm, making sure everything goes just right.
Captain.
Captain McCullum. Sorry, I stand corrected.
I will take that official title if we want to approve. I was about to say.
I know you will. All right, Derek, we got to start off with some serious news. The latest out of Iran. A lot of news actually over the weekend and spilling over into this week.
Yes, you might remember on Friday we told you about the Strait of Hormuz. At least President Trump saying that the Strait of Hormuz was open. Iran saying over the weekend that actually wasn't the case, and that there was a blockade that's still continuing in regards to the Iranian ships, keeping the Iranian ships from actually getting into the Strait of Hormuz. Simply put, everything right now is still kind of in flux. And the Strait of Hormuz still closed, at least at this point, even though this isn't really necessarily having an impact on oil or stock prices. But we should mention that there's been a weekend of back and forth going on about potential talks that are going to be taking place potentially as early as this weekend, and between Iran and the U.S. And then there's also the other conversations that are going to be happening between Israel and Lebanon, because that's also another part of this story, too, that are expected to take place this week as well.
There are a lot of, different points of moving parts. That are going on here. So over the weekend, the U.S. attacked and seized a cargo ship that had an Iranian flag, and Iran's Joint Military Command vowed to respond. So tensions again are rising with this ceasefire that's set to expire tomorrow night. President Trump has said he's not going to extend it this time around, and said that, quote, lots of bombs will start going off if no deal is reached before the ceasefire expires. Meanwhile, You've got Vice President J.D. Vance, who was supposed to be headed to Pakistan. That's what President Trump said earlier this morning for that second round of peace talks. But then he was spotted hours later at the White House.
Yeah.
So a lot of questions as to what's actually going to happen. It sounds like Iran is going to come to the table in Pakistan, but again, a lot of moving parts.
Yes, Israel and Lebanon as well, that part of the story. There is that ceasefire that is taking place, even though Israel has continued airstrikes, and they say they are targeting militants that have that Iranian support in Lebanon, and that is also another a part of this story that is still
so that conversation's happening
Yes.
on Thursday. That actually has a date that is set. The Iran and U.S. negotiations, we still don't know when that's supposed to take place.
And there are starter demands. There are basically demands that are being made on either side right now, which some say are non-starters, depending on who you ask, and everything. Again, it's all still in flux, folks. And so at least over the next couple of weeks, things will still not necessarily be the most stable situation over, at least in that part of the world, but we'll be keep you up to date as we get that information. There was also another big story that happened over the weekend, and this one is a tragic story out of Louisiana. It involves a father, a man who shot and killed 8 children, 7 of which were his own, and he also shot his estranged wife and another woman. This also all happened early yesterday morning, and it has gained some national headlines since. And this all basically stemmed from a separation that was actually going on between the wife and this man.
Right. The two were, leading up to this, were arguing about the separation.
In fact, they were supposed to be in court
today. They were supposed to be in court. As to what sent this man over the edge, there hasn't been a clear indication of what exactly that was. But again, had shot, I believe it was his wife and another woman, before then going to another house where his children were, shooting 7 of his children, and then one of them was his nephew. Their ages range from 3 to 11 years old. One of the children was found on the roof. It's believed that that child was trying to escape, and that his father, Shamar Elkins, shot him on the roof. Another 13-year-old jumped off the roof of the house and broke some bones before calling 911 for help. I mean, this happened before 6 o'clock in the morning. So this on Sunday. So this is early in the morning. Just a horrific shooting.
Yeah, and the gunman involved in all this, as you mentioned, his name is Shamar Elkins. He did die during a pursuit with police. This all happened in Shreveport, Louisiana. More details of this coming out probably, most likely in the next couple of days. A lot of the information we're getting right now is coming from relatives in regards to that court date that they had for today. That was supposed to be set for today in regards to their separation. It appears the separation was leading towards a divorce. And we should also mention, too, police noted that there was no previous history of domestic violence or any issues.
Oh, not domestic violence, but he did plead to illegal use of weapons in 2019. So he had a history there. He had fired 5 rounds at a vehicle and then told police that someone else had pulled a gun on him. So he had a history with guns and police. Domestic violence, documented domestic violence, not anything that journalists or police revealed.
At least nothing that we are aware of, at least at this point, and something, again, that we're going to be getting more details on in the next coming days or so. Another mass shooting. This one happens a little bit closer to home in Winston-Salem a little bit earlier this morning. It was a fight, apparently, at a park that was near 2 schools in Winston-Salem, and we do know, at least according to some of the reporting that has been made so far, that minors were potentially involved. It did not involve the schools themselves specifically, but we know 2 people are dead. We're still working to get more information on it.
So I think it's the proximity to the schools that caused such an alarm. But once police were able to figure out what happened, they realized that this was not, someone who was targeting schools or targeting children at schools. This was a group of young people, is how it's described. The ages we don't yet know, but it was a planned fight at a local park, Linebach Park. And this fight escalated. Police had been called when the fight escalated, and while police were on the way to this park, that's when the shooting happened, which resulted in 2 dead. As a result, per protocol, this sent 2 nearby schools into lockdown. They have since reopened and are operating as normal because, again, police believe that this was some sort of isolated incident where, again, it was a planned fight at a park that emotions boiled over and it turned into a shooting.
Yeah, at least at this point, we know several people were injured. We do not have the exact number on this. In fact, Winston City Police say they have not confirmed the total number of victims in the mass shooting. We are aware that at least 3 people were taken to the hospital, but as far as their conditions, that's beyond that. We don't necessarily know very much, but we do know that it did involve multiple people, and again, the total number of victims has not yet been confirmed.
On the other side of the world, a magnitude 7.7 earthquake hit just off the northern coast of Japan. It triggered tsunami warnings. You can see some of the videos that we've been able to find and use, that it shook buildings and obviously caused a lot of concern for people who were experiencing that. There's also a low but 1% risk, according to officials there, of a mega quake following this one. So a second earthquake that they're concerned about. But, again, just a kind of a scary situation for residents there.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact it happened off of Japan's coast. It happened way out there in the ocean, but it was a 7.7 magnitude, and so there's the potential for tsunamis there. And there were some tsunamis, even though I think it was only about 2.5, 3 feet.
Right,
it was
still
something
large waves essentially at that point. And the depth of the earthquake is always what matters. You could have a really shallow, big one that causes mass destruction, and you could have the same magnitude and it's just deeper in the earth that hardly anyone feels. I think for a lot of people who live there, it was reminiscent of 15 years ago. They had a 9.0 quake,
also off the coast of Japan,
and a tsunami, and that was just horrible. There were 22,000 deaths and forced 500,000 people out of their homes. So I think anytime there's any sort of a quake that people feel in the moment, they probably wonder, is this another big one that we're going to experience?
Yeah, the potential for a mega quake is something that they're going to be having to watch out for over the next several days or so. And this is along Japan's northeastern coast. This happened around 5 o'clock their time. This happened way overnight our time, but it's something that they had to keep in mind, though, and those tsunami warnings lasted several hours.
And the prime minister is urging people, listen, have your designated shelter in place, have your evacuation route ready to go in case there is something that happens that you're not kind of wondering what to do.
And this is a very populous country. This is they have a lot of people in Japan, and around 120 towns themselves have been told to be on standby, basically, in case they need to be evacuated there. Also, closer to home, at least in this circumstance, let's talk about Lake Lure. They have their soft opening as of today. They are opening back up for some activity like swimming, boating, and fishing. However, it's not 100% just yet. You still can't do everything there, but that's because of some of the lingering debris that's still out there.
Yeah, and I think the most important note of this for people who are looking to visit is you can't open up the boat. You can't go full throttle. It's no wake still because there's, let me see here, they have barges that I think are still cleaning up, and then there's also
a bunch of driftwood.
Well, there's another area that's still under construction from Helene that they don't want the wakes to then cause more destruction when they're trying to still recover. So still, there's still no
tubing.
Skiing, tubing, which is of course what people love to do on the water during the summer. But yeah, there's still debris in the water that they're finding, and that was one of the main reasons that they didn't want people tubing or skiing, because obviously that can pose as a danger. But really an exciting moment. I mean, September 2024 was when Helene happened, and Helene hit.
And then there was all that destruction out there. You would figure that it would not have come back as quickly as it has, but it has actually done rather well for themselves. And that's some of the reporting that has been done previously from out in Lake Lure. But you can see behind that reporter there, some of the
really
destruction
puts it
that
into
came from
perspective of how much damage there was. And I remember the heaps and piles and bulldozers just trying to clean it all up.
And I actually have
some of the video.
I actually have something exciting.
Producer Austin, by the way.
Thank you. We weren't able to show this camera for a long time, but this is the Chimney Rock live camera. Which, if you've ever been up there, I mean, you can see the whole town. I mean, this camera was down for the last year and a half. I'm not sure exactly when it came back, but this is something as producers we'll check these things from time to time. And I know they had reopened Chimney Rock within the last few months for visitors. You can see a couple people are out there. But really, I mean, a testament to what that town has kind of overcome since September 2024.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of destruction in that town, and it should be mentioned, though, that camera is internet powered, A, but also, and B, internet was down in that area for a long time because a lot of people were.
Everyone was using Starlink.
Everyone was using Starlink, and you have all the infrastructure. Again, we need to emphasize here, it is coming back.
Well, in US 64, the direct route between Hendersonville and Lake Lure reopened earlier this month. So again, it's not just the lake itself, but the area surrounding it that needs to get back to normal to support that lake life and everything. By the way, because of the no wake zone, it was the Washburn Marina that's still under construction. I just found that in my notes, but yeah, an exciting day. There's a music festival scheduled for May 1st and 2nd in Lake Lure. So there's a lot of fun things that are happening in the area after, year and a half of a lot of stress and
a lot
recovery
of rebuilding.
and a lot of rebuilding. Yeah.
Let's get a check on your weather on this Monday. It started out just a little bit chilly. This is a look from our transmitter camera over in Dallas. You can actually get a look at the Charlotte skyline from all the way over there, considering I think our tower is like, what, 1,500 feet somewhat up there. And you can see.
I think it's 1,200. Close enough.
You're close.
Either or.
That was a good guess.
I wouldn't even guess. I would embarrass myself. All
gotta
I know is the lights work and the TV works.
But that view is actually not too. It is somewhat similar to what you'll see if you go up Crowder's Mountain too.
Yeah,
and it's a
hey, it would be a beautiful day to go hiking at Crowder's Mountain
because it's cool enough.
It's cool enough. 70 degrees out there right now,
and downright chilly this morning.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't sweat that much, even on the trail that has a steep incline right at the end there, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean we're talking about great conditions out there, dry, beautiful weather for a nice hike or a walk. And you know, it's crazy. It's like I feel like bad for saying the weather's great because we need rain. You know, you guys were just talking about Helene where we've had too much rain and now we can't get enough of it. A lot of dry conditions over the region. So high pressure well in control over the eastern U.S. Again, we've got a gorgeous day for you. I do think we get some shower and thunderstorm chances trying to work back into the forecast by this weekend. Could be the sign that maybe we get into more of a wetter pattern towards the end of April and early May, just because I think we're going to get more into like a scattered shower and thunderstorm pattern. Would it bust a drought? No, but any little bit will start to help. And again, we haven't had really any rain at all here lately. Here's a look at the scattered shower and thunderstorm chances for the weekend. Again, very hit or miss for Saturday afternoon, evening. Yeah, it'll be a little bit hot and also likely some steam in there. It'll feel a little bit humid too. And then Sunday, another chance for some scattered showers and storms. We need more than this. We need more of a widespread threat for rain. That will be happening west of us over some other drought-ravaged areas as you're getting down towards the deep south. Louisiana, Arkansas, Alabama, some areas that do need rain are going to get it. We're not going to get much, but if we do get a downpour or two over the weekend, it certainly would be welcome. So this is a look at the late April, early May outlook for precipitation. And you're seeing the above normal precipitation starting to take a little bit more of a position on the deep south, the southeast, and the mid-Atlantic. So, yeah, there's a potential for a more active pattern later this month. Right now, it's just cool. We'll get chilly tonight. Frost advisories for our counties along the I-40 corridor. Freeze warnings up in the mountains tonight. Temperatures right now, 50s in the mountains, upper 60s, low 70s towards Charlotte. Really strong breeze out there. And then later tonight, we'll see those temperatures drop back into the 20s in the mountains and then potentially some 30s up and around Charlotte. But really, overall, we should warm things back up nicely as we head towards the mid to late portions of this week. I've got 80s back in the forecast on Wednesday through the weekend. We hold on to those 80s. But right now, main focus is just we need some rain. And unfortunately, nothing really much is going to help out in the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I know, and it's such a helpless feeling too.
It is. It's like, you know, just wish there was some way we could just do it ourselves.
Yeah, not in our control.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brandon. In the meantime, though, the forecast does look really
It is nice. Yeah,
It
take
does.
advantage
It does
of
look
it.
really
For
good. It
sure.
does look really good. So as we go to break, you probably take your smartphone pretty much everywhere with you these days, right? Well, one of the astronauts actually took it into space, and you'll be glad he did. That story is coming up next. Wherever you're watching us, either on Facebook Live, Queen City News Plus app, or the CW Charlotte, this is Queen City News Plus Live.
Too much fun during commercial break.
Yeah, when the producer and director does a countdown in the Kermit the Frog voice. Yes, this is Queen City News Plus live on at 3:20 in the afternoon, and as you can see, this is a look at Independence Boulevard. If you want to check on that forecast, which by the way is still looking awfully decent, we have that on the Queen City News Plus app, or also QCnews.com. If you're on the app though, you can scroll down to the weather carousel that we have there, and then you'll find the latest forecast there. Do want to talk a little bit for a second about Elon Musk and X, otherwise known as what was known as Twitter, and some of the advances that they've had to make over the past couple of years or so with the advances in AI, and some of the dangers that have come across with it. French authorities actually want to talk to Elon Musk and now the former CEO of the company about some of those deepfake images, as well as some of the images that you shouldn't be able to find there that you are finding on there if you're looking in the wrong spots.
Right. They've been summoned to Paris. They basically want to hear them answer some questions. I mean, some are voluntary interviews, some are like going to be witness testimony, and it's all about the spread of child sex abuse materials and deep fake content, which they have said some of it's generated by Grok, which is X's AI platform. Now, that is prompted by the users. So if you're asking for certain things, Grok is going to spit it out just like a Google search, for instance. But they want Elon Musk and company reps to answer some questions surrounding that.
Yeah, and the investigation in France, it actually started in a very interesting way because Grok, the AI system that is part of what was known as Twitter, it started putting out some stuff that, shall we say, it might be considered somewhat incendiary, and in some cases, at least in France, it was illegal. In fact, to deny the Holocaust in France, that is considered a crime. It's also considered a crime in Germany. That's one of the things that they have free speech there, but to a certain limit there in those parts of the world.
And it didn't, I believe that allegation, it didn't outright deny it, but it pushed a claim that is often used by people who deny the Holocaust. Horrible, regardless.
Yes, but that kind of led to a larger investigation involving the child sex abuse material, use of deepfakes. The U.S. though is saying that they are not going to be helping French authorities, and this is something that Elon Musk has welcomed from the United States. But it goes to more freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and also the idea, at least from the U.S. side of this, and also from others saying, as you mentioned, this involves people who are putting this stuff in the algorithm. This is also involves people who are asking these questions or asking for these things.
And the Justice Department here is saying that French authorities are essentially inappropriately using their justice system to interfere with an American business. So kind of some political undertones there that they're alleging. So we'll see if Musk and company actually appear in person for this or what really develops out of that. Okay, so you remember those tariffs that were struck down by the Supreme Court? Businesses that paid those tariffs, which were deemed unconstitutional, essentially, they can now apply for a refund. It's going to be an online portal that importers and brokers can submit all their information to and say, here were the items or shipments that we paid the tariffs on, that we shouldn't have paid the tariffs on, and they can kind of start prepping for getting a refund of those tariffs.
Now you might be wondering exactly through all this, what does this mean for me? Because the businesses are the ones that are actually getting the refunds of these tariffs. Some people might be wondering as far as what this can mean for what consumers could see. Well, this is part of a process that could lead.
I mean, the tariffs are passed down to the consumer.
Yes, yes.
You know, no company is going to pay more and charge the same.
Yes.
So the consumer is like, you know, when I went to the grocery store, I paid more money for this stuff.
Yeah, we all have.
And where's my refund? So there is no direct route for people to apply. In fact, there have been 56,500 importers that have already completed the registration.
Yes.
And are eligible for refunds totaling $126 billion. What kind of impact that will have on the economy will be interesting to see how that pans out. But there are class action lawsuits that have been brewing. Costco, from Costco to Ray-Ban maker, to reimburse the shoppers because, again, they're the ones who ended up paying for this. Now, people who used FedEx and UPS are more likely to get a refund because
directly from those businesses.
The tariffs were collected on imports directly from the customers. So the customers are the ones who actually paid the tariffs. So there's a higher likelihood that you'll get refunded from FedEx and UPS. Going through the lawsuits would be the other route for companies that don't have that direct refund possibility.
Businesses can do this starting today, and once everything gets approved, it takes about 60 to 90 days for the payments at least to
And I believe it's the one who paid the most recent tariffs who they will go through first to see if they could get a refund.
Yes. Final story in this block here. Oh, you've got to see this video. So this was a video from Reed Wiseman. He uploaded a video to social media of this really surreal moment in his trip around the moon. He took his iPhone up into space, got video of the Earth setting as he was going around the moon. Video, by the way, seen around 13 million views at last check, and although some social media commenters have noted, hey, why didn't you shoot it? Why didn't you shoot it horizontally? Also saying this is a good way to market an iPhone too. However, you still can't get over the fact that that is a really beautiful sight right there.
He said that it's uncropped, uncut with 8x zoom. I mean, it sounds like he's gearing up for some sort of like iPhone partnership or something because
possibly
he was very complimentary in his post. I mean, obviously he was complimentary of everyone, all the astronauts who were, you know, he said Christina Cook is hammering away on 3-shot brackets and capturing those exceptional Earthsat photos, and he kind of complimented each astronaut in what they were doing in this moment. But I mean, that's just a sight that you're not going to see. No. That is just super, super cool.
Yeah. We do have one more story to tell you about this one. It involves some advances in technology as well. And it's a really good story. That story is coming up next. This is Queen City News Plus Live.
As if super athletes weren't enough to compete with, now apparently we have to compete with robots.
Yes.
In Beijing, there was a half marathon, and this robot beat the entire field with horrible form, I might add.
And beat the world record, the human world record, by 7 minutes.
Yeah. 50 minutes, 26 seconds. I will say Zhao Haijie was the human competitor, 29 years old, who won. I think that's very important, and we should not lose sight of that.
Yeah, that will do it for us for today on Queen City News Plus Live. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports, and they'll be gone. Welcome in for another episode of Tired Parents Club. I am your host, Kevin Pinto. We have...
And I'm Sierra Langford.
Perfect. This is a place we can share, laugh, vent, talk about the ups and downs of raising the littlest versions of ourselves. Today, what are we talking about, Sierra?
Well, it's springtime, and many parents are getting their children, whether you have elementary, middle school, high school, even college, they're getting them into spring sports.
Woo, sports.
Yes, and we're specifically talking about the dark side of sports.
Bum, bum, bum.
Injuries.
It's injuries. So we grew up playing sports. I grew up probably playing sports longer than you. What sports did you end up playing when you were growing up?
So growing up, I actually played softball. I did it in elementary school and I did it in middle school, and I kind of had to stop around 8th grade because the ball got too fast for me, Kevin.
And I think that happens to us eventually. I played baseball, right? So I was able to keep up until about college. I played like maybe a little bit of a year.
Okay, much farther than I got.
But it hits us eventually, I think, unless you're as dedicated as some of those other guys were. We probably weren't as dedicated. I think that's the biggest problem.
No, I think there's like a wall, like especially I don't know. I feel like you either have it or you don't in baseball or softball. And I definitely got to a point where I'm like, the ball just right by me, could barely see it. It was already in the catcher's mitt. I didn't even realize it was passing me. I was like, it's time for me to step away.
That's it. Yeah, no, I mean, I followed it pretty well. Yeah, it definitely just slowed down. And it's time to retire. And mine was college.
What kind of injuries did you see?
The injuries that I see, man. So mine were usually ankles. We had ankles getting twisted up or whatever, and then I played basketball a lot too.
Oh,
terrible basketball player. Obviously, I was center. Now I'm 5'8", guys, and back then I was not 5'8". I was like 1'2" or something. Anyway, so but trying to go for rebounds, I would jam my middle finger all the time. And there was one time where I got shoved underneath, and the ball hit my mouth. My teeth came out. Yeah, so I lost a couple of teeth.
How many teeth were we talking?
I don't know. There was on the ground. I was on the ground. Teeth were everywhere. I don't remember.
My goodness.
Yeah, I don't think it hurt that much.
Was this your baby teeth?
Yeah, baby teeth.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. No, all of my other teeth came back just fine. So yeah, that's one way to lose your baby teeth. Put your kids in sports, and they'll be gone.
Oh gosh, stop. I'm just picturing it. It's ooh.
So most of my injuries weren't bad. I never had broken bones. Just like small, like little tendon stuff or whatever, I guess. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what it all means, but we have a doctor on in a little bit to talk about it.
Yes.
Is there a sport that you really don't? Because we have what, 3-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Yes.
What sport don't you want your kid to play because you're so concerned about injuries?
Well, don't come for me, guys. Football. I'm very worried about football. Now, if he comes to me and he's like, "Mom, please, I really want to play football," it's going to be such a difficult conversation because I'm going to be that mom that's so worried. I'm going to be so worried about him.
But you learn so many good lessons from. There's family.
Because it's such a contact sport. It's such a contact sport. So that's probably the number one. The number one, as a mom of a boy, that's probably the number one sport that if he really wanted to do, I would be worried about. Worried about him.
What do you want him to play then?
What do I want to play? Well, my husband grew up playing soccer. So we're not going to force him into soccer. I definitely don't want to force him into anything he doesn't want to do. But we're hoping he expressed interest in soccer and likes it. Because that's my husband was a soccer player growing up. So we're going to try that and see where it goes. But, you know, baseball maybe, basketball. There's various sports out there.
Yes. Well, I have a little girl, so
Yeah.
if she wants to play football, I guess she can play football. She can do whatever she wants.
Pick her.
That's right. Lila, I support. No, I want her to be the quarterback, or a lineman or something. No, I think softball would be great. I would love for her to play softball. I also want to be entertained. I want her to be in a sport that I'm gonna be able to
Oh,
get
it's about
into.
you, huh?
It is a little bit about me for sure. This is mainly about me, Lila. And we're gonna train you to be a star. I wanted to name her Shaq actually, because every Shaq has become famous and a great sports player of some sort.
Oh, okay.
You haven't there's no Shaq that I've met that does like that works at a library or something. No, Shaq is a name that plays sports. But anyways, no, softball would be great. Gymnastics is cool. I've covered gymnastics.
Okay.
The vibe is fun. Everyone's clapping and cheering.
Yes.
There's probably a lot of injuries that come with gymnastics.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, because there's this
It looks
spinning stuff.
very difficult. You have to be very strong.
Yeah, but that's her problem.
Good
So I want to make sure
good
she doesn't hurt.
balance.
Exactly. All the things that my wife did not give in the traits, in the genes, if you will. But I was more balanced. Yes, I'm going to talk about Jenna. She also knows that she is.
Jenna, she's not here to defend herself.
That's what this show is about, to pick on our spouses as well. Tired husband. No, my wife is amazing. Shout out to her.
Do you know if she experienced any injuries growing
Did
up?
she do? I think she did a little bit of softball and some basketball. I imagine she got hurt a lot. Again, this whole lack of balance thing. She's definitely probably got hurt.
Killing me.
No. Well, all right. So softball, gymnastics, that's kind of what I'm looking for. I'm not really concerned about injuries. She already falls a lot, so we're just toughening her up.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky in the injury department in the sports we played growing up. The teeth, though, I think you win with that one, Kevin.
Losing teeth, big deal. Whatever. They grow back. They grow back. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we're gonna have Dr. Tallarico tell us about sports injuries, how to prevent them, why they hurt so bad, I don't know, stuff like that. So we'll be right back.
everyone. Welcome back to the Tired Parents Club. And today we have with us a very special guest, Dr. Brian Tallarico from Orthopedic Specialist of Piedmont with Piedmont Medical Center. Hopefully I got all that correct. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Very well. You did. Yeah, good job. That's perfect.
Nice. So today we're talking all about injuries in sports, and with it being, we're full into spring at this point, right? There's so many kiddos out there, elementary, middle school, high school kids, even college kids, right? They're all getting into sports. Out of all the sports, what sports do you see? I'm so curious to get your take on this. What sports do you see kind of bringing the most injuries right now?
Most injuries, and I know it's not the right season for it, but football would probably be far and away the highest. But we do have spring practices thing. And, the thing that I can lead with is that with children now, they tend to be doing sports longer and almost year round. They go from one sports to another. When I was younger, I won't say what decade that was, you played one or two sports and that was it. And there weren't really any travel teams or the camps and things, very, very minimal. And now it seems like every kid's involved in those. So they're actually training and playing almost 12 months a year sometimes. So the injuries never really go away, but they do peak a lot with the football practices when they begin. And the older kids, obviously, especially high school and college, they do start earlier and earlier. But overall, for the spring, since that's where we are, soccer injuries are very prevalent. The baseball and softball injuries, especially with throwing sports, since those are also spring and summer sports, we see a lot of those. But there you go. Yeah, soccer is very common.
There we go. Illustration.
Excellent point. There really is no break nowadays, huh? Kids just have a full calendar.
That leads us to a lot of the other questions you have for me about, how do these injuries present and things.
Yeah. Could you get into that? What are like the biggest injuries you're seeing right now?
Sure. So it's a lot of the overuse. Again, back to the kids never really getting a break, and they've been cooped up maybe all winter, and the weather's nice, so they get out playing with their friends and at the team sports, and so they go from maybe a little relaxed to a high level of practice and competition quickly. So we can see a lot of soft tissue overuse injuries, sprains and strains, and also the stress fractures, especially with the amount of running that some of the kids are doing in the sports for conditioning, track and things like that. If they weren't running all year round, they go suddenly to intensity of the running or duration of the running, and we worry about foot and other types of stress fractures. So, but a lot of the musculoskeletal stuff is the soft tissue injuries from a sudden increase in the amount of exposure or practice.
So yeah, no, when I was younger, I played a lot of baseball. I played basketball around this time because basketball you could play on both seasons, which was nice. So yeah, I used to like twist my ankle all the time. It's just common injuries.
All the time.
Like,
Wow.
all the time. Because I used to like to steal, and I would do actually the worst one was I slid my foot under a bag. I got caught into the bag and I kept rolling over it. And then I was a catcher too, so I still had to catch.
Right. Yeah, those base running, base sliding injuries are some of the more common ones with baseball and softball for sure.
Yeah, I started to slide in head first after a while. And I liked getting dirty, so as a catcher, that was just kind of the thing.
Yeah, started using your head. That's smart.
Exactly. See, there you go.
Do you guys see when families come in with their children with these injuries, do you find that parents are taking their kids in right away, or sometimes maybe they're waiting a bit to see like, is this serious? And then they're coming in maybe a few days later and realizing, oh gosh, this is worse than we thought.
I think that in the last few years, there's been an uptick in amount of urgent evaluations by orthopedic surgeons in general with athletes. Just because I think of the social media, the exposure. Let's be honest, WebMD, everybody has a doctor in their pocket with their phone. So if a kid is limping or he has a swollen knee, they automatically get in. So there's a little bit of a panic. I'm a parent too. I have 3 kids, all of them played sports. So I get it. I was more of the just put some ice on, rub some dirt in, it'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or it's just because of how I was raised and being an orthopedic surgeon. But there was a little bit of anxiety sometimes when your kid's hurt. And so they just wanted to get it looked at. So we do see a lot of injuries. I saw probably 3 or 4 young kids this morning already, under 12 for injuries, some of which due to sports. So they do get in pretty quick because they're worried about whether you'll be able to practice, whether you want to play, or everybody's the next Nolan Ryan or the next Kobe Bryant. So they're worried about their competition level. So they want to make sure nothing's wrong, which is totally fine. I get it. So we're more than happy to see them.
That's good to hear. That's a relief.
Gotcha. I guess is there so if kids are getting hurt right at this young age or whatever. Are they more susceptible to long-term effects? I guess because they're still continuing to grow, right? So obviously, like in football, concussions could probably hurt development, or what are some other injuries that could be
Absolutely.
worse?
It's an excellent question. And, I try to convey my advice, my thoughts to parents that come in about the overwhelming amount of sports that some of these kids are playing. And the frequent flyers I see, the ones that come in with injuries almost every year, I really do worry about that because there is a downstream effect of chronic injury, even if it's sprain, strain, soft tissue stuff. And then, of course, you're a baseball player talking about the little leaguer's elbow and the pitcher's shoulder and things like that. Those can be very bad actors. The league menace injury, the elbow for these kids that are pitching. I don't know what the pitch counts are up to now for a game, but they're trying to do a better job now than even 10 or 15 years ago, eliminating these kids, especially with the throwing. But you're right, multiple concussions at a young age, those kids, obviously, you need to really look long and hard at keeping them out of contact sports. It's a very unfortunate thing, but it is very scary, especially with CTE development later on in life, things like that.
And that's something that kids aren't thinking about. I didn't think about that. Obviously, my pitch count. I just wanted to throw if I could. Hey, I guess I never really thought about that. When we were younger, they probably didn't care about pitch counts.
I was just such thing. No, it wasn't. That wasn't a thing probably till the 2000s, maybe even later. It's just you threw, and if your elbow is sore, you got a bad guy saw it. So, but the good news is that they are looking at that more closely than ever before. So it does. I would say the amount of those types of throwing injuries that I see are actually going down compared to even 10, 15 years ago.
Crazy, yeah. Because we were talking about also like, what would we have young kids? So where I have a 1-year-old,
three-year-old.
3-year-old, so they're not very involved yet. But I'm like, what sport do I want them to play in? I don't know. Is that them? They're probably gonna choose what sport they want to play. I'm hoping it's
I've been asked that before, and I like all sports, and I've played a lot of them. And but boy, baseball's tough to beat as far as it's just a great sport all around. Basketball too. Basketball you can play with one person or 10 people. That's what I've told my son all along. So those sports are great. You do have physicality, but it's not as contact. Now, if the kid loves football, it's really hard to keep him out of it. But there are certain inherent risks you take with hockey and football, especially with the contact and the head injuries and higher energy stuff, the knee ligament injuries and ankle, and there's some bad things that can happen. We all know that. You just hope that there's a little bit of luck involved too. I think to make it through a whole adolescent career without an injury playing the contact sports.
Yeah, and I have a little girl, so I don't know what we're gonna get into. Hopefully it's softball or some gymnastics or something. I really don't want to do dancing or anything like that.
Hey.
Gymnastics. I had a gymnast. And gymnastics. That's underrated for a contact sport. That's a serious sport, and with those kids go through with the training and the overuse injuries, that is a real sport. Don't kid yourself about that.
No, for sure. But at least as an adult having to watch it, I'd be entertained a little bit more. And plus, the vibe is actually really cool. I've covered gymnastics before. Yeah. Everyone's so supportive and lots of cheering and stuff, and it's great.
No, it is. It's in a great environment. It really is. I didn't know much about it until my one daughter started doing it.
Surprising.
We always joke around in my family because we have a little boy, and I've always said if he comes home and wants to play football, I'm always gonna hate me because I'm going to be like, no, please don't play football, for just like the concerns that come with it. But yeah, we'll tackle that when the time comes. Yeah, when we get there, right?
Unintended.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Right. I totally meant to do that. Totally meant to do that. When it comes to recovery from injuries, I'm sure depending on the extent of the injury and where the injury is located, it may take longer to recover than others. In your profession, what do you see? What are some of the most difficult injuries that, take a really long time to recover from?
A lot of the fractures, we do see fractures from the actual sports, but we also see them outside of sports, and then they'll come in and ask how long we have to wait to send my kid back to practice. And it's a really tough sell. You can see it in their eyes. You tell them this is probably 6 to 8 weeks, and they blink. Well, he's a really fast healer. What if 3-4 weeks he doesn't have any pain? So it's a bit of a struggle sometimes with the family, trying to convince them that these bodies need to heal, and they do heal faster than us old people, but they still need appropriate amount of time to. Mother Nature's Mother Nature, physiology is physiology. So to heal fractures or with torn ligaments or pulled muscles, it does take some time. And it's common sense. If you go back before you're healed, you're probably going to have a recurrence of the same injury or start from square one, because that's how I try to sell it. You can go back. I can't force you to do anything. You're asking my opinion as an orthopedic surgeon. If you go back too soon, you're probably going to be back again, and now you're starting from day one, basically.
Yeah, because I was the kind of person that I would still play. I wanted to play, and so if I was injured, I don't know. I wouldn't. I didn't want to show it because I wanted to play catcher. I really wanted to play. I didn't want to prove that I was hurt.
You
I
would
imagine
re-injure yourself, Kevin, huh?
I would, yeah, and I didn't mind it. But
Terrible.
And I think that's how a lot of kids are. And a lot of parents kind of are like that, right? They just kind of want to push their kid until, yeah, it becomes a worse injury, I guess.
Importance of listening to your doctor and being patient.
I guess. All right, thanks for joining us. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Tired Parents Club. We were talking about sports injuries. So one thing we haven't talked about is how can you prevent these injuries?
Well, there's two types of injuries in sports, orthopedically speaking. You have the traumatic ones that are just really hard to prevent. They're usually bad luck, a misstep or a tackle or a deceleration. You're with the soccer clip there, the deceleration injury, changing directions, rupturing ACL, things like that. It's just, like I said, sometimes some bad luck. So, but overall, to prevent injuries, it's preparation, and that's why the training is so important, and the warm up is so important, and the conditioning is. The healthier the soft tissues are, the better the bones are. Obviously, the more resistant they are to injury. So you just sometimes can't predict a freak injury or a bad accident. Accidents happen. That's what keeps orthopedic surgeons in business. So, but a lot of kids now are way more in tune with the nutrition, and that's not just them; it's their parents too, and coaches and staff. So there was no such thing when I was a kid, when I was a young athlete. It's just basically maybe Gatorade was out back then, so we would drink Gatorade. But I think the dietary, just the whole thing about sports nutrition is a relatively new thing over the last 10, 20 years that's really helped. I believe that I'm a real proponent of proper nutrition for these athletes. You figure how many calories these kids are burning when they're practicing 2-3 hours a day, especially like the wrestlers and the runners and the football players, the ones that are out in the heat during practice for 3 hours. It's ridiculous how much they burn, and also the fluids. I think that the coaching staff and the athletic staff, they're much better now than back when we were younger. So I think that that's a good thing, and it does help prevent a lot of injuries. But the other thing is just the signs. We're seeing these kids, if they're starting to limp or if they're favoring a shoulder. I think the parents really have to keep an eye on them, because as you said, the kids will just keep their mouth shut because they want to keep playing. They don't want to let their team down. They don't want their coaches down. But if there's something wrong with your kid, you gotta pick up on it. You gotta pay attention. If he's limping, if he's asking for motion, or kids don't take motion or Advil or Aleve or Tylenol like adults do. They just don't. They never ask for it. They're asking for it because their knee hurts or the foot hurts or the shoulder hurts or the back hurts. You really gotta have an open eye for that. You have to get them evaluated, because that's not normal. Sprains and strains are one thing. Just being sore from lifting weights or working out with the team is different. But when they're actually hurting, you can see it in their eyes or in the way they carry their body. You really need to intervene and see what's going on.
We were told to do lots of stretching beforehand. Is that something we should really do? We, like, as a kid, I was like, I'm not gonna stretch. I don't need to do that. I don't know.
What's interesting about that, I don't think there's ever been any scientific data to show that stretching for 5 minutes or 10 or 20 minutes actually does anything. Again, hard science and data, but I think it does help to warm up for sure. I think
it doesn't hurt.
And it's part of the stretching is part of warming up, but warming up, I think, is vital to avoid the pulled muscles and tendons and things like that. And it's just to get your joints moving and get ready for the arduous practice.
Yeah, that makes me think of like the swimmers or whatever, like Phelps, when he did the arm thing, it's like slap his back, and the lactic acid going or whatever it was. Yeah, I mean, I did that only seeing him do that, and I would play baseball, and I'm like, does that really do anything for me as a baseball player? Whatever, I'll still do it. It made me feel loose. That's all that mattered.
I think as a pitcher, for sure, obviously throwing that hard, I think warming up slowly and warming up the joints and ligaments and muscles for sure.
Okay. I have a random question. When a hyperextension happens, what can you explain what exactly that is and how that can occur when kids are playing sports? Because growing up, I had several classmates and friends that
hyperextension
hyperextended their foot or their leg, and can you just explain to our viewers what exactly that is? And
sure. Typically, the two joints that would be prone to hyperextension injury the most would be the knee and the elbow. Because the elbow is more of a true hinge joint than the knee. The knee is not a true hinge joint, but as we know, it goes straight and it flexes. Flexion is when you bend your knee. So straightening your knee out to 0 degrees, a hyperextension would be going plus, 5, 10, 20 degrees. That's hyperextension, where the knee actually goes further than 0 degrees. We usually flex between, say, 125 and 145, 125 to 145 degrees, depending on your age and flexibility. So, but you can injure the knee and the elbow in both directions, hyperflexion and hyperextension. The knee hyperflexion injury, you can tear ligaments and tendons. But the hyperextension injuries are pretty common. Those will also in the knee tear your important ligaments and maybe meniscus cartilage and things like that. And actually fractures can occur and cartilage injuries. And in the elbow, that would be more of a fracture, especially in the pediatric population. Hyperextension injury to the elbow, fall from height, things like that. You can get injuries about the elbow. Supracondylar is one that's the most common, right above the elbow joint. So those are pretty nasty sometimes and need surgery. But in sports, the knee being hyperextended, most of the time, especially in the younger, if it's a lower energy, the younger population will just have swelling and sprain strain, as we call it. But obviously, the more it extends or hyperextends and the higher the energy, you can certainly tear your ligaments.
Oh, okay. So we have maybe a minute left or so. What's a 30-second takeaway for parents for this episode?
I would say that with the kids participating in sports this spring, it's important to have them go back into it slowly, properly, warm-ups, conditioning before going full bore into competition and high-level play. That'd be number one. Number two would be proper nutrition, hydration, as always, very paramount. And number three would be watching for signs and symptoms in your kid about injuries that are starting, whether like hyper or overuse injuries and things like that. So we want to just keep an eye on those. And if something looks out of place with your kid after a couple of weeks, then you really should get it evaluated.
Wait, thank you so much for your time. That was super educational.
Yes.
I'm going to replay this episode back for me in about 4 or 5 years. So I appreciate it. Thank you again for your time. And thank you, everybody, for watching Tired Parents Club. We'll be back next time with another episode.
Now in Queen City News at 4, the worsening drought raising new concerns about data centers in the Carolinas. So who tracks the controversial facilities' heavy water usage and how demand is met during dry periods?
That's right. Weather continues across most of our area again today, but beautiful weather to kick off this new week. Definitely feeling cooler than what we had last week. And actually tonight we've got frost and freeze alerts in effect, just how low those temperatures will go and when we'll start to warm up again. That's coming up.
And gunfire erupts at a North Carolina park during a planned fight involving teenagers. We're expecting to get an update any moment now live. We'll take you there. And also we have new details from Winston-Salem police with now 2 people are confirmed dead. Good afternoon. I'm Alicia Barnes. Queen City News at 4 starts right now.